Get ready for an extraordinary telethon at Muslim Network TV. Join us on April 6th for an 8-hour extravaganza. Since 2020, Muslim Network TV, a project by Sound Vision, has been your 24-hour source for diverse and enlightening content. We bring you the truth that other media outlets shy away from, uncovering stories that matter. We need your support to keep Muslims on air. Join us during this blessed month of Ramadan for a day dedicated to producing quality programming that raises awareness and builds a stronger, forward-thinking community. Muslim Network TV is more than just a channel. We are your voice today and the strength of tomorrow. Don't miss this opportunity to make a difference. Mark your calendars for April 6th and be a part of something truly impactful. Together, let's make a difference. Muslim Network TV, where truth and community unite.
Assalamu Alaikum. My name is Telethon of Sound Vision. Assalamu Alaikum. My name is Zahra Sayed. Welcome to the first telethon of Sound Vision for the benefit of Muslim Network TV. As you know, Sound Vision is a not-for-profit organization that is tax exempt. Just like NPR and PBS, Muslim Network TV relies on community support. It is people like you whose donations keep Muslims on air. Masjids across North America can also donate to us. Today we have a great program scheduled for you. But first, what is Muslim Network TV? Watch this video that we helped record just a few weeks ago. Assalamu Alaikum and good evening. My name is Zahra Sayed.
Wa alaikum assalam, Sister Zahra. Greetings of peace, everyone. This is Janine Hashim, and welcome to this Chicago benefit of Muslim Network TV, brought to you by Sound Vision.
We'd like to thank each one of you for being here with us this evening. JazakAllahu khair. I'm coming to you from our Toronto studios, where I anchor the daily Muslim news.
I'm currently in the Chicago studios of Muslim Network. It has been an honor to work and volunteer with Sound Vision on and off over the past 20 years. From the outset, Sound Vision and Muslim Network would like to acknowledge that our program is taking place in an area now known as Lyle, which was initially home to 4 Chief Potawatomi Indian villages. In 1816, the U.S. government, quote, negotiated a treaty, unquote, with the native people to relinquish all claim and title of their land.
Thank you for that critical acknowledgement. We cannot be honest if we do not recognize that the genocide of native people took place on the very land we are standing here today. This evening, we will use genocide in Palestine as a case study to talk about media and how MNTV covers it. But first things first, let's begin where we always begin, the guidance from our Lord, the Rabbul Alameen.
أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم الرحمن علم القرآن خلق الإنسان علمه البيان الشمس والقمر بحسبان والنجم والشجر يسجدان والسماء رفعها ووضع الميزان ألا تطغوا في الميزان وأقيموا الوزن بالقسط ولا تخسروا الميزان والأرض وضعها للأنام فيها فاكهة والنخل ذات الأكمام والحب ذو العصف والريحان فبأي آلاء ربكما تكذبان خلق الإنسان من صلصال كالفخار وخلق الجان من مارج من نار فبأي آلاء ربكما تكذبان رب المشرقين ورب المغربين فبأي آلاء ربكما تكذبان مرج البحرين يلتقيان بينهما برزخ لا يبغيان فبأي آلاء ربكما تكذبان صدق الله العظيم.
JazakAllahu khair, a beautiful message from God, the merciful and the mercy-giving. Sisters and brothers, nothing highlights the need for quality media more clearly than observing the portrayal of the genocide in Palestine by the current U.S. media.
You are right, Sister Janan. Unfortunately, media dehumanizes Palestinians while humanizing Israel. Remember that story of Palestinians beheading 40 Israeli babies? Here is Muslim Network TV's take on that fake news.
Palestinians have beheaded 40 Israeli babies. Fox News and others reported, claimed, and repeated this. It was all over the news.
Babies and toddlers were found with their heads decapitated in Kfar Aza in southern Israel.
The horrific accusation found its way onto the front pages of various Western media publications. Even President Joe Biden repeated this false claim in a press briefing.
I never really thought that I would see and have confirmed pictures of terrorists beheading children.
The White House, however, did a fact check and retracted the president's statement. The president was just echoing what he heard and saw in the media. But why are Israel and their allies indulging in hasbara, a form of disinformation warfare? Media creates war hysteria. In the 1990s, the media propagated other fake news. Iraqi soldiers were killing babies in Kuwaiti hospitals by removing them from incubators.
They took the babies out of the incubators. Took the incubators and left the children to die on the cold floor.
And the president said that he had seen it on CNN and that he was shocked at some of the things that he had heard.
And they were thrown out of the incubators.
President Bush repeated the incubator story at least 10 times in the following weeks.
It helped ignite momentum for the invasion of Iraq.
The skies over Baghdad have been illuminated. We're seeing bright planes and missiles.
Ironically, Jewish people were often falsely accused in Europe of murdering Christian boys. Here is a German newspaper stating, "Christians, take care of your children. It will be the Jews' Passover on March 17th. Here, in this Christian painting, Jews are depicted killing an Italian child, Simon of Trent, whose disappearance and death were blamed on the leaders of the city's Jewish community.
In England, it was claimed that an international council of Jews chose a country each year where a child would be killed during Easter, because of a Jewish prophecy stating that the killing of a Christian child each year would ensure that the Jewish people would be restored to the Holy Land. All these claims, known as blood libel accusations, were false. But Jews suffered multiple pogroms because of them. Unfortunately, today, Palestinians are called baby killers. Well, it is essentially Palestinian children who've been the victims of Israeli occupation and apartheid. 33,000 Palestinian children have been killed or injured since 2008. Here is Claire Daly, an Irish member of the European Parliament, testifying to these facts.
More than 150,000 Palestinian civilians have been killed or injured in Gaza and the West Bank since 2008. 33,000 of those were children.
But the damage was done. It gave a green light to Israel for the continued genocide of the Palestinian people. No wonder the United Nations called Gaza a graveyard of children. I wonder if this is what Malcolm X Shaheed meant when he said, "The media is the most powerful entity on earth. They have the power to make the innocent guilty and to make the guilty innocent. And that's power, because they control the minds of the masses."
Words do matter, and images shape the world. There are some brave journalists who do speak up, but they face consequences for sharing Palestinian perspective.
To close out the show tonight, our final show, sadly, we want to take a look back at some of our favourite moments from the past 3 years. Roll the tape. Welcome to a new show here on MSNBC. I'm Mehdi Hassan, and this show is committed to standing up for democracy.
We don't know what's next for Mehdi Hassan, but we are proud of him, as well as Muslim Network TV, for standing up for the truth. Alhamdulillah.
Thank you, Sister Zahra. Perhaps Mehdi Hassan should join the Muslim Network team. Now, as of today, Israel has killed at least 122 journalists. Among them, a contributor to Muslim Network TV. Tonight, we pay tribute to an esteemed individual, Rifat Alarir, a professor of English in Gaza who served as an analyst for Muslim Network TV. His journey on this earth concluded with him becoming a Shaheed. Now, we will take a moment to honor the legacy of Shaheed Professor Alarir, as remembered and celebrated by Muslim Network TV.
Remembering Professor Rafat Alarir. Professor Alarir has achieved the eternal life. He became a Shaheed. A Shaheed, a witness, God tells us, never dies. And never think of those who have been killed in the cause of God as dead. Rather, they are alive with their Lord, receiving provision, rejoicing in what God has bestowed upon them of God's bounty. Al-Quran, chapter 3, verses 169 to 170. Professor Alarir's story is like the story of Palestine. He was killed on December 7th, 2023, in his brother's home in Gaza City, along with his brother, sister, and 4 of her children. He was at his brother's home because his own home had been destroyed by Israeli forces. In 2014, Israeli airstrikes killed his brother Mohammed, along with his wife's grandfather, her brother, her sister, and her sister's 3 children. Professor Alarir lost more than 30 relatives in Israeli attacks. Professor Alarir was one of the active voices from Gaza. Muslim Network TV interviewed him multiple times. Alarir was co-founder of the We Are Not Numbers project, a professor at the Islamic University of Gaza, a poet, and one of Gaza's most prominent writers. During the 2021 Israeli assault on Gaza, the professor published a guest essay in the New York Times
where he detailed life under bombardment. I am caught between wanting to take the family outside, despite the missiles, shrapnel, and falling debris, and staying at home like sitting ducks for the American-made Israeli-piloted planes, he wrote. We stayed at home. At least we would die together, I thought. Like all people of Gaza today, he knew he might be killed. On November 1st, he wrote a fresh poem and pinned it on his Twitter X account. If I must die, you must live to tell my story. If I must die, let it bring hope. Let it be a tale. It is the tale of freedom. It is the tale of Palestine. Professor Rafat Alarir wanted freedom. He is free now. If I must die, you must live to tell my story, to sell my things, to buy a piece of cloth and some strings. Make it white with a long tail, so that a child somewhere in Gaza, while looking heaven in the eye, awaiting his dad who left in a blaze and did not bid one farewell, not even to his flesh, not even to himself, sees the kite, my kite you made, flying up above, and thinks for a moment an angel is there, bringing back love. If I must die, let it bring hope. Let it be a tale.
It is a genocide, except that you will not hear this G word in your media. You will also not hear the A word either. No one dares to talk about apartheid in Israel, although Israel's own human rights organization, Beit Salim, calls it apartheid. President Carter calls it apartheid. Amnesty International, Human Rights Watch, and our own Justice for All calls it apartheid. But media will not call it apartheid. Watch how Muslim Network TV reports on the Israeli apartheid.
The third holiest place for Muslims is called Al-Aqsa Mosque. That literally means the furthest mosque, and it is unfortunately becoming a reality for Muslims living just around it. They can't get to Al-Aqsa easily. They need permits by Israelis to enter the mosque. Yes, they need a permit. A permit to enter their own mosque in their own land. This is a part of an apartheid system to control Palestinians. Permits are often denied. Once you have a permit, then you must go through extreme scrutiny. Checkpoints to checkpoints. That is how the whole occupied Palestine is like. Checkpoints to checkpoints. Even the Al-Aqsa neighborhood is being cleared of Muslims.
You are stealing my house.
And if I don't steal it, someone else is going to steal it.
This is Salaha Farouk reporting for Muslim News.
Muslim Network TV is live 24/7. We are on Galaxy satellite covering the US, Canada, and Mexico. We are found on Apple TV, Amazon Fire TV, Roku, and Samsung Tizen. We are with you wherever you go, with apps available for both iPhone and Android devices. Muslim Network has studios in 4 cities. We have staff and reporters in 5 countries spanning 3 continents. And so far, we have produced and aired 26,000 hours of programming. This year, we intend to have reporters in 10 cities around the world, inshallah, God willing.
Muslim Network TV showcases the achievement of American Muslims. Recently, we interviewed Dr. Kashif Ansari. He is a Muslim American physician who is the executive producer of an orthoral-type serial on Salahuddin.
Galip gelmesin, bir yardım eli gönder. Hak sancağını yere düşürmesin. Alem gölgesinde birleşsin. Yüreklere umut olsun. Karanlıktan aydınlığa götürsün. Yolu zafer yolu olsun. Cihana adalet, Kudüs'e hürriyet.
At Muslim Network TV, we always look for a positive angle to a story. Let's watch.
But you're a terrorist. You support terrorism.
Listen.
We killed 4,000 Palestinian kids. You know what? It wasn't enough. What's my name?
Yeah.
Muhammad. Did you rape your daughter?
This is an incident of anti-Muslim assault, a hate crime that took place in New York City. A street vendor of Egyptian heritage who runs a halal food cart was subjected to Islamophobic slurs and harassment for 2 weeks by this man, identified as Stuart Seldowitz. He labels the Muslim food vendor a terrorist.
If we killed 4,000 Palestinian kids, you know what? It wasn't enough.
He takes his bigotry further by referencing the ongoing genocide in Gaza, callously claiming that the murder of thousands of Palestinian children was insufficient. Seldowitz served as the acting director for the National Security Council under the former President Barack Obama administration. He also worked as a senior political officer in the State Department's Office of Israel and Palestinian Affairs. After his racist and Islamophobic rants, he has been arrested by the NYPD. Will his arrest bring an end to the anti-Muslim hatred in American society? How to counter this hatred? Allah has shown a path in the Holy Quran.
ولا تستوي الحسنة ولا السيئة ادفع بالتي هي أحسن فإذا الذي بينك وبينه عداوة كأنه ولي حميم.
After the actions of Seldowitz went viral, New Yorkers rallied to support the vendor, lining up to buy chicken and rice at his food cart. A Jewish customer even brought a cake to celebrate the birthday of one of the halal cart workers. People from all walks of life came together to show support to the food cart staff and took a stand against anti-Muslim hatred. In the face of bigotry, unity prevails. The arrest of one individual cannot erase a pervasive issue, but collective action and solidarity serve as powerful weapons against hate.
Islam in America was not born with us. Here's a film about the first Muslim resident of Georgetown in Washington, D.C., Yaro Mahmoud, Rahmatullahi alayhi.
Before Congress decided to establish a national capital near the Potomac River in 1790, what became Washington, D.C., and long before slavery ended in Washington, D.C. in 1862, there was Yaro Mahmoud. In the West African Fulani language, Yaro means fourth child born, and Mahmoud means Muhammad. And so it was that Yaro Mahmoud was born in 1736 in West Africa. Yaro was kidnapped by slave traders while he was still a teenager. By the age of 16, he and his sister were transported to Annapolis, Maryland. They would never see their parents or siblings again. But Yaro kept his dream for freedom alive. That dream took 44 years. Yaro was a smart man, and he kept working hard until he was able to also purchase the freedom of his wife and his son. They all lived here, 3324 Dent Place, Northwest, Washington, D.C. Yaro bought a log house at this location, though the original cabin is long gone. This is the third structure standing at the spot. It was here, in the backyard, that Yaro designed for himself a small prayer space facing the direction of Mecca. It was a little masjid, a long way away from his original home in West Africa, where the sound of the adhan would have always been around him as a young child. Yaro Mahmoud passed away in 1823. He was buried in the very backyard where he used to pray. A painter of the founding fathers of America, Charles Wilson Pale, also captured Mahmoud in an 1819 portrait. This is how he looked. Mahmoud's biographer, James H. Johnson, describes Mahmoud as a jack of all trades. Yaro Mahmoud's story remained out of sight and underground. But in 2015, Washington, D.C.'s archaeologist's office found thousands of artifacts on the spot where Yaro's home used used to be. Many of these objects still need to be assessed and analyzed. In 2020, workers renovating a home close to where Yarrow once lived found 19th century human remains, which may be Mahmoud's. The memory of Yarrow Mahmoud lives on. In March of 2023, 200 years after the death of Yarrow Mahmoud, a new mosque has been named in his honor, the Yarrow Mahmoud Masjid. It can be found at Georgetown University. Georgetown is where he lived. May God bless our brother with the highest place in Jannah, the everlasting life.
However, we have a long way to go. A major study found that the New York Times reports on Islam in a more negative way than they do about alcohol, cancer, or cocaine. Really? Brother Edward Ahmed Mitchell has been at the forefront of this issue. Serving as one of Muslim Network's esteemed expert analysts, he brings his insights alongside his professional roles as an attorney and the deputy director of CARE National. Please welcome Brother Edward Mitchell.
Bismillah, alhamdulillah, wassalatu wassalam ala rasulullah. Assalamu Alaikum, brothers and sisters. This is Edward Ahmed Mitchell with Muslim Network TV. I have a question for you. What role does the media play in creating anti-Muslim bigotry in our country? What role does the media play in impacting the lives of Muslims in our country? What role does the media play in justifying war crimes that our government commits or enables overseas? The answer to these questions is a major role. The media is the biggest purveyor of anti-Muslim bigotry in our country. And we have a responsibility to make sure that reporters in this country are being fair, accurate, and balanced when they report on American Muslims. But we can't just wait on that. We also have to make sure that we're telling our own stories, that we are presenting our own narrative to the public through our own media outlets. And that's why we have Muslim Network TV. That's why the work of Muslim Network TV is so important, because it is the opportunity for American Muslims to have our own American news channel sharing the truth about issues impacting our community in a fair, accurate, and balanced way. We have seen the consequences of what happens when the media is not balanced. We saw the fervor that was raised about Muslims and Palestinian Americans over the past several months. We saw the murder of a 6-year-old boy outside the suburbs of Chicago who was killed simply because he was a Muslim and a Palestinian. We saw the shooting of 3 college students in Burlington, Vermont, simply because they were Palestinian and proudly showing their Palestinian culture off. We have seen numerous acts of violence and discrimination against our community ginned up by biased media coverage, by anti-Muslim and anti-Palestinian rhetoric in mainstream media. That is, again, why it's so important that we start to counterbalance this with our own narratives, with our own voices, and that's what Muslim Network TV is here to do.
Thank you, Brother Edward. These days, everyone is talking about artificial intelligence. Looking at ChatGPT, we found that AI is not always that smart. A study just published in the prestigious journal Nature found that OpenAI's ChatGPT-3 associated violence 66% of the time while referring to Muslims. Yes, 66% of the time. AI-powered ChatGPT is already amplifying existing Islamophobia. This must change. Washington Post published the AI dataset. We found Sound Vision came up at the 114,911th level rank. It's good, but not that good. 114,911th rank is not bad, considering there are 1.13 billion websites. However, we do need to produce more. ChatGPT needs some training not to reflect existing biases against Muslims in the media. That will require us to produce more and better content. With your help, with sabr, patience, we will do better, inshallah.
The coverage on Muslim news is exceptional. Half of the news we report on originates from the United States, while the other half focuses on the Muslim world and its minorities. Unfortunately, negative media coverage is not limited to the U.S. Indian media, for example, and the Indian government have emerged as strong supporters of Israel. Watch this report by Muslim Network TV.
Indian Muslims love Palestine. As early as in 1931, Shaukat Ali and the great poet Dr. Muhammad Iqbal traveled to Palestine. It was the Muslim influence that India voted against the division of Palestine at the United Nations. Indian Muslims have been vocal and consistent in their support for a free Palestine. This solidarity reached its peak when millions of Indian Muslims protested arson at Masjid al-Aqsa. RSS Hindus who killed Gandhi did not like that. They murdered hundreds of Muslims, accusing them of being non-Indians for standing up for Masjid al-Aqsa. Killing Muslims have been a winning strategy for these RSS extremists. Today, they run India. Now, expressing support for Gaza is even more challenging. Meanwhile, Indian media outlets are propagating Israeli narratives. They justify the killings of Palestinians.
Israel is fighting this war on behalf of all of us who have had enough with this Islamist terrorism.
Israeli Defense Forces have released a video claiming that Hamas was using a mosque, a holy mosque in the Gaza Strip, not just to manufacture, but also carry out research and development of rockets to target Israel.
And the sporadic violence that has been reported in and around Israel.
When Indian Muslims protest, India uses Israeli strategy of demolishing their homes and mosques. Their mosques are being converted into Hindu temples. Even the icon of love, the Taj Mahal, is claimed as a Hindu temple. In such a hostile environment, many Indian Muslims feel it's safer to offer silent prayers rather than risk public support.
Our next presenter is a man of many talents. He's an award-winning filmmaker, a writer, and a graduate of the historic Morehouse College. Please welcome Brother Bubba Murray.
Thank you, Zahra. We are a 24/7 television channel. We have something for everyone. It's not easy to be a young Muslim in today's America. So to help, we offer 6 hours of children's programming daily. This includes original songs and family programming featuring our most popular characters, Adam and Anissa from Adam's World. A whole generation of Muslims have grown up with Adam's World.
Salam! Salam! Anissa!
Oops. Thank you, Bubba. All right, folks, let me ask all of you to please take out your smartphones. Aim your camera on your phone at the barcode that comes up right now. That's it. Aim it at the barcode. Click to download our app on your smartphone if you don't already have it. Go ahead, click, you got it. It's in focus. Boom. All right, excellent. I'll give you a minute to take a look at what comes up. Follow the prompts. That's all we have to do. Thank you, folks. JazakAllahu khair. At Muslim Network TV, we believe in the power of clean entertainment, content that inspires us to be our best selves and build strong, meaningful relationships. Our Art to Heart program, hosted by Buna Muhammad, showcases the best of Islamic hip-hop from around the world. We also have, if you haven't listened to them already, close to 200 songs and nasheeds available online.
Eternal abode, I'm your spiritual guide, come to see ya, pleased to meet ya.
Cause we coming from the hood, gotta choose the right path. Oh Allah, need you the most, need you the most.
Yes, we scan the sky and we sighted the moon, and we say farewell to Ramadan. When we fast together, all as one, to help and strengthen our...
One of the most exciting parts of Muslim Network TV is our daily news program. We're privileged to have an exceptional team of news anchors who deliver top quality news coverage every weekday at 9 p.m. Eastern Time, 6 p.m. Pacific. Have a look.
From our Toronto studios, this is the Muslim News on Muslim Network TV. Assalamu Alaikum, I'm Aisha Ashra.
From our Chicago studios, this is the Muslim News on Muslim Network TV. Assalamu Alaikum, I'm Samana Siddiqui.
From the Toronto studios, this is the Muslim News on Muslim Network TV. Assalamu Alaikum, I'm Zahra Sayed.
From Washington, D.C., this is the Muslim News on Muslim Network TV. Assalamu Alaikum, I'm Hema Zubairi.
Our top story tonight.
Israeli forces killed at least 104 Palestinians and injured over 700 who are awaiting food aid south of Gaza City today.
Canadian Muslim organizations have declared that federal ministers are unwelcome in mosques.
Pew Research says that 67% of Indians surveyed favored authoritarianism as compared to 16% of Germans.
The Council on American-Islamic Relations has disclosed that there are currently 2 million Muslim American voters nationwide.
A 25-year-old member of the U.S. Air Force who died after setting himself on fire on Sunday outside the Israeli embassy in Washington, D.C., called for freedom for Palestine in his last message.
The U.S. Food and Drug Administration, or the FDA, has warned consumers of the risks related to using smartwatches or smart rings.
Anti-democracy opinions are rising around the world.
Senate Minority Leader Mitch McConnell will step down as Republican leader in November.
Former MSNBC host Mehdi Hassan has launched Zeteo, a digital media platform that aims to reshape the progressive media landscape.
President Joe Biden has reaffirmed that he is a Zionist. Speaking on NBC TV program, he said one does not have to be Jewish to be a Zionist.
I think the only way Israel ultimately survives, and I make no bones about it, I get criticized for having said a long time ago, you need not be a Jew to be a Zionist. I'm a Zionist. Were there no Israel, there's not a Jew in the world to be safe.
Brazil's President Luiz Inácio Lula da Silva has reiterated that the Israeli government is not waging war in Palestine, but is committing genocide. He says that Israeli armed forces are killing women and children and that thousands of them are missing.
O que o governo de Israel está fazendo contra o povo palestino não é guerra, é genocídio, porque está matando mulheres e crianças.
A Canadian judge labeled the killing of 4 members of a Muslim family in London, Ontario as a terrorist act. On June 6, 2021, the Afzal family was targeted while out for a walk, resulting in the deaths of Salman Afzal, his wife, daughter, and grandmother, and severe injuries to their son.
President Joe Biden has strongly criticized Donald Trump's recent remarks suggesting Russia could attack NATO allies who do not meet defense spending requirements. Biden labeled Trump's comments as dangerous and unbecoming of a former U.S. president.
No other president in our history has ever bowed down to a Russian dictator. Well, let me say this as clearly as I can. I never will. For God's sake, it's dumb, it's shameful, it's dangerous, it's un-American.
The Council on American-Islamic Relations has disclosed that there are currently 2 million Muslim American voters nationwide, which it says is a significant increase from 2022. CARE previously estimated that there were approximately 1.2 million or more Muslim voters in 2022.
Israeli forces killed at least 104 Palestinians and injured over 700 who are awaiting food aid south of Gaza City today. Witnesses recounted indiscriminate firing by Israeli soldiers using artillery and drones, transforming the aid delivery into a chaotic scene.
Plastic bag bans in the U.S. have helped eject billions of single-use bags from being used. A study co-published by Environment America, U.S. Public Interest Research Group Education Fund, and Frontier Group indicates that these bans effectively cut down nearly 300 bags per person annually. The report calls for stricter regulations to close loopholes, allowing thicker plastic bags to replace thin ones, which may worsen environmental issues.
Anadolu agency visited conditions in the region. The footage shows a child, Abdusalam Keskin, drinking from the pooled, muddy rainwater as he has no other drinking water source near his destroyed house in Gaza.
That's all from our Chicago studios tonight.
That's all from our Toronto studios tonight.
That's all from our Washington, D.C. studios tonight.
That's all from our Toronto studios tonight.
For more content, keep watching Muslim Network TV or visit muslimnetwork.tv. Salam and good night.
Event was a success. I would like to welcome the President of Sound Vision and Muslim Network TV, Imam Abdul Malik Mujahid. Over to you, Imam Mujahid.
Assalamu Alaikum. I hope you are all doing well. Month of Ramadan in Chicago, I don't know where you're watching from. In Chicago, we had 27th of Ramadan night of one of the night of power last night, another coming up in a couple of days. In the great month of Ramadan, we need to think of great things. And all great things are possible because Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala is listening to us all the time, but He is sending all the angels and Jibreel alayhi salatu salam this last few days, listening to our du'as. One of the dua which I have, asking God Almighty that He blesses us to take charge of our own narrative, to take charge of our own story. Other people keep telling our story and keep messing up. As you just heard, Sister Zahra, thank you so much for all the work which you do and bringing me online. One of the major things which Sister Zahra and others do is Daily Muslim News on Muslim Network TV. It takes a whole amount of time, whole lot of time. 55 hours a day, several people researching, writing. Why we have to write the news? Because news normally is not conveyed from our perspective. As Sister Janan just was mentioning earlier in this telethon, news is not coming from our perspective. I mean, we're not looking for Muslim bias. We're looking for a balanced news. If news is going to say just Palestinians have killed 40 babies, beheaded 40 babies, without mentioning in last 20 years, Israel has killed 30,000 babies. That is the news which will be missing. So we'll be balancing it, but also telling, as we just did, through a special 4-minute report, that it was a fake news. There's no proof. There are no photos, but President was even saying it. All of that takes people who just saw on the screen. And people have to be paid. Yes, volunteers can volunteer here and there. A lot of people volunteer for Muslim Network TV and Sound Vision. But some people have to devote the top mind, top time, and rest of the things. So I invite you right now, if you like what you just saw, please donate. Donate now. In this great month of Ramadan, your donation to present Muslims, keep Muslim on air, keep our voices around. People are looking for our voices. I'll tell you a story. But before I begin the story, you can call right now. 1-800-432-4262. Or you can go Muslim Network TV and click the donate button right there. Or you have information coming on how you can do on Zelle. It is coming right there on the screen and I can see it. You can email at info@soundvision.com. That's Zelle address to get your money in. Or 1-800-432-4262. Or simply go Muslim Network TV and click on donate button, which is on the top right. Brothers and sisters, why Muslims do not have television until now? We are good people. We do good work. Since 9/11, before 9/11, there were about 900 masjid. You know how many masjids are there now? A lot. 3,000 masjid. And that's not a good count, because just last night, I heard of a masjid which existed for the last 2 years. I just came to know after in the afternoon prayers, Zohar prayer, someone told me, oh, for 2 years. And I didn't know that. So mosques are popping up. Muslims are good people. They contribute tremendously for all disasters and all that. But one of the disasters, my brothers and sisters, is that America doesn't know us. They hear about us in New York Times. And their news comes on NPR and PBS because that is the powerhouse of generation of news. And they, according to scholars, not Muslim scholars, but journalist scholars, they studied several 100,000 headlines and stories of New York Times. And as you just heard, they determined that they treat Islam worse than cocaine, alcohol, and all that, and cancer. Could you believe that? So we have done our job, built masjid, built schools, contribute to disaster. Let's overcome a disaster that America does not know our story. Donate today. Donate today. It's tax deductible. And scholars have given fatwa, top scholars of Islamic scholars of America, they have given fatwa that it is tax deductible. In the category of Hisabilillah, well, they didn't give fatwa that is tax deductible, that's higher as fatwa. But Islamic scholars have said it is zakat eligible also. Please donate today. Just go Muslim Network TV, muslimnetwork.tv, muslimnetwork.tv, and click on donate button. Or call 1-800-432-4262. That is 1-800-432-4262. It's just on a screen. Or you could use Zelle. I have never used this Zelle thing, but many people use that. You just use Zelle at by sending email info@soundvision.com. I don't know how people use Zelle, but I think they send email or give out info@soundvision.com. But let me tell you a story. When America was leaving Afghanistan, oh boy, that was a long war, a wrong war. There was no Afghan involved in 9/11, but we attacked Afghanistan. Yes, Osama bin Laden was there and all that story. But what happened? After 20 years, and for Afghan, it's not 20 years. Before that 20 years, there used to be Soviet Union or Russians who occupied them. They fought and fought. They are free now. I hope they will allow girls full education as they promised in their manifesto. But when America was leaving, they were at the airport bombing. So America was full of revenge. People wanted to see blood against, although there was enough blood which was spread before that. So America sent some drones and they kill family. That family was waiting right there together to come to America because they were helping Americans. One of them actually was a security guard working with Marines. He has photos like that. And they were waiting for that. All were killed. It was a success story in America. But Muslim Network looked into it. And we discovered, before New York Times or CNN discovered, that they were actually supporters of America, waiting together in small place close to the airport to come to America. Let's watch. Let's watch that. And I will share that more with you. This thing happened because Muslim in America knows languages of the world. We know streets of the world. We can inform America better. So let's play the video which we beat CNN and New York Times by several days and still they couldn't get it right. Let's watch.
Children seeing their white Toyota Corolla in the Haji Bogra neighborhood ran towards it, and it was their last moment on this earth. It was also the last U.S. attack before the last of the American soldiers had left Afghanistan. An Afghan family of 10 with 7 children were obliterated. The driver, Zamari Ahmadi, was an engineer and had worked for an American charity for 16 years. The whole family had special immigrant visa offered by the United States. They had packed all their belongings and were waiting for the word to be escorted to Kabul airport. But the message Washington sent instead was a rocket into their homes. It was late Sunday afternoon on August 29, 2021 in Kabul. The Defense Department said that it had blown up a vehicle laden with explosives. Anisa is the spouse of Zamari Ahmed. He cared for his neighbors. He was in a foreign-run office. He had a flight to go to America today. Why are you lying to us? Where is Daesh here? His American organization agrees. They say that just a day before his death, he served meals to hungry women and children at a local refugee camp in Kabul. Here is Samia, the surviving daughter. Her wedding was set for coming Friday. Her fiancé, Ahmed Nasser, was however killed as well. Ahmed was a contractor with the U.S. military who was waiting to be evacuated. Samia says, "At first I thought it was the Taliban, but the Americans themselves did it." Samia said she staggered outside, choking, and saw the bodies of her siblings and relatives. "I saw the whole scene," she said. "There were burnt pieces of flesh everywhere." This is Arzu. She lost 3 small children to the drone attack. Here are some of the young victims in the extended family of 10. Here are 2 brothers, 5-year-old Armin and 3-year-old Binyamin. And here is 2-year-old Sumaya. Here's Faisal. He was 15 years old. This young man, Zamir, was 18 years old. Farzad was just 8 years old. Some sandals are left while dreams about America are gone. America says it will investigate. In the meantime, the war over the horizon is still on the horizon. American soldiers are gone, but peace is still not here.
That's the evidence, my brothers and sisters. That's the evidence. Evidence of not only what happened, but evidence of why Muslims in America matter. New York Times still does not have interview of the women which you just saw. They are the widows going to widows. They are the people who survived. CNN didn't have any of those interviews. We had it on Muslim Network within 3 days because we know languages of the world. We know streets of the world. We know media of the world. What is happening there? We could cover, hear, watch. Americans are good people. Our neighbors are good people, but they don't get to hear what is the real news. They get to hear the corporate media, which doesn't give them all of it. And that's why your support is important. We beat New York Times, hundreds of millions of dollars of operation. We beat CNN with this story, hundreds of millions of dollar operation. Why we are able to do? Because of you, your support, your donations, and your dua. This thing is extremely important for America, not just for Muslims, to hear what is the real story behind. And not only we beat New York Times and CNN, within 3 days, they waited for 11 days, 7 days to say what actually happened. But not only that, but still now, they do not have the voices which we just shared. We have our people, 3-4 different translations, direct interviews, and all of that. That takes effort. That takes people involved. Even in Afghanistan, it was taking several $100s to get any reporters to do reporting, which is very difficult to do. But we knew who to talk, who to get translation, who to review the translations, which you just saw. Please donate. This donation is tax deductible and zakat eligible. Just call 1-800-432-4262 and donate now. Or you can go on the website muslimnetwork.tv and click the donate button on top right, muslimnetwork.tv, or Zelle info@soundvision.com. This work is critical. It cannot be done without you. It is being done because of you. It is for you. It is for your next generation. It is to have children raised as confident people. And you will just see in few minutes how children are going to play this particular role and how we are raising them through good programming. There are 6 hours of programming which children have for children and thoughtfully develop, but all of that takes effort. We have people who work with the Jim Henson of Sesame Street, who are our puppeteers, and a whole lot of team takes to develop. You think 1 minute of television, there are hundreds of people behind that. People who have learned things, who have dedicated their life to do things. At this moment, I would like to move forward and give it back to our anchor person, Sister Zahra, who will take you forward with this telethon. But if you have not donated, donate now. I know you're watching us on satellite, Galaxy 19, where it's very popular, hundreds and thousands of people watching there. You're watching us on Apple TV, Amazon Fire TV, Roku TV, and you're on mobile or YouTube, youtube.com/Muslim Network TV. Please donate now and come forward. This is a television for you, putting Muslims on air. And Muslims on air will bring good news for America and for our community. Our neighbors want to hear. And if I get opportunity in a few minutes, I will tell you about a lady who called Sound Vision asking about Muslim Network TV. Thank you so much, Zahra. Back to you.
Talk about the kids program. Then Adam's World is a flagship show in our kids block at Muslim Network TV. I'm happy to welcome Sister Zahra Lynn Eppert to further talk about the programs we air for our kids. Floor is
Assalamu Alaikum and Ramadan Mubarak. My name is Zahra Lynn Eppert, and I'm the Director of Education at Sound Vision. That means I have my hands in everything related to children in Islam. When I first came to the organization, I was in awe of its legacy. Sound Vision has always been a pioneer in Islamic education for children. Its internationally famous puppets Adam and Anisa have raised generations of Muslim children, bringing Islamic concepts and applying them to daily life in a fun and engaging way. My own children learned a ton from this programming, and we watched it on VHS tapes. Now it's available 24/7 on our Adam's World app and on our Muslim Network TV platform. This is great programming for your children, but don't just take my word for it. Let's take a look. Let's have Adam give you some details.
Assalamu Alaikum. My name is Adam. You remember me? I appeared in so many episodes that Sound Vision has put on the market. No matter what it... Hey, what's happening? Hey, sorry. Lockdown is what it is. Well, continuing here. In this lockdown, Sound Vision never stops thinking about you, the viewer. We'll have to get back into production again, online and inline. Everybody in their own space, even me. Although I'm stuck with Lanisa.
Salam! Salam! Salam!
I know, you were shocked too. Well, let me continue. This is what I was going to say.
Salam! 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 Cut!
Finally, I get my own screen time again. Thank God. And so we invested in new equipment to bring you even better production with new songs and new singers and animations. Well, here are a few clips.
Salam! Salam! Anisa!
And Sound Vision has brought all this into your home, making Islamic values and teachings easy. And if you know me, Adam, a multi-talented actor, well, sometimes I'm an actor and the reporter and the... Oh, that's enough. Let's move on to the next section. Well, you can watch these new episodes on our new app at www.adamsworldapp.com. We have previews happening every day on Muslim Network TV. Sound Vision has been serving generations, moving and changing with the times. We are all faithfully connected. That is a huge blessing. Your donation helps keep these programs available now and into the future. We take this job of helping tomorrow's Muslims today seriously, and you should too. Today, we need your help. Children absorb and learn from everything they encounter. Make that wholesome, positive, grounded in our faith. Together, we can accomplish our goal of raising better Muslims, better neighbors, and better citizens. Please donate generously. It's an investment in our future. To finish, let me tell you, there are new scripts on my new mission. And it is something that I enjoy talking about. My new mission is space. Houston, we do not have a problem. Salam, see you soon. Me too.
Thanks, Adam. Looks like he snuck in his own fundraising pitch. When the COVID pandemic hit, we were scrambling to try to figure out how to best fill the gap created by the closure of in-person schools. We knew that we needed to come up with innovative methods to bring Islamic education into your homes, and we did just that. We took everything we knew about education, everything we knew about children, and everything we knew about Islam to bring about online classes. And those were our Adam's World Club and Colors of Islam Club classes. Those programs are still going strong. In fact, during Ramadan, our Race for Rewards programming runs 7 days a week. But we didn't stop there. We continued to expand our vision and resources. And that was when we developed the idea of creating the first ever television platform for Muslims in North America, Muslim Network TV. You're going to hear a lot more about how we bring you information that impacts your daily life and impacts the world we live in. But today I want to focus attention on how the television network expands educational opportunities for children. We've talked about our children's classes. Many of them are repurposed and aired on Muslim Network TV, bringing our innovative lessons and creative methods and amazing host teachers right into your home where your children can learn more about Islam and be proud to be a Muslim. We've also connected with other creative educators to bring in new programming like the Azaris. And we have a new series in the works, an animated series that's called Falafel Dude. We hope to tell you a lot more about that later. Now we've put together some clips for you to take a look at. Check them out.
Assalamu Alaikum, train is coming, how are you? Choo-choo! Assalamu Alaikum, train is coming, how are you? Choo-choo! Assalamu Alaikum, train is coming. Assalamu Alaikum, train is coming. Assalamu Alaikum, train is coming, how are you? Choo-choo! Say hello to Miss Ines, how are you? Alhamdulillah, I'm good! Say hello to all your friends, how are you? Assalamu Alaikum, friends. Say salam, everyone. Assalamu Alaikum, boys and girls. Assalamu Alaikum, all day. Salamun salam. Assalamu Alaikum, my friends. How are you all doing? I missed you very much. And I am here to take you on a beautiful journey to learn about animals in the what is that? Animals in the Quran. That's right. We're going to be learning about animals in the Quran. Yes, yes, yes. But first of all, let's start with Bismillah. Let's say Bismillah together. Bismillah in the name of Allah. And let's recite our beautiful dua of knowledge. Rabbi, come on you guys, repeat after me. Repeat after me. Rabbi zidni ilma. Rabbi zidni ilma. Which means, Ya Allah, increase me in knowledge. Ya Allah, you've created me with a beautiful, amazing brain to learn. You encouraged us to learn. Ya Allah, help me learn. Ya Rabbal Alameen.
We'll be talking about some of those creations of Allah because we're going to be talking about a wonderful food that Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala created for us, and that is honey. So today we'll talk about how honey is something that Islam actually discusses. The Prophet, peace be upon him, loved honey. We'll talk a little bit about how it's made, and I'm sure you guys have had it before or tasted it before. So why don't you help me out a little bit today? When you think of the word honey, what do you think of? Have you ever tasted it before? Raise your hand if you've tasted honey before. So this one is a type of honey, and it's the same one I think quite a few of you have. It has a bear on the front, right? And the reason for that, of course, is because as we've all seen on cartoons, bears like honey. I also have this one. So this is a pure honey, and it has a different color. Do you guys see how the colors of these two honeys are completely different? We'll talk a little bit about why that is today. So really great that you guys were able to do that. So as you can see, they have lots of different colors. Now, honey is really a fantastic thing. I really like it because it comes from an amazing process that Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala has blessed us with. So actually, honey is one of those things. Honey is an amazing blessing. Honey has lots of different characteristics. It's sticky, but it's also really sweet and it's heavy. There's actually a hadith where the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam, and we should always try to say sallallahu alaihi wasallam, peace and blessings be upon him after we hear his name. So the Prophet, peace be upon him, said, verily in paradise, which is Jannah, there is a sea of water, a sea of honey, a sea of milk. So Jannah is a place where you can get whatever you want, but did you know that you can get rivers of things? If you wanted a river just filled with honey, you could get one. And that's going to be something Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala can give you in the blink of an eye. Even before you think of it, even before you say, oh Allah, give it to me, Allah can give it to you. Honey is a sweet and thick syrup, but it's made in a very particular way. It's actually made by honeybees. Has anybody ever seen a bee before? Yeah, I've seen them too. And when I was younger, I sometimes used to be scared of honeybees. I thought that they might sting me or hurt me, but really they rarely do that. Most of the time, honeybees just try to mind their own business, and they do something very important for us. They live in almost every part of the world except Antarctica, which is very cold, and areas in the very north near the Arctic Circle. So they do a lot of work. Did you know that honey is very carefully prepared by a group of hard workers? Honey is healing. Honey is amazing, and honey gives you a lot of energy. So things like honey will give us quite a lot of energy. And honey is one of those ways we can get that. And you can find honey in a lot of different foods that will help you to get that energy. This is a type of breakfast food known as French toast, and it has some really nice cream on top and some beautiful fruit like strawberries and banana. But in order to make French toast, you need to have a nice combination of eggs and cinnamon and sugar. Sometimes people use honey instead of sugar because honey is actually a type of sugar. So that's one way you can definitely use it. Did you know that honey also has antioxidants? That means that it could help to protect your cells from harm. So honey is great because it tastes good, it gives you energy, but it also helps to keep you safe. Now, what are these? Who wants to help me out with that? They're cupcakes. And what part of a cupcake can we make using honey? The bottom part, right? Because the bottom part is the cupcake without the icing. The icing is a little bit harder to use honey for, but you can definitely make a lot of fun and fantastic things like the cake or the cupcake bottom using honey.
So I'm going to open my screen and get started with you guys on our special drawing and words as well. Bismillah. I'm going to draw a branch. And what's usually on my branch? What's usually on a tree branch?
Beautiful leaves, right? Now that I'm thinking about it, it's good that we draw the whole tree. So I'm going to draw a trunk, and then this is some of my branches, and then I'm going to draw the leaves. Waraqa. Waraqa is leaf in Arabic. And then today we are drawing a beehive. A beehive is the home of bees. That's where they make honey, right? We're gonna draw one that is on a tree. Subhanallah, how those tiny little insects are able to create such a beautiful home. It is so beautiful, subhanallah. My beehive is gonna be sticking off the tree, just like that. It has like an egg shape. It's very cool to see, subhanallah. And then it has an opening. Why is that opening? Why does it have an opening? Why does it have like a door, kind of like? Why? The bees need the door to come in and out, right? And maybe I can color the inside with yellow. Why yellow? Any guesses why yellow? It's the honeycombs. Very good. It's yellow, and some of it is actually darker in color. Honey can come in different colors. And this was mentioned in the Quran. Yes, it was mentioned in the Quran that honey can come in different colors. So it can be very like a light yellow or a darker yellow. Sometimes it's like orange, red. Subhanallah, there are different kinds of honey. This is my bee. We're gonna write the letters of the word nahl, okay? Bismillah, na. That's the letter noon. Anyone sees the letter noon here on my poster? Do you guys see the letter noon? It's right here. So noon, ha, lam, nahl. So these are my letters, but there is an issue. What's my issue? The Arabic letters love holding hands. So these are the letters, but that's not actually the word. For us to write the word, we need to make those letters hold hands. So the noon will look like this. I'm going to put it underneath so you can see how it's transforming. So the noon is going to become like this and give its hand to the ha, and the ha is going to give the hand to the lam. And that's how we write the word nahl, nahl. And then now it's time to write asal, asal. So ain, the letter ain, and then the letter sin, and then the letter lam. So sin, and lam. Oh, I see a similar letter in both words. Anyone sees that? This is the letter lam. Ain, sin, lam. But now it's time for them to hold hands. So the ain is going to give its hand to the sin. The sin is going to give a hand to the lam. And this how we're going to write the word asal. Yes, asal. That's how we write the word asal.
Once we're all finished, we're going to glue each strip of paper onto the edges of our paper plate, leaving a small gap in between each strip. Then we can use more strips of paper to fill in our gaps and give the mane some extra bounce. And if we have more strips of paper left over after that, we can add them in between each of the papers. So then we can make our mane so big and beautiful.
You know those papers we're putting around our lion's head? Yup, those papers make up the lion's mane. And on a real lion, the mane can grow up to 16 centimeters or half a foot long. That's really cool. And as the lion gets older and older, the mane's gonna get darker and darker. Lions are also mentioned in the Quran in Surah Al-Mudaththir. Subhanallah, isn't that amazing?
The final steps are to add a black nose, our googly eyes, and some strings for the whiskers. And then we're all done.
And that's all we have for today.
Take me to the Kaaba in the month of Dhul Hijjah. Take me to the Kaaba in the month of Dhul Hijjah. Assalamu Alaikum, my friends. I hope you're all doing well. Yes, yes, yes. It's almost the month of Dhul Hijjah. And that means it's almost time for our Adam's World program, Take Me to the Kaaba. For a whole week, from Monday to Friday, we meet for 1 hour each day. We'll tell stories, we'll do crafts together, and we'll learn so much, inshallah. We're going to be learning about the Kaaba, where it is, the stories that come with the Kaaba, story of Prophet Ibrahim alayhi salam, Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alayhi wasallam. We really hope to see you there, inshallah. Assalamu Alaikum.
Mariam's question.
Do you think Sylvester does I get to Jannah?
Yes.
Dad, I know. Is it 2 million?
And we call to you with the knowledge that I see.
Assalamu Alaikum. We are the Azharis, and today I'm joined by
Abdurrahman, Abdullah, Mariam.
Good. Now, guys, what would you like to talk about today? So everybody, if we say we love Allah, put your hands up if you love Allah. Then we need to know about...
I was the slowest.
You're the slowest, all right. We need to know about Allah. So, Abdurrahman, does Allah have children? Does Allah have a mum and dad?
No.
How many Allahs are there? How many Allahs are there, everybody?
One.
One Allah. Excellent, mashallah. Assalamu Alaikum.
Next, I'm here with Sister Zuha Mirza, the newest member of our education team. Assalamu Alaikum, Sister Mirza.
Wa alaikum assalam, Adam. I'm honored to be here today and finally meet you.
I'm curious, what attracted you to work with the Sound Vision team?
That is a great question, Adam. Well, to be honest, one of the biggest perks for working with Sound Vision was that I was going to get to meet you. I think you are amazing. And I was actually also drawn to work with Sound Vision because of the reputation that Sound Vision has and the dedication that it's known for. This company has been able to create such impactful audiovisual experiences, and I admire that so much. I love how the company always has this commitment to pushing boundaries in technology and entertainment, and it aligns so perfectly with my own passion for pushing creative boundaries.
I heard you love to read stories in class. I love stories too. Did you check out any of our storytime videos? My favorite is The Adventures of Anissa Bunny.
For the record, I absolutely love stories. And one of the most beautiful reasons why is because actually one of the first commandments given to our beloved Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam was Iqra, which in essence means to read. And Adam, I did see some of your storytime videos and they're absolutely phenomenal. I think you're doing a great job.
Getting back to our classes, why do you think that Islamic education is so important for our children?
As well, for the second part of your question in regards to Islamic education and why it's important for kids, well, in my opinion, Islam came not as a set of beliefs, but it actually came as a way of life. This means that everything we do, like the way that we talk, the way that we eat, how we behave, all of those things are linked to Islam. And so when it is that our young learners are actually on their journey of learning, they should have content available to them that is very God-centric, just like our deen and our way of life is very God-centric. And I believe only an Islamic education would be able to provide for our young learners that atmosphere that's actually needed for our young Muslims to become well-rounded Muslims when it is that they're older.
I'm so glad you joined our online team. I bet our students are too. Keep up the great work, inshallah. And next I have Sister Amira Abushika, another one of our Adam's World host teachers. Assalamu Alaikum, Sister Amira.
Wa alaikum assalam. Ramadan Mubarak, Adam. Thank you for having me.
Thank you, Sister Amira. I hear they call you the Queen of Crafts.
That is true. I love art.
Well, then that makes perfect sense.
And this is my favorite part. We use all different types of creative tools, including art projects.
I can do a pretty good job with art myself.
And so do our students. They use all different types of tools, including markers, papers, recycled materials, and sometimes googly eyes.
And that sounds like so much fun.
It is fun, but it's also a wonderful way for them to learn and remember the lessons we learned together, and to have something that they are proud of to share with their family and friends.
I'm thinking about my little sister Anissa. How do younger students handle those art projects?
Oh, they do a great job. Sometimes they have parents and siblings helping them out, but also, mashallah, our teachers are so patient. And that's why they've created worksheets and instruction sheets so that you get the right supplies, the right materials, so you can work along and finish your art project during class.
Thank you, Sister Amira, for sharing something you love with our students and with me today. Maybe your family could benefit from our classes and from the Queen of Crafts, too. And now, let's welcome two special hosts from our Colors of Islam Club, Sister Huda Amara and Brother Amar Khan.
Assalamu Alaikum, Adam. It's very nice to see you again.
Assalamu Alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuhu, Adam. It is so good to finally meet you. You are quite the celebrity.
Gee, thanks. I've been on screen now for more than 30 years. Wait a minute. This interview is not about me. Sister Huda, you are one of our veteran online teachers. First, let me say thank you for your service. Sharing your love of Islam with Muslim children is a big responsibility, which also brings big rewards. Tell me, what do you love about this job?
I'd say that I really love getting to share our beautiful religion with other people. You know, I had really great Islamic studies teachers growing up, and I really try to use the things that they taught me to teach others. That's really important for me.
Why do you think Muslim kids need these kinds of experiences? And Brother Amar, please also chime in.
I think children from all ages, the younger ones in our Adam's World Club programming and the older ones in our Colors of Islam Club programming, really need to learn about why they're Muslim. Unfortunately, too often the kids in our communities grow up to just copy their parents in worship. They copy the things that they do, but they don't really understand why they're doing them. I think helping children develop their own relationship with Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala and appreciation of Him that is their own is very, very special and really, really important.
Wow, teaching in both classes is real dedication.
Alhamdulillah, teaching in these Colors of Islam classes for me has been an immense blessing because first of all, this is a great reminder for myself. I get to learn myself about things that I missed out on. But most of all, right, I wanted a platform for kids that I didn't necessarily have when I was growing up. I want a platform where kids can love to be a Muslim, can be proud to be a Muslim. Growing up in the West, sometimes we like to look at the other people as superior to us. We might see them as having a higher standing, and that might shake our own faith and foundation. These kind of programs, like Colors of Islam Club, are the kind of things I want to provide for kids, teach them about why our traditions, our religion is so beautiful and is something to be proud of, and that we can wake up every day being happy to be Muslim, being eager to worship Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. And that is probably my biggest takeaway from being an instructor for the Colors of Islam Club.
I understand that you have a class today. What's on the lesson plan?
Inshallah, for the third week, we're going to be going over the story of Ka'b ibn Malik. Ramadan is the month of the Quran, and Ka'b ibn Malik was one of the Sahaba who was blessed to have a direct reference in the Quran about his story of forgiveness, about his story of truth and honesty, and of his heroics throughout his life that allowed him to have that honor. And I can't wait for all the children to learn about this and love the Sahaba, and for them to be the kind of person that Ka'b ibn Malik is, and how he would love the Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam.
And on Sunday, I'll be focusing on two of Allah's really beautiful names, Al-Qadir and Al-Ghaffar. Al-Qadir means the most capable, the most able, and Al-Ghaffar means the all or oft forgiving. Did you know that we also have a really cool cooking segment? I'll be preparing some very delicious vegetable chili this weekend.
Wow, that's quite a lineup. And food too! I love cooking, and I even love eating more. That reminds me, I'm so hungry. Concentrate on blessings, Adam. Thank you both, Sister Huda and Brother Amar, for sharing those details with us. And that is all for me, signing off to remind parents to check out all of our children's programming. Let's work together to raise better Muslims, better neighbors, and better citizens. You can gain lots of rewards for supporting this program with a donation. That is good for our students and for you too. It's Sadaqah Jariyah, the gift that keeps on giving right up until the Day of Judgment.
Thank you, Adam. This programming may be fun for Muslim kids, but it's much more than that. All of the programming at Sound Vision has the same goal: to help raise better Muslims, better neighbors, and better citizens. It nurtures individual kids and families, but it does much more than that by ensuring that the Muslim community is morally grounded today and into the future. Muslim parents need to rely on dependable resources. We have the vision, we have the experience, and we have the passion to do this work, but we cannot do it alone. We need the entire Muslim community to get behind the effort, and we need individuals like you to donate generously so that we can not just continue the effort, but to do so with the ihsan, the excellence it deserves. Please consider making a generous donation today. And then make a habit of tuning in regularly to Muslim Network TV.
Thank you so much, Sister Zahra. Once again, I'd like to ask Imam Mujahid to address our audience.
Well, thank you, Sister Zahra. Watching these programs, Adam and Anisa, I realized that a contrast is something which we need to know. I looked up. The person who is our puppeteer used to be a colleague of Jim Henson. Jim Henson is the one who introduced all the puppetry to Sesame Street and then rest of the world. So Sesame Street is produced by a children's television workshop. Do you know how much is their budget? $500 million. Yes. $400 million. And that I'm talking about a few years ago. By now, probably it's higher than that. Despite the fact that many actors there, they are not paid, they volunteer their time for the love of children. How much do you love children? Do you like your children to grow up learning all sort of things which may or may not be Islamic? Or you like your children to grow up learning things which are Islamic as well as American? We're first-class Muslim and first-class Americans. Don't let anybody ask you, are you Muslim first or are you American first? America is a country. Islam is our faith. And we have freedom of religion in our country. We need to raise children like that. Muslim community, Muslim in America, as well as in Canada, largest number of people as compared to, say, Catholics or Protestants or Mormons or Jews are young people. Muslims have more young people than any other community. We are a young community. Our future will be defined with the people who are being raised right now, who are in these classes which you just watched, or watching Adam's World on Adam's World app or on Muslim Network TV or these programs. These people need to be nourished. And Zahira, who's director of our education program, was correct. We need better Muslims, better neighbors, and better citizens. We need to invest in that future. Not more than 5% of Muslim children are connected with Muslim schools, weekend school or day school or masjids. Less than 5%. Where are the 95% of other children? Let me tell you where they are. According to research, the only thing they do more other than sleeping is watching media. And sometimes they're listening to something and watching something else. Media is where they are. More time to media than the school. More time to media definitely than talking to their parents. So parents are not the real teachers. School is not the real teacher. Media is the real teacher. And more than 3,000 studies connect the behavior with what people are watching. That's the reason you need to invest. Invest in Sound Vision. Invest in Muslim Network TV. Invest in the future of our community. Call now, 1-800-432-4262. Or if you have multiple devices, scan the QR code on the top. Well, over there. No, over there. Where is it? Over there, you can watch. So in that way, you will be able to see what is going on. You will be able to donate. Or you can go on muslimnetwork.tv. That is muslimnetwork.tv and click on donate button. Or you can use Zelle, info@soundvision.com. Children are important. I remember this thing, and I like to share that with you. I wish I actually had the video of that. I hope we'll be able to share that with you. I was in Florida, in I think Tallahassee or some place. I think Tallahassee, if I remember correctly. And I was praying in a masjid, and they called me to have a brief talk, which I did. And I came out of masjid. It's Florida. It was summer, trees, and I love palm trees. And I'm looking around. It was a masjid complex, which was beautifully designed based on the open environment of that weather. I loved it. And I was taking photos. And I saw one person keep following me up. Wherever I'm going, he's there. So I say, what is going on here? So I turn around. I say, Assalamu Alaikum. I say, I'm trying to talk to you. I said, tell me, brother, what is it? And he was all smile. His face was all lit early in the morning, and he was happy. So he said, I wanted you to know that our family has benefited from sound vision tremendously. And I said, how? And instead of telling me how, he started singing. He started singing Brother Dawood once really song. And he was just happy, all smile. And he says that watching Adam's World, my son decided to become a Muslim. Now, this brother is African American. He was a Muslim, but his son and his wife are non-Muslim. And his son has started practicing Islam watching Adam's World. And guess what? His wife, who is a professor at the university there at Tallahassee, he was watching the whole thing. And she decided to become Muslim. And that's why that brother has all this smile on his face. So donate, my brothers and sisters. This is the work which we need to do. Not only Muslims are watching, a lot of non-Muslims are watching. But what are they watching? The programs which you just saw. That programs requires a lot of money. Everybody knows Al Jazeera, right? On a Galaxy 19 satellite, do you know Muslim Network TV beats Al Jazeera? Yes, the satellite people told us that more people are watching us. Why? Because we are American. We are Muslim. Muslim are the news, and America want to see what we have to say. And on satellite, most of the people who are not in cities, but in the rural areas, here and there, they're watching. And they're learning from it. So click there, right there. Click there, or not clicking there, that's not clickable. Scan with your camera that QR code, or just look for, on the screen, Zile info@soundvision.com, or call toll free. There are people standing by, 1-800-432-4262. Or through Zile info@soundvision.com, or go muslimnetwork.tv and click donate button. Donate. What is that donate button? Sorry about that. I do this once in a while. So donate button. Thank you so much for doing that. Let me tell you, children are precious. We have 6 hours, 2 hours of programming every 8 hours, and altogether 6 hours of programming for children. And our satellite operator, he was saying that his son is watching children programming there. That's amazing. I didn't know that until he told me. There's a whole lot of things are being done, and there are people on standby who are willing to. I will share more with you as we take this. I see someone is standing by. If they are on air, please bring them on. And Assalamu Alaikum.
Wa alaikum assalam wa
You
rahmatullah.
look familiar. Who are you?
I am your assistant. We were sitting together in the same office.
Brother Khalid Asadi is Vice President of Sound Vision. He's standing by right there in Sound Vision offices, headquarters in downtown Chicago. Please go ahead.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Well, thank you very much, Brother Mujahid, and the whole team of Muslim Network TV and Sound Vision. May Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala in this beautiful blessed day of Ramadan bless your efforts and your life and your kids and your family. I am with you here, and I know how much sacrifice it needs to bring such programs to people. And the importance of this work, Brother Mujahid, what we are doing, it's not only for Muslims. I know that there's a lot of non-Muslims are watching Muslim Network TV in a rural area in the U.S., where people is still, watch satellite and, turn into those channels. What I want to say is, a platform like Muslim Network TV is much needed these days. Everybody is watching and seeing the, unfortunately, biased media. And people are speaking on behalf of Muslim right and left. They're trying to tell our stories. We want to tell our stories. We have the full right to tell our stories. And because we know our story better than anybody else, that is simply the question. But how and where we can tell our stories? We have to have a platform, we have to have a channel, we have to have a radio, we have to have a media, we have to have a newspaper, we have to have all kind of medias. This is the power, the real power right now that people use, to tell their stories. The importance of your contribution today will keep this going. We have a vision. Alhamdulillah, it started like almost 4 years right now. We're going to celebrate the 4th year this year, inshallah. And if you look at Sound Vision and Muslim Network TV when they started, and you look at them today, you should be proud, because we are bringing to you such a professional TV here to watch with variety of programs. We have programs for children, we have programs for adults, we have programs for everybody, for Muslims, non-Muslims. And if you've been following our news on daily basis for the last few years, exactly at 8 o'clock p.m., then you will see that we always try to bring something different and unique, where it's the truth and only the truth, nothing but the truth. This is what Muslim Network TV about, the truth. We are starving for the truth. We've been looking for the truth all this time, and now it is the time that through Muslim Network TV and our channel to tell the story of our story, and then to tell the truth, unbiased and correct story and narrative Muslims. And of course, we will, through this blessed platform, advocate for other people. We always gonna speak up for those who they cannot speak up for themselves. We will try as much as we can with our, skills and talent, to put all those skills and talents fi sabilillah, in the sake of Allah first. The whole work is for the sake of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. This is our intention. We don't need anything but to please Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, and to please Him through action, not through words only. And this is an action. If you contribute today, inshallah, your contribution, I'll guarantee you, it will be put in the right place. People give, in Ramadan very generously. They give to many causes. Alhamdulillah, we are here in Chicago. We have a lot of many masajids, and we pray Taraweeh. Every single night, we see an organization come to the masajid, and I see myself, people raise their hand on daily basis with a big amount of money. Muslims are generous. Muslim, they have talents, they have skills, and they have also money. Alhamdulillah Rabbil Alameen, we have resources. And when we have these resources, the only thing left to put them in the right place. Inshallah, with your contribution today, we will keep this great project moving forward, inshallah, and for many, many years. And we are counting on you today. Please scan the code there, and you can go to our website, soundvision.com, select I want to donate for Muslim Network TV. Make different today. Make a generous contribution today. You can have a lot of ways to donate today. You can give us a phone call today. We are here in the office. We're waiting for your calls. Call 800 number, 800-432-4262. Send your money through Zelle. You can send it info@soundvision.com. You can also, if you prefer PayPal, you send it through PayPal, same email address, info@soundvision.com. But the most important thing, to donate today. Please, these are the last 10 days of Ramadan. And so Sound Vision and all the projects of Sound Vision are zakat eligible. If you did not pay your zakah yet, then you consider this as a zakah, inshallah. And Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala will be happy with you because you are saving life through this nice Muslim Network TV. Jazakumullahu khair. We will be with you all the day, inshallah, keeping you updated with the total and the numbers. And we will be, inshallah, very happy, inshallah, at the end of today to announce a good news to all of you. Jazakumullahu khayran, and inshallah, stay tuned, and we will see you and talk to you through the day.
Well, thank you so much, Khalid there. You know, Muslims in America have a lot of responsibility. We are in a country which is the leading country in the world. And Americans are fair-minded people. They simply are interested, but do not have good sources available to hear about the world. Right now, American competition with China is in the news. Every day we hear something about it. China became rich because we became the consumers. So they were producing and we were buying it. Now they have got money. They're competing us and beating us in many areas. So China comes out as a competition right now. So America is interested. What is going on in China? Sometimes we hear that, sometimes we don't hear. For example, China, which is a communist country, not a free country. We are a free country. We are a democracy. Well, there are some limitations always there. Democracy is a human project. It continues to progress. But what progress is happening in China? Eid is coming up. So because of Eid, I will tell you a story which Muslim Network TV developed. There are Muslims there who are not allowed to pray. There are Muslims there who are not allowed to fast right now in China. Impossible, especially if you're Uyghur. Uyghur are Turkic people. They are on the western side of China. China occupied that about the same time in 1948 or so. Uyghur people, their story is not told. But to tell the world that Islam is free and people can practice their faith, Chinese are faking Eid. Yes, you heard me right. They are faking Eid. So let's play a clip which Muslim Network TV developed about how they fake the Eid. We are the one who bring the unique information about China. Let's play that.
Muslims fast during Ramadan, and then they offer prayers on Eid Day and celebrate. But not in China, and definitely not Muslims in eastern Turkestan, which the Chinese call Xinjiang or New Colony. Uyghur and other Turkic Muslims are not allowed to fast nor pray. The police actually go around before dawn raiding houses if the lights are on. The light indicates that someone is up early eating before fasting. However, this Eid, the Chinese Communist Party decided to fake the Eid. Yes, they created a fake Eid. Here is a clip broadcasted by Chinese state TV. Take a look before we break it down for you. The first thing to note is that this Chinese TV did not show any Eid prayers, because prayers are not allowed. That is consistent with the Communist China's policies. Second, notice the musicians, which are placed at the top of the mosque. As a matter of fact, it is against the Muslim culture to have musicians at the top of a mosque. It is also against the concept of respect among Turkic Muslims, but the Chinese producer probably has not studied Islam deep enough. Here is an earlier video of the mosque. In this 6-year-old clip, you can see a welcoming plaque with a statement of faith in Islam. It was still there 4 years ago in this CCTV video, and there was no Chinese flag. Even in September 2017, the multicolored scriptural plaque was there, but then the Chinese flag was added. It shows how gradually the character of a mosque was destroyed. 2 years ago in 2019, however, that faith-based plaque, which adorned its main entrance, was gone. A Chinese flag is also installed at the top of the mosque. There is hardly any mosque in any Muslim nation which installs a national flag at the top of the mosque. This is simply not done. But in China, those mosques which still exist are forced to install a flag, and in some mosques, a photo of the Chinese president is installed where God's name is written on the mihrab. Kashgar is an ancient Muslim city and an icon for the Islamic civilization. The Chinese Communist Party has erased the historic Islamic identity. This Eid-Kah mosque was in the center of a bustling heart of the Kashgar. The Chinese demolished houses to create this plaza for tourists. The BBC estimates that 16,000 mosques are demolished in East Turkestan. Thanks to tourists, this mosque still survives. A former imam of this mosque was arrested in 2017 and sentenced to 15 years in prison. The current imam at the mosque, however, denies religious oppression by the ruling Communist Party. The mosque structure dates back to 996 AD. It has a capacity for 20,000 people to pray, but Muslims are no longer allowed to pray here. Here is Aiden Anwar from US-based Save Uyghur campaign. Her family from Kashgar is missing 93 relatives.
I'm an Uyghur Muslim, and right now I have 93 relatives in East Turkestan, also known as Xinjiang, who we deem as missing, meaning we've had no contact with them for the past 3 years. We don't know how many are in these re-education camps and whether they are alive or dead.
Kashgar is almost empty nowadays. Most of its people are in the largest concentration camp since the Nazis. They cannot even practice their faith, except when the Chinese government forces them to dance. Dancing for the party and no prayers for Allah.
Well, thank you so much for that extraordinary expose of how China is faking Eid. All this development and production, there are people who volunteer, there are people who dedicate their time. We're asking to keep the Muslim News and Muslim Network TV on air. And you could do that right now by donating. You can go on soundvision.com, or you can rather go to muslimnetwork.tv and click donate button, or call 1-800-432-4262. or Zile info@soundvision.com. Same thing applies, or you can click the QR code up there. And if you have two devices, and you can scan it and go forward. The programming which we do is not only news, reports, children programming, but an amazing person right here in Chicago is Amina Ahmed. Amina Ahmed is a host of the NextGen show. NextGen, or Next Generation, is the future who will be running Muslim Network TV and keep bringing Muslims on air. Amina Ahmed. Assalamu alaikum.
Wa alaikum assalam. Thank you for that wonderful introduction. It is amazing to be local to Chicago, especially now that the weather is getting warmer. And I am so honored to be here. I'm so honored to be with Muslim Network TV for the past 4 years now, I believe. I started when I was 16 years old. Now I'm 20. So it's been 4 years, alhamdulillah.
Well, Amina, honored to have you here. This is all for you now. Take it over. Assalamu alaikum.
Wa alaikum assalam. Assalamu alaikum to all our dear viewers. Peace be upon you all. My name is Amina Ahmed, and I am the host of NextGen on Muslim Network TV for the past 4 years. On NextGen, we seek to amplify the voices of young people. So we have young people from all across the world come on our show, talk about their advocacy work, talk about their organizing and activism work, ranging on various topics. But they come on our show and they are given a platform to speak about the issues that are important to them and to speak about some of the challenges that they face in their communities and the work that they are doing to face those challenges. It is such an honor for me to be with Muslim Network Television for the past 4 years. I was invited to do the show from when I was 16 years old, and 16-year-old Amina started NextGen, and I didn't know too much about multimedia or Muslims in the media or any of that, but I had this desire to teach young people and to give them this message that they have a platform that they can speak up on, that they have a platform that is willing to tell their story. And I think now more than ever, our community is starting to wake up to the idea that we need platforms led by Muslims. We need platforms by our community to tell the stories of our community. It is far too long of a time where we have had our community not be able to tell their stories, to share their struggles. But Muslim Network Television has seen this vision from the very beginning, before it honestly became popular, especially now with the ongoing genocide in Gaza. We see that network televisions across the globe are finding it difficult, especially in this country, are finding it difficult to report honestly, to report truthfully. And we have a network television that is willing to do so, that has been doing so. I mean, Muslim Network Television has a history of reporting honestly and truthfully. Now, after we see 3 aid workers being killed, we have network televisions kind of using the right terminology. But why did it take so long for them to use proper terminology? Why did it take so long for them to tell the truth? From October 7th, and even before that, obviously, Muslim Network Television has been reporting. They have been telling us the facts of what is going on the ground. They are a reliable source of network television. We cannot rely on other networks that continue to let us down, that continue to label genocides as, just wars and conflicts. And then you have Muslim Network Television. You have Muslim Network Television that is willing to report, that is willing to work with our community, to listen to different perspectives. From October 7th, I mean, we have had so many different people from on the ground, so many experts come on MNTV and tell their story, tell their realities. We have been counting the numbers of people that are killed. I mean, we have that on our website and it is live, right? As soon as we get those reports, we are updating that. So you have a television in your community that is willing to stand up for you, that is willing to report for you, that is willing to tell the stories of our community. And I keep saying the stories of our community because for far too long, I mean, I'm 20 years old. Growing up, I didn't have, aside from, Adam's World and Radio Islam, there was nobody that looked like me that was telling news. There was nobody that looked like me that was on podcasts, that was on talk shows. But Muslim Network Television is truly changing that narrative by giving 16-year-old me the opportunity to host NextGen, by giving it a priority to have young people on this network, right? completely separate show just for young people to tell their history, to tell their advocacy, their work on Muslim Network Television. So with that, I would like to move on to our next segment, but it is just such an honor for me to be able to come here and talk about NextGen. And I didn't really hit much on NextGen, but you can go on Muslim Network Television, the website, and see our show NextGen, some of the segments that we have done. But I felt that it is even more important for me to remind you all of the importance of having network television for our community. With that, I'd like to hand it off to our next clip. Muslim Network TV has a talk show on science in which we invite prominent Muslim scientists and discuss their discoveries and contributions in the field of science and technology. Let's watch a few snippets.
So Professor Anwar, tell us, what got you into science to start with?
Well, I've always been interested in science, in what is behind the phenomena that we see. But actually, the way I became initially interested in science was in school. When I was going to school in Jordan, at around the age of 10, during the break, the lunch break, I went into the library, which was supposed to be, the door was supposed to be locked during that time. But I went in, it was unlocked, and I went in and I opened one of the books there. And there I saw an illustration, a drawing of what later I learned were molecules. And I just thought, the minute I saw those drawings, I was immediately attracted to them. I don't know what it was, but at least I had a very good feeling about what I just saw and what they might mean. I didn't know they were molecules. I later learned that they are molecules like water, methane, and natural gas, and things like this. So I held that almost as a secret within me. And it stayed with me all along, this love for molecules and the way they look.
How did you feel, or do you remember where you were? What did you do?
Very good question, Rana. I think people think that there is a eureka moment and there is jumping and joy and excitement. And most significant discoveries are not like that, okay? Because they are all shrouded with this failure and analysis and methodical observation. I think it's only sometimes in retrospect that one can see, oh, wow, that was really an amazing feat, an amazing accomplishment. But I mean, we knew that we were onto something really important. And so I approached the student. We looked at these crystals under the microscope. They were absolutely amazing. I see them there on the screen. And now this was just the beginning of developing the ramification of this discovery. Because the student who discovered this said to me, Professor, the crystals are not stable, okay? And so therefore it's uninteresting. And I said, what makes you think that they're not stable? He said, when I take them out of the flask, they lose their crystallinity. And I wasn't about to let go of those crystals. So we developed a method on how to analyze those crystals without losing their crystallinity. And when we saw that structure, that was the eureka moment. We realized that this is a very important development.
We'd love to hear from you, like a story or something that you could share with us in reality, especially for our listeners.
Well, I think one of the greatest discoveries that I made in the last 30 years was of a material we call MOF5, or Metal Organic Framework number 5. This material turns out to have record-breaking porosity. So just to give you an example, in 1 gram of this material, you can hold space that is equivalent to an entire football field.
Wow. That's amazing.
That's basically what is called the internal surface area of the material, or you can call it the footage of the material. And this is a space onto which one can store gases. But the way we discovered it was very unusual.
Thank you so much. I think it is so incredible to see Muslim Network TV covering such a range of topics. I mean, we talk about science and we talk about advocacy and we talk about activism. We talk about so many different topics. I mean, later on today, you will see our segment on fashion. There is nothing that we've tried to leave uncovered. That is remarkable that we have our people who are in these different fields getting a platform to talk about their discovery, their scientific discoveries. With that, I would also like to introduce Dr. Rana Dajani, who is a professor of molecular cell biology, social entrepreneur, founder of We Love Reading, and president of Society for Advancement of Science and Technology for the Arab World. Dr. Dajani has a special message for you all. Let's watch.
Assalamu Alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. My name is Rana Dajani. I'm a professor of molecular biology. Muslim Network TV aims to inspire a whole young generation of men and women, girls and boys, to be critical thinkers, to pursue their curiosity, to be creative, to make a better world for future generations. The way Muslim Network TV aims to do that is by creating a number of TV shows, such as Science Connections. Science Connections is a TV show that I host. What it does is we invite scientists, both men and women, from different disciplines to come share with us their journeys, their failures, and their successes, their personal stories, their science, from quarks to the galaxies and everything in between, and how their scientific discoveries actually make a difference in our world today. I invite you to donate to support the Muslim Network TV. Thank you. JazakAllahu khayran.
Thank you, Dr. Rana, for that. Thank you for the work that you are doing with Muslim Network TV and involving the scientists from our community and giving the rest of us who are not so into science just a different perspective and something to view that is totally different than what we may be accustomed to or enjoy watching regularly. I know that I will be recommending your show to my sister who loves science. With that, I would like to now go on to our next message. Muslim Network TV has a surprise for you. We are going to launch a new show very, very soon. This show is about modest fashion and lifestyle. This is amazing because growing up, again, we did not have we did not have access to modest fashion, to blogs that were talking about fashion and lifestyle for young women. So I want you all to take a look at a teaser of our upcoming show called This Hijabi Life with Sister Hakima Cummings, and she is the host. So let's take a look at that. Sister Hakima will be joining us shortly, so we will be taking a short break. You're watching us on Muslim Network TV, Apple TV, Roku, Amazon Fire TV, and YouTube and Facebook Live. We'll be right back.
Assalamu Alaikum. Exciting things are happening at Muslim News, brought to you by Muslim Network TV. Our dedicated team is working tirelessly to bring you news reports, international coverage, and in-depth analysis that resonates with your world. We're not just reporting, we're offering perspectives that are uniquely ours. We're committed to connecting you to the stories shaping your community and the world. Every report, every story is carefully curated with you in mind, making your world just one click away. Join us and let's explore the depths of the stories that matter. Find Muslim News wherever you get your news. Your world, your stories, your Muslim Network TV. Stay informed, stay connected. Watch now. Assalamu Alaikum. Exciting things are happening at Muslim News. We're dedicated to uncovering the stories that matter to you, with international coverage and deep analysis from a fresh viewpoint. Find us where you get your news. Your world, your stories, your Muslim Network TV. Stay informed, stay connected. Watch now.
Again, another example of Muslim Network television constantly serving us, constantly serving young viewers and old viewers, and almost everyone has something at Muslim Network television. And you see that with NextGen, where it's a show directed towards young people. We see that through Adam's World, where a lot of us grew up on Adam's World, watching Adam's World, and that was the only show that we had that we could relate to, that we understood some of the terminology and some of the actions of prayer and reading Quran, and all of that just ingrained in a children's TV show. So those of us who grew up on Adam's World, and those of us who are teenagers and who are in our early 20s and college life, we can have shows, you know, geared around young people. When we see NextGen and other shows as well, the new upcoming show, we have an upcoming podcast, we have an upcoming hijab and lifestyle show. So these are the things that we are working with in Muslim Network television. We also have shows that, you know, are a bit more serious, that talk about some of the issues that are going on around the world, some of the crises, some of the wars, that cover in detail and depth with experts what is going on. So if there is a specific issue of interest, you are more than likely to find answers, you're more than likely to find insight on Muslim Network television. So it is truly, as a host for MNTV, it is an honor to be hosting on a show that is so open-minded, and in a show that truly links to so many people, not just in the Muslim community, but outside of the Muslim community, where there are people that want to learn more about our faith. They want to learn more about certain topics without the bias of the news that we see today. And those people are turning to Muslim Network TV. I mean, there are pastors, there are community leaders that are watching Muslim Network television just to get an unfiltered view of what is going on in the world, and just to get real news. I mean, people are interested in that. We will be watching Muslim news right now, so I would just be linking to that. For news, let's go to Sister Zahra from our Toronto studios.
From our Toronto studios, this is the Muslim news on Muslim Network TV. Assalamu Alaikum, I'm Zahra Sayed. Our top story tonight. McDonald's Corporation has acquired Alaniel Limited, a franchise of its restaurants in Israel, after facing global boycotts amid the Gaza war. The decision follows outrage and a worldwide boycott after Alaniel McDonald's Israel provided thousands of free meals and discounts to Israeli soldiers. CEO Omri Padan confirmed the sale of Alaniel. McDonald's reported a staggering $7 billion loss due to the boycott campaign. The sale reflects a broader trend of Western franchises facing pressure over their involvement with Israeli entities. The deal will be closed in the coming months. McDonald's Corporation, along with several others, said its international sales were hurt in the fourth quarter of 2023 after Israel launched its war on Gaza. The United Nations Human Rights Council has passed a resolution calling for Israel to be held accountable for its potential war crimes in Gaza. The resolution received 28 votes in favor, while 6 countries, including the US and Germany, voted against it. Despite international condemnation, Israel continues to bomb Gaza. Israeli strikes have killed 54 Palestinians and injured 82 others in the past 24 hours. One of the latest attacks targeted a residential house in the Nusayrat refugee camp, with Israeli fighter jets destroying the entire building. Israeli military's artillery units have pounded the eastern areas in Rafah, near the Egyptian border. At least 33,091 Palestinians have been killed and 75,750 wounded in Israeli attacks on Gaza since October 7th. The death toll in Israel from Hamas's October 7th attack stands at 1,139, with dozens of Israelis still held prisoners. The head of the humanitarian organization Doctors Without Borders has urged the United Nations Security Council to enforce its ceasefire resolution for Gaza. Christopher Lockyer is asking its members to ensure its resolution does not remain an act of meaningless political theater. Stressing the urgency of an immediate and sustained ceasefire, he called for an end to indiscriminate attacks on civilians and medical facilities. Lockyer is emphasizing the necessity for increased access across Gaza, especially in the north. He has also expressed concern over potential ground invasions in Rafah. Lockyer condemned attacks on humanitarian convoys, revealing his medical group's shelters were targeted, resulting in casualties among staff members' and families. His comments follow an Israeli airstrike that killed 7 members of the United States-based World Central Kitchen charity in Gaza earlier this week. President Joe Biden condemned the killing of aid workers of a United States-based charity in Gaza during a tense 30-minute call with Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu. He also urged an immediate ceasefire to halt the ongoing violence. Following the call, Israel announced it will allow temporary delivery of humanitarian aid through the port of Ashdod and the Beit Hanun land crossing, also known as the Erez checkpoint. The White House has stressed that the strikes on humanitarian workers were unacceptable, indicating a potential shift in U.S. policy towards Israel. Biden urged Israel to implement concrete reforms to address civilian harm and humanitarian suffering. Amid stalled ceasefire talks, Hamas has accused Israel of intransigence. Israel's military offensive has resulted in extensive casualties and infrastructure damage, worsening the humanitarian crisis in Gaza with shortages of food, water, and medicine. Despite this, the United States approved the transfer of additional bombs to Israel, citing a pre-approved sale. The conflict has forced 85% of Gaza's population into internal displacement, while 60% of its infrastructure has been damaged or destroyed, according to the United Nations. The Indian government's alleged assassinations in Pakistan, aiming to eliminate dissidents abroad, have been exposed by Indian and Pakistani intelligence sources. The British newspaper The Guardian reports that India's Research and Analysis Wing initiated these operations post-2019 under Prime Minister Narendra Modi's administration. The operations, reportedly targeting individuals deemed hostile to India, have led to nearly 20 killings in Pakistan since 2020. Those targeted include 6 separatists linked to the Khalistan movement, both in Pakistan and abroad. The Khalistan movement seeks an independent Sikh state in the region of Punjab. Pakistani investigators told the newspaper that these deaths were orchestrated by Indian intelligence sleeper cells, mostly operating out of the United Arab Emirates. The rise in killings in 2023 was credited to the increased activity of these cells, which are accused of paying millions of rupees to local criminals or poor Pakistanis to carry out assassinations. Indian agents also allegedly recruited militants to carry out the shootings, making them believe they were killing infidels. Open Internet advocates are supporting the Federal Communications Commission plan to vote on reinstating broadband oversight and net neutrality rules on April 25th. FCC Commissioner Jessica Rosen-Worcel emphasizes the necessity of restoring net neutrality to safeguard broadband networks, consumer data, and ensure an open internet. The proposed plan aims to reverse the previous administration's rollback by reclassifying broadband under Title II. Advocates assert that Title II classification will empower the FCC to protect internet users, promote competition, and address issues like digital redlining. They highlight the importance of net neutrality in preserving democracy, particularly in facilitating access to information during elections. The solar eclipse to alter the timing for Eid al-Fitr celebrations. Details come after the break. Stay tuned and we'll be right back.
Get ready for an extraordinary telethon at Muslim Network TV. Join us on April 6th for an 8-hour extravaganza. Since 2020, Muslim Network TV, a project by Sound Vision, has been your 24-hour source for diverse and enlightening content. We bring you the truth that other media outlets shy away from, uncovering stories that matter. We need your support to keep Muslims on air. Join us during this blessed month of Ramadan for a day dedicated to producing quality programming that raises awareness and builds a stronger, forward-thinking community. Muslim Network TV is more than just a channel. We are your voice today and the strength of tomorrow. Don't miss this opportunity to make a difference. Mark your calendars for April 6th and be a part of something truly impactful. Together, let's make a difference. Muslim Network TV, where truth and community unite.
Welcome back. With Ramadan winding down, attention has shifted to celebrating Eid al-Fitr, the holiday that marks the end of the month of fasting. But this year's festivities face a celestial twist. The total solar eclipse on April 8th affects the sighting of the crescent moon of the next month, which is crucial for marking the end of Ramadan. Originally anticipated for April 9th, Eid may now commence on April 10th due to the eclipse's impact on the moon visibility. Astronomers predict the crescent will be sighted after sunset on April 9th, aligning with the eclipse's influence. While official confirmation awaits, many reports suggest April 10th as the start of Eid. A recent court ruling is mandating that Customs and Border Protection take responsibility for migrant children in makeshift camps along the U.S.-Mexico border. District Judge Dolly G's decision requires CBP to maintain records on minors held in custody and to ensure compliance with standards. A May 10th deadline is set for filing a report on compliance efforts. Neha Desai, Senior Director of Immigration at the National Center for Youth Law, called the ruling a victory for children. The decision emphasizes adherence to a 1997 agreement outlining treatment standards, including limits on how long detention can last and providing for basic amenities. The ruling demands prompt processing and placement of children in safe facilities by the Department of Homeland Security. Immigrant advocates are asserting CBP's role in directing migrants to camps. The ruling reflects shifting migration demographics towards families and placing added strain on agencies accustomed to operations focused on serving adults. Salwan Mamika, an Iraqi Christian notorious for burning copies of the Quran in Sweden, has been arrested in Norway. Mamika, facing deportation from Sweden, sought asylum in Norway. But upon arrival in the country on March 28th, he was detained by the Norwegian police. Authorities plan to deport him to Sweden under the Dublin Agreement. Mamika indirectly threatened further Quran burnings. Despite a temporary residence permit in Sweden, Mamika's deportation was confirmed due to his actions being deemed a serious crime. His burning of copies of the Quran has caused diplomatic tensions, prompting Denmark to pass legislation that sets legal consequences for the act. Sweden is also considering similar measures. The burning of copies of the Quran in Sweden and Denmark under the pretext of free speech has sparked outrage in Muslim countries, including attacks on diplomatic missions. Clashes erupted in Iran's southeastern Sistan and Baluchistan province, killing 10 security personnel and 18 militants. The Interior Ministry and the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps confirmed the death toll. Attacks in Chabahar and Rusk cities claim that by the Jaish al-Adl militant group targeted police and military facilities. 2 foreigners orchestrating the attacks were arrested. The Corps cited terrorists affiliated with foreign intelligence services as responsible. This incident echoes tensions following previous attacks and missile strikes between Iran and Pakistan. Sistan and Baluchistan province remains volatile. The latest incident comes less than 3 months after Iran launched a barrage of missiles at Pakistan's Balochistan province in January, claiming to target the headquarters of the Jaish al-Adl militant group. Pakistan strongly condemned the strikes and retaliated with a missile strike on a village in the Iranian border province. It claimed that the target was an anti-Pakistan militant group. Approximately 18,000 people have been evacuated, and access to 63 villages has been cut off in Kazakhstan due to a spring flood prompted by melting snow. President Kassym-Jomart Tokayev visited the western Kazakhstan region, most affected by the flood. Tokayev first observed the flood area from the air, and then received information about the situation from local officials, later meeting with people affected there. After conducting inspections in many villages in the region, Tokayev visited the evacuation center set up at a school building in the Karachob district. A delegation of Arab politicians, including members from Palestine, Syria, Egypt, and other countries, visited Xinjiang and praised China's policies in the region. Led by Bassem Zakir from Palestine, the delegation highlighted Xinjiang's development and stability, refuting claims of Uyghur persecution. However, experts and Uyghur rights advocates criticized the visit for overlooking the alleged abuses against Uyghur Muslims. Chinese media reported the delegates' positive remarks about the northwestern Chinese region's governance and economic progress, dismissing Western accusations as propaganda. Critics argue China controlled the delegation's access to conceal the reality of Uyghur repression. Despite concerns, China aims to use such visits to garner support from Muslim nations and expand its influence in the Middle East. Critics emphasize the importance of independent investigations to uncover the truths about the situation of Uyghurs. That's all from our Toronto studios tonight. Thank you for tuning in. Muslim Network TV invites you to join us for our Ramadan Telethon 2024, taking place on Saturday, April 6th from 10 a.m. to 6 p.m. Central Time. So stay tuned. This Ramadan, your support is needed more now than ever to continue our mission of providing informative, educational, and inspiring content to Muslims in North America and around the world. Donate now by calling 1-800-432-4262. You can also use the Zelle app for easy payments by sending to info@soundvision.com or visit muslimnetwork.tv/donate. For more content, keep watching Muslim Network TV or visit muslimnetwork.tv. Assalamu Alaikum and good night.
Thank you, Sister Zahra, from our Toronto studios for your news segment. We have now with us a very, very special surprise. I hinted at it. I talked about it a little bit before. I'm so excited for it, and that's why I keep mentioning it over and over. But we have with us Sister Sakina and Sister Hakima, I believe, who will basically be talking about this Hijabi Life, a new show on modest fashion, on modest lifestyle, a new show for young women. Thank you so much for being with us today.
Assalamu alaikum. Thank you so much for having us.
Now, tell me about your show. What do you hope to achieve? When do you guys start? For the young women who are watching and who are excited for something like this finally.
So, inshallah, we're working on a podcast, and this podcast is for young Muslims, young girls like us, and we hope that through this we can talk about topics that are very relevant today. Topics about identity, mental health, career, relationships, social challenges, and look at them from a Muslim perspective, a youth perspective, and hopefully be able to reach the targeted audience, inshallah. And we hope to also talk about, invite guests onto our podcast and let them talk about their experiences, and inshallah hope to create that sense of feeling of empowerment and community through this podcast, inshallah.
Sure. And what about you? What is some of the things that you're looking forward to talk about on the podcast?
I'm really excited for how we can lead this as youth ourselves. For our youth, our audience is mainly going to be youth, open to everyone, but youth. So bringing that sense of relatable content and something that's pretty trending, I guess, now. And I'm excited for us to be hosts for podcasts like this. I'm also really excited to bring bring guests with us and do podcasts with guests and show the different aspects of how important it is to have a youth podcast.
And I talked about our new show, The Hijabi Life. That is a separate show, and this podcast is separate. There are so many upcoming projects on Muslim Network TV. Sometimes they get conflated. But have you guys been able to interact with young people, maybe in your community, who are interested in something like this? While I was on live, maybe 20 minutes ago, I got a text from I Teach Qiyam, and one of the girl's mom texted me and she's like, why don't we have podcasts? I swear, she said, why don't we have podcasts for young women that don't only talk about the 2-3 topics that we usually see in podcasts or the podcast bros talk about? Why don't we have something like that? And I told her, I said, right now on my schedule, I see that there's a new podcast being started by Muslim Network TV. And then I had to go live. So I was like, okay, we'll talk about that later. But what can I tell young people who might also want to get involved in this project with you guys?
Yeah, I think that, there's so many people, first of all, who want to be able to have a platform to, share their thoughts, share their ideas, share their opinions, and in a way that's, is kind of safe, in a way that they feel empowered and not, brought down because of, what they because of the questions that they have, because of the ideas that they have. And I think that and like you said, like, you see a lot these days, especially the Muslims, like brothers podcasts, or like, podcasts that really talk about just like the typical things that you hear relating to Islam. And so I think that this hopefully will shed a new light on on, what it is to be a Muslim youth, and how to navigate through, society today. And I think it's important that we hear from not only ourselves, but from others in our community as well.
Right. And what are some issues that you hope to address on your podcast? I know that you talked about those issues a little bit briefly, but say for your next few episodes or for your first few episodes, what do you hope to talk about? What do you plan to talk about?
We hope to address issues like culture, identity crisis. There's a lot of that we see in youth. We're also hoping to address things like education, societal pressure, modesty, and there's a lot of stuff that we can talk about in regards to that, being girls. And we're just really excited to put out relatable content and excited to hear the feedback and see what everybody else thinks about it.
And when do you plan to launch?
Inshallah, we hope to have our first few episodes ready after Ramadan, inshallah.
Inshallah. We are all so excited for your podcast. I'll definitely be tuning in. I love podcasts, and I've been looking for a podcast from, young Muslims and that I can relate to, that I can kind of see myself in. And I know that inshallah, the topics that you guys are looking to start and looking to discuss, I will definitely be relating to those. So thank you both for being here with us. Now we will be having the Hijabi Life, the segment that I introduced before on modest fashion and modest lifestyle with Sister Kima.
Assalamu Alaikum and peace be with you. Welcome to this Hijabi Life. My name is Hakima and I am the host of this Hijabi Life. Join me on a journey through the dynamic world of modest fashion through the eyes of Muslim women. From street style to runway, uncover the latest in hijab and explore the stories behind the designs. Watch exclusive interviews with celebrated designers, influencers, and everyday hijabi women. Don't miss this Hijabi Life, your ultimate destination for modest fashion inspiration, every Saturday at 7 p.m. Eastern, only on Muslim Network TV.
Thank you so much. I am so excited for that show. I cannot wait to tune into these new segments that we will be having on Muslim Network Television. Back to our podcast hosted by two phenomenal young women. Tell me a little bit about your background and what got you into wanting to host this podcast.
I'm a second-year student at McMaster University. I'm born and raised in Canada. Something that got us into this podcast is actually very random, but ever since we were younger, we actually have another podcast host as well. She's not available right now, but Sakina, Hania, and myself, we were all very, we always had this idea of having our own podcast one day. And we would practice talking and acting as if we were podcast hosts. And so then when we saw this opportunity, we were like, this is so perfect for us because we've always wanted to have one, and we've always wanted to have one around the same themes that we're focusing on this podcast. So I think it all just came into place like that, which is very funny and interesting to see.
Yeah, I'm currently in grade 12, and I've been homeschooled pretty much my whole life. And I think that what was very interesting about this is that we're all very similar, but also we are also so different and have, a lot of different experiences that I feel like we can share and we can talk about as well. And I think that it's nice for us to see, who can relate to us and who can relate to, where we are coming from, and hopefully also be able to share their own experiences.
So there's 3 young women hosting the podcast, correct?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And what is the name of the podcast?
So we're still in the process of polishing up a name, but we hope that that'll be released really soon, inshallah.
Inshallah. And do you want to bring in guests on your show? How do you plan to kind of keep the structure of the podcast? Just out of curiosity.
So it's going to be like a talk show style. So we're going to be sitting like a regular host style. We're going to have video as well, not just audio. And then we're going to have, it's like a table podcast style. And we're going to have guests from different backgrounds based on the topic that we have for that specific podcast episode. So we can have we're going to have doctors, modest lifestyle influencers, maybe other youth besides us. And yeah, we're just really excited to see how it turns out.
Right. And I think one of the biggest kind of problems that we have that a podcast by young Muslims, young Muslim women maybe attempts to address is the issue of not having enough representation of Muslim women in the media. And when we do have representation, it's always a little bit iffy, and especially in TV shows and things of that sort, where it's always she needs to be saved and, she takes her hijab off, or, it's not ever just a confident young Muslim woman. And that's not something we see in the media. How do you and your podcast hope to kind of address that concern of the lack of representation of Muslim women in the media?
Yeah, so I think that it's really important to also, I think that the fact that, yes, we are, Muslim girls, and we also have, very diverse experiences, and we're kind of, it's very, raw and very real, and it's also very, it's coming from kind of, a genuine place of us sharing, our struggles, our experiences, things that, helped us, things that we struggle with, things that, we hope to find, and things like that. And so we'll talk about, issues that, hopefully every Muslim girl can relate to in some way. And so, inshallah, we want to try to make this as relatable as possible, and inshallah, push that narrative.
Awesome. Inshallah, I look forward to your podcast. Thank you for joining us in our Ramadan Telethon.
Of course.
JazakAllahu
for having us.
Assalamu Alaikum.
Walaikum salam.
And to our viewers, another reminder to please donate generously. There is the donation information on the screen right now, right below me. You can Zelle to info@soundvision.com. Wanted to make sure that I get that 100% right. info@soundvision.com. The easiest way to donate, just quickly Zelle to info@soundvision.com. No amount of donation is too little. I know that as soon as I get off the show, I feel that it is incumbent upon us, if we benefit from Muslim Network Television, to donate to it, to give back to it in whatever ways that we can. Even if you're a student watching this and it's only a little bit that you can donate, please donate generously. info@soundvision.com through the Zelle app. Extremely easy process that we made for you to donate generously, especially since it's the last couple days of Ramadan left. We want to get the 70 times more reward for donating to a cause as beautiful and important as Muslim Network Television. With that, I would like to announce a break for Muslim news and Dhuhr prayer to those of you who have been tuning in from the morning. And then Sister Hannah, who is our host for Muslim news and Justice for All, will join after our short break. You're watching us on MuslimNetwork.tv, Amazon Fire TV, Roku, Apple TV, and YouTube and Facebook Live, and the Muslim Network TV website as well. JazakAllahu khair. Assalamu Alaikum.
Assalamu Alaikum. Exciting things are happening at Muslim News, brought to you by Muslim Network TV. Our dedicated team is working tirelessly to bring you news reports. international coverage, and in-depth analysis that resonates with your world. We're not just reporting, we're offering perspectives that are uniquely ours. We're committed to connecting you to the stories shaping your community and the world. Every report, every story is carefully curated with you in mind, making your world just one click away. Join us and let's explore the depths of the stories that matter. Find Muslim news wherever you get your news. Your world, your stories, your Muslim Network TV. Stay informed, stay connected. Watch now.
Well, we've scanned the sky and we've sighted the moon, and we welcome the month of Ramadan, when we'll fast together all as one to help and strengthen our iman. Oh, it was so very long ago in the holy month of Ramadan, Allah sent a message to the world, the holy book of Quran. A light to shine for all mankind, a guide to teach us right from wrong. First revealed on the night of power, with peace until the rising of the dawn. So we've scanned the sky and we've sighted the moon, and we welcome the month of Ramadan, when we'll fast together all as one to help and strengthen our iman. As the sun lay sleeping beneath the blankets of the night, we rise early to make suhoor before the white thread of light. We're patient and kind, remembering Allah all throughout our day. And when the sun has gone and we've made iftar, we gather together and pray. Cause we've scanned the sky and we've sighted the moon, and we welcome the month of Ramadan, when we'll fast together all as one to help and strengthen our iman. So many of our brothers and sisters all across the land, they have no food to eat at all, and they need a helping hand. When we fast from morning till the night to fulfill Allah's command, we feel the hunger and thirst they feel, and it helps us to understand. Oh, all too fast the moon goes past, our month of blessings now is gone. But we'll keep its spirit throughout the year. Every day should be like Ramadan. Yes, we scanned the sky and we sighted the moon, and we say farewell to Ramadan, when we fast together all as one to help and strengthen our iman. Da 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 da.
Assalamu Alaikum. Exciting things are happening at Muslim News, brought to you by Muslim Network TV. Our dedicated team is working tirelessly to bring you news reports, international coverage, and in-depth analysis that resonates with your world. We're not just reporting, we're offering perspectives that are uniquely ours. We're committed to connecting you to the stories shaping your community and the world. Every report, every story is carefully curated with you in mind, making your world just one click away. Join us and let's explore the depths of the stories that matter. Find Muslim news wherever you get your news. Your world, your stories, your Muslim Network TV. Stay informed, stay connected. Watch now.
أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم وما من دابة في الأرض ولا طائر يطير بجناحيه إلا أمم أمثالكم ما فرطنا في الكتاب من شيء ثم إلى ربهم يحشرون صدق الله العظيم.
لا إله إلا الله لا إله إلا الله لا إله إلا الله لا إله إلا الله محمد رسول الله محمد رسول الله محمد رسول الله صلى الله عليه وسلم. Al-Khaliq made the oceans, rivers, lakes, streams and rain bow their waves in pure submission upon the earth to praise his name. La ilaha illallah, la ilaha illallah, la ilaha illallah, la ilaha illallah. Muhammadur Rasulullah, Muhammadur Rasulullah, Muhammadur Rasulullah sallallahu alayhi wasallam. There is no creature among us, upon the air or in the sea, that does not sing with wonder, praising in community. La ilaha illallah, la ilaha illallah, la ilaha illallah, la ilaha illallah. Muhammadur Rasulullah, Muhammadur Rasulullah, Muhammadur Rasulullah sallallahu alayhi wasallam. The dry earth is a sign to all of mankind, brought to life with peaceful rain, and to us Allah will do the same. La ilaha illallah, la ilaha illallah, la ilaha illallah, la ilaha illallah. Muhammadur Rasulullah, Muhammadur Rasulullah, Muhammadur Rasulullah sallallahu alayhi wasallam. La ilaha illallah, la ilaha illallah, la ilaha illallah, la ilaha illallah. Muhammadur Rasulullah, Muhammadur Rasulullah, Muhammadur Rasulullah sallallahu alayhi wasallam, sallallahu alayhi wasallam. Everything Allah commands to be will always become a reality. Everything Allah commands to be will always become a reality. Allah Ta'ala, Allah Ta'ala, Allah Ta'ala. You can try to hold back the waves, but they will always wash upon your feet. Two waters flow with a barrier in between, the salty sea and rivers fresh and sweet. Everything Allah commands to be will always become a reality. Everything Allah commands to be will always become a reality. Allah Ta'ala, Allah Ta'ala, Allah Ta'ala. Every leaf that falls off every tree and settles to the ground so far below only breaks away and sails on the breeze when Allah commands it to do so. Everything Allah commands to be will always become a reality. Everything Allah commands to be will always become a reality. Allah Ta'ala, Allah Ta'ala, Allah Ta'ala. We can try to sow a seed so deep and dark within the ground. Plant it, pat it, scare off every weed. But no matter how long we wait around, we can never make it grow, you know, unless Allah commands it so. Everything Allah commands to be will always become a reality. Everything Allah commands to be will always become a reality. Everything Allah commands to be will always become a reality. Everything Allah commands to be will always become a reality. Allah Ta'ala, 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 Allah Ta'ala.
Times, the stresses of life's daily grind weigh heavily upon the body, the mind, the heart, and the soul. For the sake of strengthening one's health, both physically and mentally, it's common to hear people talk about mindfulness, taking time to reflect on one's inner self, breathe, reflect, retreat, try to find one's center, and to find a better perspective of what's truly important in life. What better place to find peace and solitude than in nature, God's creation? This small cave in the Arabian desert is called Hira. Hira was the reflection, meditation, and mindfulness spot of the 7th century prophet, whose teachings would carry on to shape the world as we know it today. Muhammad, peace be upon him. A middle-aged man, devoted husband and father of 4 girls, he would retreat to this cave in Mount Hira to reflect upon life, lament social injustices he witnessed, hope for strength and guidance to cope, and pray for the wisdom to bring about positive social change. It was here in this cave that answers began to come. Inspiration, revelation, words he heard recited, words he was commanded to recite. Al-Quran. Caves are notoriously dark and damp, hard, cold places. Yet from this small cave came hope, guidance, and mercy. The mountain it sits upon became known as Jabal an-Nur, the mountain of divine light. Muslims from around the world visit it if they can, climbing to its heights and looking out upon the valley below with gratitude. They climb down from this mountain cave just as the Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him, did centuries ago. They return to their homes and their families just as he did. And perhaps they descend with newfound inspiration, guidance, hope, mercy, patience, and courage.
This is the story of a Muslim Network TV employee who called Palestine to wish his family Eid Mubarak.
Assalamu Alaikum, Eid Mubarak. That is what I said when my nephew picked up the phone as I called home to Jenin, occupied Palestine. My nephew's response? What Eid? He continued, since morning, the Israeli army has been surrounding the town with large military vehicles. Soldiers with heavy weapons patrol. Snipers have been positioned on the rooftops, and multiple helicopters hover above the town. People are scared. We can't go visiting to even wish our neighbors or other family members a happy Eid. My sisters wanted to come and say Eid Mubarak to their mother, but can't because of the situation. My nephew continued. A few days ago, my wife and children were sitting in the living room of our home. They heard something strike the window of my daughter's bedroom. When we inspected to find out what happened, we were surprised to see that a sniper bullet had shot through the glass window, tore the curtain, and embedded itself in the cement wall across from the window. Here's an image of the bullet. What if one of my daughters had been in the room, he said. What if this bullet had struck her? Alhamdulillah, they're safe. But other Palestinian children are not that lucky. Israelis have killed 27 Palestinian children this year alone. Kids are arrested regularly. It is not just the Israeli army who have weapons. Israeli settlers are also armed to the teeth and regularly instigate attacks themselves. On June 21st, hundreds of Israeli soldiers invaded the occupied Palestinian village of Turmes. Just hours before a wedding, they burned down the wedding hall. They also torched at least 30 homes and 60 cars in broad daylight. So whether it is Eid or a wedding, Palestinians are often forced to mourn instead of celebrate. I hung up the phone and reflected deeply. I asked myself, why aren't stories like my nephew's part of mainstream media reports? Why don't the Palestinian people have anyone to advocate for them? Why don't the children have the same opportunities as other children around the world? I pray for an Eid when Palestinian children can run around freely, celebrating without a fear of an Israeli sniper or a military helicopter above their head. Israel has begun the carpet bombing of Gaza. No one is there to count Palestinian losses. Those are children. What have they done? Asks a relative. This is the funeral of 5 children from Abu Daqqa family who were killed in an Israeli airstrike in Gaza. Palestinian children are dying left and right by Israeli carpet bombing. Gaza has no defense. But this is not the first time Israel has targeted Palestinian children. Over the years, thousands of young lives have been shattered due to Israel's bombings of Palestinian civilians. More than 3,000 children have been killed by Israel since the year 2000. 547 children were killed in 2014 alone during an Israeli military assault on Gaza. But it doesn't end there. Palestinian children suffer every day due to Israeli occupation. They are arrested arbitrarily without charges. Israeli police arrest children in the dead of night without an explanation or a court order. Since the Second Intifada of 2000, Israel has arrested more than 12,000 Palestinian children who have been subjugated to inhumane and inhuman treatment, including strip searches, slapping, beating, kicking, and sexual abuse during detainment and interrogation. They are not allowed to talk with their parents or legal counsel. Over 700 children face prosecution every year through Israeli military courts, often on charges as minor as throwing stones. The maximum punishment for such charges? An astonishing 20 years in prison. The life of Palestinian children outside of prison is no better than the life inside it. 1 million children live in the open-air prison of the Gaza Strip without having access to basic amenities. They do not have drinkable water, food, electricity, schools, or health care in the besieged Gaza. These children have never known life without the blockade. Such inhumane conditions are impacting their mental health, with 80% of children in Gaza suffering from depression. All decorations have been removed. This year, there will be no Christmas celebrations where Jesus was born. May God's peace and blessings be upon Jesus and his mother Mary. This is Bethlehem, the city where New Testament scriptures tell us Jesus was born, a birth also narrated in the Holy Quran. Just over 2,000 years ago, a young mother traveling away from her home was forced to deliver her child outdoors in makeshift accommodations, seeking crude shelter and sustenance from the nearby trees and a spring. A humble birth for one of the world's most influential and revered teachers. There are 53 churches in Bethlehem. 30,000 people live here. Many from around the globe pilgrimage to this place, sacred to Christians for centuries. The town has one of the oldest Christian communities in the world, but this year, things will be different on Christmas. Christmas in Bethlehem is not just a one-day celebration. For many, it begins with a 4-week season of Advent, a time of reflection, charity, fasting, and prayer, which concludes on December 24th. Making way for 12 holy days of Christmas beginning on December 25th. Several denominations and most Orthodox Christians mark Christmas on January 6th or 7th. Armenians celebrate Christmas on January 19th. However, this year, all of them have decided not to have any Christmas celebrations in Bethlehem. The Church of the Nativity is the holiest site in Bethlehem. It has a small cave where Jesus was reported to have been born. This is the oldest major church in the Holy Land. Bethlehem is just 5 miles from Jerusalem. For hundreds of years, Christian pilgrims have walked from Jerusalem to the manger square in Bethlehem. But not this year. 75 years ago, more than 86% of Bethlehem was Christian, but the 1948 Nakba disseminated the Christian community. As Israeli aggression in Gaza continues, Christians of Bethlehem are showing their solidarity with Palestinians in Gaza. Israeli forces have destroyed 3 Christian churches in Gaza, along with more than 150 mosques. The Church of St. Porphyrius was destroyed by Israeli bombings. It is the 3rd oldest church in the world. The bombing also destroyed the oldest mosque in Gaza, called the Omari Mosque. This is the Lutheran Christmas Church in Bethlehem. They have placed a baby Jesus amid rubble in their nativity scene, representing the devastation of the current Israeli-Hamas war. Here, the baby Jesus lies swaddled in a kafaya, a distinctively patterned Palestinian scarf, surrounded by stones. Earlier in October, the patriarchs and heads of churches in Jerusalem came together canceling the Christmas celebrations. Christmas is synonymous with joy and celebration, to commemorate the birth of Jesus, the Christos, or Anointed One. But things are different this year. All decorations are down. No festive lights. No melodies of choirs filling the air. No children parading with their musical instruments. No traditional Palestinian Arabic food to enjoy. Manger Square, the city center, will be silent. This is where Christians, Muslims, and visitors from around the world usually gather to celebrate. Bethlehem will stand dark and deserted. Just somber prayers, reflections on the genocide of fellow Palestinians in Gaza, crying to end apartheid and occupation. They will be praying quietly, perhaps for the 8,000 human beings who are in the bombed-out rubble, hoping to be rescued by someone, or perhaps hoping that some miracle will keep them alive. In these times, when words for prayer are even hard to gather, some may just sit silently, allowing their tears to submit their prayers.
Assalamu alaikum again. May Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala protect the people of Palestine. They are standing up for the Ummah. They are the compass of this Ummah these days. Alhamdulillah Rabbil Alameen, at least we have Muslim Network TV, the biggest coverage on Palestine in the media, at least here in the US. May Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala protect all Muslims around the world. My dear brothers and sisters, if you're still tuning on the Muslim Network TV, I just want to encourage you that time is running and we are counting on you. Please donate generously. These beautiful days of Ramadan, the last 10 days of Ramadan, we are in the last 10th of Ramadan, 3 days left. And if you have a sadaqah, if you would like to send a gift to one of your deceased father, mother, a friend, beloved ones, please do it right now. You can inshallah, call this number 800-432-4262. We are here to take your calls and your donation. Please call right now, or you can Zelle your gift to info@soundvision.com. You can use PayPal. You can go to our website, muslimnetwork.tv or soundvision.com, muslimnetwork.tv/donate, and submit your donation today. May Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala bless your wealth and your family. We are counting on you. The time is ticking. We have few hours left. We're going to be with you until 6 p.m. Chicago time, Central time. And we count on your gifts to keep this project going. This project is much needed for our ummah, for our Muslims around the world. We are the voice of those people. And without your contribution and without your support, it will never happen. So thank you very much in advance. And JazakAllahu khayran. We're going to move to Sister Hannah Zuberi, and she is the Director of Outreach in Washington, D.C. area. I'll leave you with her, and I will get back to you very soon. Thank you.
Assalamu Alaikum and Ramadan Kareem. As I sit here in your nation's capital, and I look at all the policy, all the ineffective policies passed on Capitol Hill. And I look at the way the media has been reporting on the genocide in Palestine. There's some reflections that keep coming back to me. That even before the brutal stuff, it seems like the world started on October 7th, and we know this is something that is decontextualized. It's not about just October 7th. But even before the October 7th attacks by the Palestinian armed group Hamas and the ensuing horrific bombardment of Gaza by Israel, which has killed or wounded now more than 130,000 people, accusations of bias in coverage of the situation in the Middle East were everywhere. This is not something new. It is undeniable that there has been widespread and prominent failures from the dehumanizing language used about the Palestinians to the passive voice largely used to downplay Israel's responsibility for war crimes it is committing. And I'll share a recent example, courtesy of Sky News report on the killing of a Palestinian child by Israeli forces in early January, which tells of a bullet, quote, accidentally straying in the back of a van and killing a, quote, 3 or 4-year-old young lady. Yeah, young lady. A subsequent report changed the phrasing to, quote unquote, young girl. A 3 or 4-year-old is a toddler in any language. But these reports kept self-propelling and talked about this wandering bullet, like this bullet just came out of nowhere. What was going on in the minds of those journalists? What was going on in the mind of the editor that put it out there? What was going on in the minds of the producers that let that go without being challenged? Much of the criticism has blamed the problems on the failure by individual journalists and media establishments to uphold basic journalistic values. And there was a scathing piece in Al Jazeera by investigative journalist Vidya Krishnan, who argued that Western journalists have abandoned basic standards. And I firmly agree with that. The United Nations outspoken special rapporteur on the situation of human rights in the occupied Palestinian territories, Francesca Albanese, has also questioned whether, quote, journalists have codes of conduct and professional ethics to abide by and be held accountable to. The unspoken assumption is that the reporting would greatly improve if all concerned simply stuck to the dictates of professional codes. I disagree, and this is why we have Muslim Network TV. It's beyond professional codes. At Muslim Network TV, we believe what we are doing is a part of our faith. It is a part of our faith to tell the truth. It is one of the 10 commandments, right? It is a sin to lie. And it is an even bigger sin to lie on TV, where this can now be shared with millions and millions and millions of people. It is incumbent upon us to fact check, to check again, to make sure that we do not become a part of this web of lies. Now, as we look as Muslims at this, we see that media constantly pitches us in a negative light. And we also know that Islam enters many American homes for the first time via the news. SubhanAllah, just last night at the Khatm al-Quran at our masjid, there were 8 new shahadas. And that's been the case throughout the year. I mean, throughout this month, this month of Ramadan. The other day, Masjid al-Haq in downtown Baltimore, in Jummah, 10 shahadas. Why? Because people are learning about Islam, perhaps for the first time, through Instagram. They're watching the people in Gaza, their steadfastness, their resilience. Not once have I seen anybody say a terrible word, curse at God. It's this beautiful resilience, this faith. SubhanAllah. Yet we know that only 45% of Americans say they personally know even one single Muslim. So media coverage can help drive converts to Islam, or it helps drive Islamophobia. The genocide in Gaza has also shown a light into the awfulness of corporate media. But here at Muslim Network TV, we were not surprised. We were ready. And as you've been seeing throughout this telethon, our coverage of Gaza, of Palestine, of Burma, of Uyghurs, of India, of Kashmir, of Central African Republic, of South Africa, of Argentina, around the globe. We are covering news through a Muslim lens. We believe we must have Muslim media. We must own our own narrative. And I say this when I look at Jewish and Christian communities, especially evangelical communities. They all have their own channels. They have newspapers, radio stations, web magazines. You have it. Now they're on TikTok, they're on Instagram. They know the power of media. I was having this conversation yesterday with one of our chaplains at our local university. And he said, majority of the funds from the Muslim community get sucked into crisis response or humanitarian relief. And yes, we love our relief organizations and we want them to thrive. But when 99% of our funds are being sent to relief organizations, what gets left behind for the community to respond to policy, to respond to media, to take action and really be a part of the narrative, right? And this is why Muslim Network TV is so important. Having this platform is this is somewhere we can come and tell the truth. We don't have to edit ourselves. We don't have to worry about what others will be thinking. And it's important. Can I just tell you how many times when I have gone to Congress, I have had staffers ask, what are Muslim news stations? What are Muslim radio stations? What are Muslim newspapers that we can put ads in or we can give an interview with? And so far, like, as you've seen, our newspapers have gone under. We barely have any left. We don't have radio stations. Here you have an opportunity to have a 24-hour channel. And you know why they ask this question is because they know that communities who take their media seriously, that means the community understands and it takes itself seriously. And I used to work in television as a news producer and on-screen talent. And I gave up a career in corporate TV because I didn't agree with their ethics or agenda. I prayed to Allah to give me a chance to serve the Ummah in this capacity, to do TV right. And after some 20-some years, I'm back where I started from, in front of the camera, on Muslim Network TV, because I believe in this channel, its vision and its mission. And I understand that even Muslims don't know what Muslims are facing. Forget others, right? And that's the reason I volunteer my time for Muslim Network TV. As we do this, I'm going to, I wrote this dua for our oppressed because this is Ramadan and these are the last 10 days of Ramadan. And I would like you to join me in this dua. Ya Allah, Ya Rahman, Ya Rahim. Ya Allah, our brothers and sisters in Central Africa Republic have been annihilated. Ya Allah, protect the few that are left with your divine guidance and special protection. Ya Allah, you are the all-hearer and the all-seeing. Ya Allah, the screams of our Uyghur sisters are shaking the globe. Ya Allah, Ya Nasir, send your angels to protect our sisters from sexual violence. Ya Raqib, you know that they suffer every night and cannot even cry out your name. Ya Allah, we beg you to send your help. The Ummah is weak, destroyed by greed and power. Ya Wali, our leaders are corrupt and we have no one but you to turn to. Ya Allah, send your divine help. We are not worthy of asking. but we beg you, for you are the most generous and the most forgiving and the most giving. Ya Allah, help Muslims around the world stand up for them and unite against the Zalimeen. Ya Allah, stop the zulm. Stop the zulm in Gaza, in East Turkestan, in Burma, in India. Ya Allah, you are in control. Ya Allah, send an army of angels like those you sent to Badr and overcome the oppressors. Our Uyghur and other Turkic siblings cannot fast for your sake. They're forced to eat pork and drink alcohol, and the mushrikeens have compelled them into false marriages. Ya Allah, keep them strong in their faith and save their children from the vile plots of the Chinese Communist Party. They plot, and you are the best of planners. Ya Allah, help us be the cause of the end of their genocide. Ya Allah, either guide the Chinese oppressors or break them. Free our Uyghur brothers and sisters from the concentration camps where saying your name subjects them to torture. Ya Allah, give them back their lands and their resources, and let Islam flourish in the region. Reunite Uyghur families across the globe with their loved ones, Ya Allah. I'm blessed that I can speak to my loved ones while our Uyghur brothers and sisters cannot. Ya Allah, as we sit in the safety and security of our homes and our masajid, we ask you to free Al-Aqsa. Ya Allah, grant the Palestinians freedom, Ya Allah. Ya Allah, stop this bombardment, Ya Allah. Ya Allah, grant them pious leadership. Ya Hafid, humiliate the colonizers and render their powerful weapons useless in the face of the believers. Ya Rab, the one who has the most perfect hijab, protect each and every Muslimah who is being attacked for her covering. Protect our sisters in India as they enter their schools and their colleges and their universities. Protect their iffa, their izzah, and dignity. Let not the mushrikeen strip them in public. Ya Allah, protect our sisters in France, accept their struggle with the highest reward, and grant them steadfastness in their faith that can never be shaken. Protect their masajid and their institutions from the oppression of the French government. Ya Allah, Ya Jabbar, Ya Bari, free Kashmir from the iron vice of the Indian regime, Ya Allah. Expand their homes and their masajid. Grant them the right to make their own decision for their lands. Free their prisoners and grant those who have been displaced the right to return with freedom. Ya Sami ad-Dua. Protect the Musliman al-Hind from violent Hindu mobs. Save their homes and masajid from the bulldozers of the kuffar. Grant them himmah to overcome their persecution, raise their ranks, and build their fortitude. I'm going to come back to the rest of my dua. Let's take a few minutes to watch a few clips from our wonderful show hosted by Dr. Amina Eldeen, Critical Talk.
Of practicing Muslim. And you know, the Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him, we have so many stories of people who would come to him and he wouldn't turn people away. And I think, you know, mashallah, the Association of Muslim Chaplains, Chaplain Joshua is the president of Association of Muslim Chaplains. They published, many members of the AMC published a book called The Mantle of Mercy, essays about Muslim chaplains. And so that's the term I wanted to hone in on, is rahmah, mercy. Is that as chaplains, I mean, we have to strive to have that prophetic rahmah, that, you know, every chapter of the Quran begins, right, in the name of Allah, the Rahman ar-Rahim. And I'm working on that every.
This is definitely something that's come up on our campuses, specifically in regards to how our Muslim student communities welcome or don't welcome students of all different backgrounds. So in the past year, I've done some more work on that for myself and students, and also brought in others who can help facilitate some of these conversations. I do think that many students come into the space not having been around other students who don't share their cultural background. And so sometimes student spaces tend to, privilege or focus on the cultures of particular students. And I think, as Joshua said, we as chaplains can also fall into that same kind of trap of, assuming that others have learned Islam a certain way that's similar to us. And I think part of being in the college environment specifically is there's like really a need for that cultural competence and the willingness to learn. You can't show up and know everything because we all come from the context that we do. But being able to create a space that really holds everyone and offers a sense of belonging, I think that's really critical for the chaplain to embrace that and work on that in whatever way they can, and also enlist help when needed, and enlist the help of students. And sometimes that means looking outside the group of students who are showing up and looking to see who's not showing up, and seeing how that tells you a story, right?
Let's watch a special message by Dr. Amina Aldeen talking about Muslim Network TV, her talk show, Critical Talk, and the other talk shows that we show on Muslim Network TV.
Assalamu Alaikum and Ramadan Mubarak. I am Professor Amina Aldeen, who works on a program for sound vision called Critical Talk. But I don't want to talk about Critical Talk just yet. I want to give you an overview of all of the programming we do here at Sound Vision in an effort to get you to continue and enlarge your support. And for those of you who are hearing this for the first time, please add us to your list of places to give some money. We do Adam's World for children, and if you haven't seen it, tune in. It is a delightful series for really the younger kids. My kids have watched it for ages, and now their kids watch it. But look at it. The graphics and the kinds of moral lessons are things that we need in our homes. We also have Mujahid talks for those of us who are a little bit older, who would like to sit back and see what is on the Imam's mind, but also to engage in some conversation. What's Up, Doc looks at, and I mean, the title says it all, but we look at healthcare issues and things that people have on their minds about health insurance and about disease states. We have NextGen. That's the kind of in-betweeners thing, looking at the issues that they think are important. Justice for All now is really civil rights based and looks at how Muslims and others are faring in their protests and moves for civil rights. Canada Today looks at the news in Canada, and we're probably the only station, I know we're the only Muslim news station in the United States, but we also look at Canada, and Canada is often left out of the mix. So I would say just tune in. You'd be surprised at how well the stuff happening in Canada. One never thinks of Canada, but look at it. The anchors are great. The instances, issues, concerns that are brought to the fore sometimes mimic those in the United States, other times they do not. We have Critical Talk, and Critical Talk is an in-depth engagement of critical issues. I hate to keep saying issues over and over again, but that is what it is. Hovering in Muslim communities and in the larger national and international community. For example, we've talked with some of the Hindu scholars about what's happening in India and Pakistan. We've talked to people whose expertise is on China and what is happening with Uyghur Muslims. In addition to the overviews that Muslim News gives us, Critical Talk has an opportunity to go further in depth. Right now, we're doing a series, and I advise everybody to listen, on political communication. We've looked a little bit at Trump. We've looked at the Christian right. We're getting ready to look at the composition of the House of Representatives and the Senate before we go actually into election woes. It is so very important that you contribute to our efforts here. They're one of a kind. You can see all of the programming that we do, and we always need for you to support us. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Amina Al-Din. Such a vision. MashaAllah, you have been someone that so many of us look up to learn from. So now we're going to have a live guest come in. I'm going to be joined on the show today with on the telethon by Lexi Z. Hi, Lexi.
Hi, how are you?
I am well. Thank you so much for being here. So Lexi is one of the young women, the power organizers behind the Uncommitted campaign that started out Listen to Michigan. So Lexi, tell us a little bit more about yourself and why Uncommitted.
Yeah, first want to say happy Ramadan to all those that are celebrating this holy month, and want to wish a pre-happy Eid to everybody as well. So my name is Lexi. I grew up in Dearborn, Michigan. I am a Palestinian American, and actually love to share that I am a Christian Palestinian American, given the narrative that often takes place around what is unfortunately happening in Palestine as a religious war, when we know it is much more than that. I'm one of the lead organizers of Listen to Michigan, which started the whole Vote Uncommitted movement, and now am the national spokesperson for the Uncommitted National Movement, where we have inspired people to vote uncommitted across the country and had some major wins in some major states such as Washington, Wisconsin, Minnesota, Missouri, Hawaii, Rhode Island, Connecticut, New York, and it's continuing to grow. And just to kind of give people some context about why Uncommitted, there was, a couple of people that came together back in January to strategize about what more can we do to pressure Biden and his administration to call for an immediate and permanent ceasefire to save lives in Gaza. And I think after so many months of people trying to protest and call elected officials and do everything we can to try to pressure the administration to call for this ceasefire, our calls were unfortunately falling on deaf ears. And so what we decided was the most effective thing to do next is use our right, our right and our privilege to vote as a way to organize folks behind a protest vote to really put the pressure on Biden and his administration to let them know that there are a number of voters right now that he is misaligned with. There is an anti-war group of voters that are asking Biden to change course when it comes to Gaza, both in halting arms to Israel, as well as calling for the immediate and permanent ceasefire, but beyond calling, ensuring that there is an immediate and permanent ceasefire. And so what Uncommitted was able to do, it was able to quantify the amount of voters that are currently misaligned with Biden and his administration when it comes to how he's acting with what is happening in both Israel and Palestine. And so what happened in Michigan was a tremendous results, 101,000 plus votes, 2 delegates that are going to the convention. And it sent a really strong message to let Biden know that it is incumbent upon him to listen to his voters before he risks, threatening lives both in November here in America and overseas.
Such a powerful grassroots movement. And this is what I feel like is one of the wins of this movement, is that it is from the people, by the people. So tell me more about how, Listen to Michigan, what did you guys do on a grassroots level that made it so powerful?
Yeah. Great question. I think exactly what you said, right? You know, we had a shoestring budget for this campaign and under 3 weeks to execute. And I think the biggest lesson learned here is that when you decenter special interests within campaigns or politics, people are really interested in supporting a movement that has to do with creating peace in society and really trying to create a society in which all human lives are valued. Mm-hmm. And so what we ultimately did is we really, you know, we brought people to the forefront of the movement that were most impacted by the policy decisions being made, which were Palestinian leaders such as myself and Layla Al-Abid. And we worked really closely with, you know, other people that were really democratic strategists or political strategists that understood and could help guide, you know, towards the bigger picture. And then I think the grassroots mobilizing came in because we understood, you know, being on the ground for so many months and being an organizer and an activist, we understood what the people wanted to see. And we understood the type of people that were going to get behind this movement. And it wasn't just Arab Americans and Muslim Americans. You're talking young voters, older voters, you know, the Black community, the Latino community, the entire broad scope of the Muslim community, teachers, social workers, union workers. These are people that were really trying to mobilize behind something that was really going to save lives. And so I think the grassroots effort is, you know, understanding the larger scope of how the policy around Israel and Palestine impacts our broader community here in the United States, and trying to paint that picture for folks to see what major role they can play in creating a better society, not just for us here, but for those in Palestine as well. And so being able to paint that picture, people were automatically just really mobilized to do this work. And what we did is we allowed and provided opportunity for it to continue to grow, whether it was on the ground flyering at masjids or churches, or hosting, you know, community events or community conversations. It was really important that we remain transparent to the community and brought them into the picture so they can understand what direct role they're, when they participated, what direct role or what impact would their participation have on leading to a more just society, again, both for us here in America and for those in Palestine.
Mm. So what's next? What is the goal of the larger uncommitted national campaign, and what happens after the primaries are over?
Yeah, great question. So we actually just wrapped up a really big win in Wisconsin. If anybody tracked the Wisconsin vote uninstructed, which is similar to the vote uncommitted, they, doubled their goal. Biden won the Wisconsin primary back in 2020 by, I think, 20,000, like 652 or 82 to be exact votes. And they brought in about 48 to 50,000, nearly 50,000 uninstructed votes, which really sent a very strong message to Biden to let him know one of his key swing states is at stake here. And so I think, coming out of these primaries, what's coming next for us is the delegate strategy in the convention, and really taking our anti-war, pro-peace narrative to the convention alongside the Democratic Party to let them know that there is a key base of voters. When we were looking at data, particularly in Michigan, we were able to turnkey 42% of non-likely or unlikely voters to go to the polls on primary day in Michigan to vote uncommitted, because they felt like, they've become so disillusioned by our political system. They've become so disillusioned by this Democratic Party that is supposed to be this like anti-war, pro-peace party. And so what we're going to do is continue to take this narrative to remind the party and Biden and the administration that there are a key base of Democratic voters, anti-war voters, that they must listen to. They have to listen to. And it's really important for us to ensure that we continue that narrative. And that's the plan that's coming next, leading up to the convention in August in Chicago.
Well, thank you so much, Lexi, for being here and giving us your time. Would love to have a full-on hour conversation with you on the Justice for All Now show. And so we'll be in touch. Thank you.
Thank you for everything you're doing.
Oh, I do. Oh, they're just okay. Yes. So I, as all of you, actually, Lexi, they just told me I have time. I can ask you another question. I love this live. Usually we do recording, so this is great. So I wanted to ask you one specific question. As a TV channel that is, we are trying to change the narrative over here. We're trying to We see the coverage on Gaza and how media has been absolutely complicit in this genocide. What would you like to see? How would you like the narrative to be changed? What would you like to see more of? And what role can media play, independent media and others can play in getting the truth out there?
Yeah, I think for the most part, there's been a lot of really brave, courageous journalists, particularly in Palestine, that is being, very transparent and again, courageous about what directly is happening by showcasing. I think the biggest, the missing gap here, and, unfortunately with the tragedy that just happened with the World Central Kitchen aid workers, it was a clear depiction of what happens in the media where Palestinians are consistently dehumanized. And I think this is the role that we all need to play in creating a picture where we start to humanize Palestinians, because that's what they deserve. For the president to call for all of a sudden immediate ceasefire because there are aid workers, particularly Western aid workers, that have been attacked and murdered because of a targeted direct Israeli strike from the Israeli forces. It doesn't, it's 40,000 lives too late. And the same way in which the Western world reacted to aid workers that were considered part of the Western world being targeted and murdered by the Israeli forces, those people are no different than the Palestinians that have also been targeted by Israeli forces for the last 4+ months, inclusive of women, children, and men. And so I think the biggest thing that the media needs to continue or start doing in a much better way is start to humanize Palestinians, start to report, facts that are happening on the ground. And what we need to do as a community is the platforms that are actually amplifying our voices and the platforms that are actually amplifying the truth. We need to share these stories and we need to post them all over social media, because, when you look at the demographic of people that are on social media, especially young voters, ages anywhere from 16 to 25 or 26 that are on TikTok, Instagram, Facebook. These are the places where we need to amplify the truth and the messages that are humanizing our Palestinians and that are telling the truth, because this is how we essentially get to push back against the narrative and the propaganda that's being pushed out by Western media channels, as well as the Israeli Hezbollah that's been all over the place.
Definitely. It was, when we're looking at the numbers about, for example, how many Democrats support the ceasefire versus what is happening with our elected officials and not listening to us.
Yep.
And then just this morning, I was looking at numbers where how much of our tax dollars are actually going towards military defense contractors. It comes out, as we're doing our taxes, it's tax season, right? It comes out to $5,000 per family. Like this idea that it's just a couple of $100. No, it's $5,000 for an average American family. That sort of data, it really puts it, I feel like the uncommitted campaign is even bigger than the ceasefire, right? Like getting people to understand that the funding needs to end, right? Like the ceasefire is one thing, but the funding needs to end. And then where we go with this. So that is something that I was just thinking this morning, and I'd love to get your thoughts on it as well. Where can we go? Where can we take this next? Because I believe this is such a powerful tool in the toolbox.
Yeah, I think it's a great question. And I think one of the things that I've tried to push back on people or try to explain to people is you're dealing with a situation that is inclusive of so many emotions between trauma and grief, and also not understanding or knowing what comes next. And with situations like this, especially where so many lives are at stake or on the line, is we have to understand and take this step by step. And so I think particularly for what you're saying is you're 100% right. Ensuring that there is an immediate and permanent ceasefire to save lives is the first step. And that we have to halt all arms and condition all funding to Israel when it comes to military aid. When they just did a report where they call for an immediate and permanent ceasefire for 6 weeks. A slew of things happen, and then Biden secretly does a backdoor deal where he gives munitions to Israel. And questions that people have is, which one of those munitions killed these aid workers? When you look at the World Central Kitchen strike, which one of our U.S. weapons just killed these aid workers? Because the amount of money and the amount of aid that we've been giving in addition to munitions that we are sending to Israel, the United States has become a direct, it's not even an indirect, it is a direct agent in the mass murders that are happening at the hands of Netanyahu and his right-wing government alongside our U.S. government when it comes to what's happening in Palestine. And I think, post coming, being able to come up against this, ensuring a ceasefire happens, we really need to start having conversation about looking deep into our history around what we've been able to fund and what funding that the U.S. Has given to Israel has directly been both aiding and abetting in these murders that we've seen across the last 4 months. I think that's the next step. And it's having deep conversation around us really re-engaging with our foreign policy and trying to strengthen relationships between the United States and the Middle East, particularly across the regions of Lebanon, Syria, Palestine, and ensuring that whatever choices we're making as people of conscience here in America, that there are choices that impact the Middle East, particularly those decimated areas at the hands of Israel and the United States. We got to make sure that the policies are reflective of policies that are ensuring that every single life is protected in that region, no matter your background. And I think those are the two most critical steps. And then once we get past those, I think that we need to reevaluate where we go after that.
So critical. Thank you so much, Lexi, for your work and your leadership. And it's the best part of this is this shattering of this notion that this is some sort of religious war. So your identity itself is so critical. It's resistance. Just that. Just seeing that. And so thank you so much for being here.
Thank you. And happy Ramadan to everybody. Thank you so much.
Yeah, we're going to be talking a lot more about different sorts of human rights, and that's the sort of topics that I cover in Justice for All now, which is our human rights show, our pro-peace show that we do on Muslim Network TV, highlighting voices, people who perhaps might never be covered by mainstream corporate media because it goes against militarism, racism, and the three poverty, the three nexus of evil that Martin Luther King spoke about. So we are we ready for our next guest? Yes, and as we're getting ready for our next guest, we're going to be talking about the issue of domestic violence and human trafficking. My next guest is someone who has worked on these issues for many, many years, both locally at the United Nations as well as in different capacities. And these are topics a lot of times that we sort of gloss over in the Muslim community. We often don't give it the sort of due, the actual time that's needed and to break down these topics, because it seems like there's this idea that we shouldn't air our dirty laundry. However, what we have seen in advocacy is unless you talk about things, unless you openly examine them, you cannot come up with solutions. So I'm going to be calling on the screen Tahira Hussein. Assalamu Alaikum, Tahira.
Walaikum Assalam, Sister Hina Zuberi. Thank you so much for inviting me.
Oh, it's great to have you. You're such a vision and someone that we all look up to, especially here in the DMV, the DC metro area. Tahira, you tell me more about, I want my audience to know more about the work, and you're such a strong supporter of Muslim Network TV, and you have been a donor. You've helped us let people know about the TV channel in your area. And so I really wanted to thank you, number one, and then also highlight the work that you do on a daily basis. So tell me, Tahira, more about the sort of victims that you help with now your nonprofit, Bano.
Mm-hmm. So basically, my work is like over 25 years in Washington, D.C., DMV area. I work with nonprofit organization, they law and advocacy in Maryland. And we mostly work with domestic violence and human trafficking victims. We do lobby in Annapolis and Washington, D.C. And the recent years, like 5, 7, 6 years, I saw a lot of South Asian sisters. They are involved with human trafficking and domestic violence. And they have, the amazing thing is victim, they don't realize they've been victim. And from their community and so like work, there are two type of victims from are you want to talk about like what work we do, or you want to talk about like what our community going through with human trafficking and domestic violence, and there is no way they can highlight those things, and it's become our like under the carpet we put everything and everything is fine. So
Please go ahead. This is your time on our telethon. I'd love to hear more about what issues you feel like your victims are, the victims that you work with are facing. So share about what they're going through.
With the Maryland DMV area with all kind of domestic violence, if they belong to this community or South Asian community or Black community, no matter what the race and culture they belong to or religion they belong to, if they're victim, we try to support them. And we lobby these laws in Annapolis and Washington, D.C. And after 8 years of struggle, we passed one bill, Safe Harbor Bill. And we've been working so hard for that bill, sex trafficking and safe harbor bill. So I'm one of the first person who started doing human trafficking in Maryland. We removed that. We used to have a big truck place where the Zizi kebab, right now people go there and enjoy food. There's a big truck lot there, and there's sex trafficking happening, minor sex trafficking happening there as a business. That was a business place. So I was one of those people who helped get some laws passed in Maryland. But talking about when we talk about our South Asian community or Muslim community, their mental health and human trafficking and domestic violence issues, and we see that, and we don't voice those issues, and we put under the rug. So my
Can you tell me why that happens?
why that
And you
happens? The
said
thing is,
something very
women come class or middle class families come from Pakistan. The women, they come from Pakistan. They're not educated enough, and they got married to some lower class or uneducated person here. Mostly these cases happen in lower middle class because of the financial situation or something. In-laws, they dominate and they took all passport, green card. I have 7 or 8 cases, the same, I'm telling you. The in-laws or husband took their green card, passport and everything, identity and everything. The woman cannot do anything and they work as a slave. And recently a case with the drug addict person, I just helped her woman getting divorced, and she was going through the same thing. And Indian, Pakistani and Bangladeshi community, male, they come from their country and they work so hard, but they get minimum wage or maybe less wage, and they work 24 hours and they don't get enough, and their passport and their papers, the grocery store head or some you can see route 1695, there are a lot of hotels there. They work there, but they don't get their papers and documents with the person who own that business. And day and night they work hard. They don't have health insurance or anything, and they cannot go anywhere because their papers, documents with the hotel owner. You know that I don't want to mention any particular name, but you know who own these hotels on highways. It's very cheap hotels, and what business going on there. And people, because they're poor, they get their job and they don't have any things to say because they don't have any document. They can get arrested. So
I mean, these are the sort of issues that a lot of times don't get the sort of really attention that is needed. And your work is so critical because, and I think it's critical not only because you're shining the light on it, but you're connecting the dots to policy, and then you're trying to work on changing that policy that can help the people. So it's preventative instead of just getting money together to help the victims, which is usually what people do, is they just gather money and just help the victims. You are actually trying to change policy so then these victims aren't created in the first place, or if there are created victims, there is support system to help them. And that is
advocacy and policy play a major role in this. And now your channel and you yourself is highlighting those things in faith-based centers, Muslim mosque and everything. Advocacy and policy can play a bigger role than anything else. Everyone has a voice and they can play a big role. If you highlight what you're going through, your elected official has a responsibility to voice those issues in General Assembly. People now getting like our and they're getting okay.
Oh, I feel like we lost Tara's sound, but that is the sort of work, critical work, that so many American Muslims are doing in different states across the country, and Tahira is one of them. And these are the sort of stories that we don't get a chance to highlight and put out into the public. And I'm so grateful for you, Tahira, that you were here. And inshallah, we'll be having you on for a full-on program on Muslim Network TV's Justice for All Now show, so we can talk about these issues in depth and really focus in on what are some of the critical solutions. So thank you so much for your time here coming on during Ramadan for this telethon. I know you've been really busy. JazakAllahu khair for everything that you do.
Thank you so much for inviting me, and thank you so much for your channel. A lot of people getting especially our community, getting information from your channel.
Alhamdulillah, that's excellent to hear. Muslim Network TV just had a premiere in Chicago. That was our first premiere. Let's take a look at the program.
Assalamu Alaikum, and welcome to the Chicago premiere of Muslim Network TV, brought to you by Sound Vision Foundation, where we broadcast Muslims, our perspectives, our voices. My name is Samia Sayed, and I will be your virtual MC from our Toronto studios tonight. When I'm not wearing my MC hat, I am also the anchor of Canadian Muslim News with Dr. Catherine Bullock, bringing you breaking news from a Canadian Muslim perspective. Welcome back. I can't think of another way to begin this evening rather than calling on the visionary himself, someone who we all know in the community whose dream it is that we currently stand in. He is a producer and nonprofit entrepreneur. He was chosen 8 times as one of the world's most 500 influential Muslims. Without further ado, please give a warm welcome to the president of Sound Vision, founder of Justice for All and Muslim Network TV, Imam Abdul Malik Mujahid.
Assalamu Alaikum. Dr. Khurshid Malik has been serving the community silently for a long time, not just as a physician, a urologist, but as a person deeply connected and concerned for the Ummah. You know justice for all, but you perhaps never paid attention that he is the founding board chair. It was the first time in humanity, in international law, stopping the genocidal war. 250,000 Muslim marched in Washington, D.C. and 100 other cities. He was standing rock solid in that work. In my 40 years of working for Muslim community in North America, I have found him to be a solid ally, standing with you and giving you a straight and honest and sincere opinion. Thank you so much, Dr. Khurshid Malik, for your friendship, for your honesty, and for your passion for the Muslim Ummah.
Now, I can stand here all evening and tell you about some of the great work MNTV does. But instead, let's be joined by the Atlanta Studios lawyer and Deputy National Director of CARE, who is also one of Muslim Networks TV's own hosts. Please welcome Brother Edward Ahmed Mitchell.
Bismillah, alhamdulillah, wassalatu wassalam ala rasulullah. Assalamu alaikum, brothers and sisters. As an African-American Muslim, I know how powerful the media is. The images that we see in mainstream media, from news agencies to Hollywood, can either uplift or smear minority communities. And we've seen that be done to African-Americans, Muslims, and others. One of the first signs that African-Americans are making progress in society in this country was when the media started to depict a more accurate and positive portrayal of Black people. We saw it from television shows to films to news reporting, and that is also happening with the Muslim community. But it needs to happen more, and we need to take control of our narrative. That's the only way real progress will occur. That's why Muslim Network TV is so important. It gives us a chance to control our own narrative, to discuss the stories that are important to the world through the Muslim American perspective. So it's very important for us now to look at how the media has impacted Muslims in America so that we better understand why it is so important for us to tell stories ourselves in the media. Let's take a look.
Well, the Muslim population of the West is rising very quickly, and that has implications for social cohesion or national security.
New information about this mosque from a man who says he attended prayers there. We are protecting his identity at his request.
Islam somehow lends itself to more extremism than other religions, and whether or not moderate Muslims are doing enough to speak out about it.
Muslims don't need convincing that media coverage about Muslims is negative. The evidence is out there. A project at Middlebury College examined 800,000 articles published about Islam and Muslims. The college found 78% of these articles have a negative tone. Subsequently, Hollywood instills this negativity into the hearts of American consumers with a mix of sex and violence. Here's what America is watching.
What's Islamic extremism? Allahu Akbar. God is great.
Hollywood has a very narrow view of Arabs. I mean, just think of every Arab character you've ever seen on screen. Think of how those characters are usually inherently connected to violence and US national security, and then ask yourself this question.
When have you seen a Hollywood film tell the story of an Iraqi during the Iraq War? Do you know any cases?
Dr. Maytha Al-Hassan, a Syrian-American journalist and scholar, asked me this question when I was researching the story. And even though I had spent the past week finding every possible film related to the portrayal of Arabs on screen, I had literally never come across a movie like the one Al-Hassan asked about.
And then what do you have after 9/11? You have films like Zero Dark 30, Hurt Locker, what else? So that whole terror genre is told from the story of the military, right?
Al-Hassan explains this in her detailed report, Hawk and Hollywood, a look at the industry's decades-long history of stereotyping, whitewashing, and overall misrepresenting Arab and Muslim communities.
When politicians act upon it, they create Guantanamo Bay and Muslim bans.
Donald J. Trump is calling for a total and complete shutdown of Muslims entering the United States.
This has a real impact on the lives of American Muslims. 56% of Muslim students feel unsafe at schools. 1 in 4 American Muslim doctors face systemic discrimination. And there are 201 anti-Muslim bills introduced in 43 states. American media and Hollywood define for the world what Muslims are. When this hate and anti-Muslim bias spreads around the world, it kills. It created genocide of Rohingya in Burma. It let Assad of Syria and his Russian allies exterminate people asking for democracy and Islam. It resulted in the largest number of concentration camps since Nazi Germany for Uyghur Muslims. Now the anti-Muslim hate in India is taking the path of genocide.
So we're warning that genocide could very well happen in India. U.S. Holocaust Museum is right about that.
Jai Sri Ram! Jai Sri Ram!
Haters are going to hate, however media makes it or breaks it. Overcoming hatred is possible. It takes resources and time. Others have done it. When hateful rhetoric is used against Jews, executives resign. Unfortunately, anti-Muslim hatred is still acceptable in media. We have a responsibility to change this narrative. We need to take charge of our own story, one step at a time, with sabr and dua, inshallah.
As you just saw in the clip, it has become high time for Muslims to take charge of our own narratives and images. And we can do this through Muslim Network TV. Their daily Muslim news that airs at 9 p.m. Eastern and 8 p.m. Central is how America can discover its Muslim neighbors. Now you can help us by accessing our shows on your smartphone, Apple TV, Amazon TV, Roku, and on satellite, all of the major streaming platforms. We are covered in the United States, Canada, and Mexico. To learn more about us, I'd like to introduce you to one of our Chicago studio anchors of the Daily Muslim News. Now, I didn't know this before, but Sister Samana Siddiqui is originally from Canada, where she studied journalism at Concordia University in Montreal. She has over 21 years of media service to the community and has worked as a reporter for the Montreal Gazette and at a radio before she joined Sound Vision in 1999 as a content manager. Please put your hands together for Sister Samana Siddiqui. Thank you, Sister Samana, for sharing your experience with Muslim Network TV. As an anchor from Canadian Muslim News, I know the struggles we face when we try to highlight Muslim stories in our work. Stories that are neglected or portrayed as negative in mainstream media. But keeping us faithfully connected, MNTV, or Muslim Network TV, is the only daily Muslim news channel that is widely accessible on multiple streaming platforms. And it is because of organizations like MNTV that there is a demand for over 3,000 global newspapers to include Muslim news. It's time to take charge of your narrative, and all you have to do is pull out your phone and download the Muslim Network TV app. You can do this whether you have an Apple or an Android, and you can have access to Muslim content 24/7 right in your pocket from the comfort of your home. Now's your time to get involved, and it's your turn to step up and do your part to support Muslim stories. Downloading the Muslim Network TV app is simple and easy. All you have to do is open your app store, type Muslim Network TV, and click download. Done. Now it's your turn. Go ahead and start the download. Once you're done, turn to your neighbor and ask if they've started their download. We'll give you a few seconds to try. Hey there, are you downloading the MNTV app now? Well, hurry up. It's almost time for our next program. And believe me, you do not want to be on your phone during that clip. Coming up now is a video on success stories of UK Muslims and media.
15 years ago, there used to be just one Muslim member of Parliament. Now there are around 40 in the combined Houses of Parliament. It's the House of Commons and the House of Lords. What made such a rapid growth in representation was very much down to TV. Over that time frame, UK Muslims began launching their first TV channels, and today we can count over 25. And meanwhile, more than 7,000 non-Muslim embrace Islam every year. And the number keeps rising, with little doubt that Muslim TV channels make a big contribution. According to British government statistics, just one Muslim channel reaches almost 60% of all UK Muslims. Because of this, what's happened in the UK has been a steady trend toward mainstreaming Islam, as Muslims have been taking increasingly professional roles in society. They've matured to go on into government roles from left to right across the political spectrum. I mentioned this idea of mainstreaming or normalizing Islam in the UK because it allowed Muslims to be viewed less like monolithic other and more like a diverse cross-section of the British population at large. Now, whenever this kind of mainstreaming happens, Islamophobia can be tackled and beaten. And the UK has the least levels of Islamophobia among major European countries by most observations, including France, for example, and Germany, both of which have very large Muslim populations. This is the power of the media, and yet it is simply missing in the USA and in Canada until now. Now, if we're to have anything close to the kind of success that I've described in the UK, we have to understand how expensive it is to produce media. 10 years ago, I wrote an award-winning novel called Sikandar. I was later contacted by a Hollywood screenwriter who wanted to write the screenplay for it. I agreed, and we collaborated to complete it. That experience taught me something of the complexity and cost of putting together a production. With the US average feature film running for production to tens of millions of dollars, maybe even 100 million, production of the screenplay, of mine at least, has never gotten off the ground. Now, if you think of what's going on, thanks to volunteerism of Muslims, we have Muslim TV network now. But it can only succeed if it's properly funded, and if not, then it won't reach the people that it needs. Once a channel can establish itself and have enough viewers to be able to drive an advertising revenue stream, all the evidence is there that it can be sustained. Now is the time for your support.
Our next speaker is a graduate of the esteemed historically black college, Morehouse College. He is one of the many talented editors that bring you daily Muslim news, who curates our playlists and wears multiple hats within the MNTV family. Truly, he is a jack of all trades. Please give a warm round of applause to Brother Bubba Murray.
For many networks, the news is seen as a strength of the programming. And I think it is no different for us here at Muslim Network Television. We are very fortunate to have two dedicated anchors, Sister Samana Siddiqui and Sister Hina Zubairi, who have been doing an amazing job.
Hold on, everyone. Do I have your attention? Well, right now, right at this moment, I want you to pick up your phone and download Muslim Network TV. Go to your app store, type Muslim Network TV, and hit download. You can do this whether you've got an Apple or Android phone. We'll give you a minute to start the download. Are you done yet? All right, great job. Let's put our phones away and return back to the program.
Our news anchors, Sister Samana and Sister Hina, make sure we do not shy away from the serious stories. My colleagues are dedicated to presenting hard truths, but trust me, they also know how to have fun as well. Muslim Network TV is more than just news. In our 24/7 schedule, we broadcast a full spectrum of entertainment programs. We have two Muslim physicians who are also comedians. We have children's programming. We have religious teachings, several talk shows, and a science show led by a prominent Muslim scientist.
I'm glad you brought that up because definitely, as we know, mental health plays such an incredible role.
Behavior and adapt, as it is usually called, the first line is towards God.
The threat lies the most with the U.S. government and the Israeli government.
And I do worry about all those hard questions. Those are tough issues. Happy to offer my perspective.
Retarding the progression of the disease, these modifiable risk factors, as I said, they play a vital role.
My name is Amina Ahmed. I'm the host of the talk show NextGen on Muslim Network TV. And, I'm just here to tell you guys a little bit about NextGen. NextGen is, one of the shows of Muslim Network TV. And what we seek to do is amplify the voices of young people.
As a physician, I'm hosting a show on Muslim Network TV called What's Up, Doc? What's Up, Doc is a health and wellness show designed to help guide you through the world of medicine and healthcare.
Between the wars and the streets, corporate greed will cut through corner in the Ford and things are laundering so much moves. Time is never on pause.
That's what we do here on Art to Heart. We check out the best in Islamic poetry, nasheeds, hip hop, and everything in between.
Not that, don't dare lose track, or you'll fall way back. But if my Lord loves... Is it wrong coming soon? It needs a minute, man. I'm in and not a Philly. I turn into an Eagles fan.
How do I gain, for sure, humility in my prayer? You're making your plans. If you got a phone call coming up, what am I going to say when I talk to this person?
As if to say that the default state every one of us should have is that I'm not here for a dunya.
I try, I pray, I do everything, and still I'm not getting what I'm asking for.
Rahman. Who remembers what Ar-Rahman means? What will happen on the Day of Judgment, Abdullah?
They'll crush together and it will explode.
Assalamu Alaikum, welcome back. We're going to be taking a look at some clips from my show, Justice for All Now. I remember when we first started, it was COVID, and we were doing the show from my dining table. And now we have a studio, and alhamdulillah, things have just grown, and we're trying to take it up to the next level. I focus mostly on issues that are rarely discussed, some current events, human rights across the globe. I've had guests from Bangladesh, from South America, from right here in the United States, small cities where activists are doing work and not getting the press that they need. So we're going to be showing you a variety of clips. The special segments include, the first one will be cybersecurity, where I interviewed a lovely young woman that I've known since, and watched her grow, and Farida Shahid, and she teaches parents on how to make sure that their kids are safe online and from predators, which is, you might not think that that's something related to human rights, but just listening to her and learning so much from her, because activists are targeted online all the time as well. So let's take a look.
Anytime you download a new app, just look at the settings to make sure you have your locations turned off before you post a photo. Make sure that nothing in the photo is giving out information about yourself or the people around you. Everyone in the photo has consented to the photo if there's anybody else on the photo. And also being sure that the location isn't tagged in the photo. So there is a new app right now called Be Real that a lot of kids are on. A lot of people don't know that if you don't have your location services turned off, and if you're not checking before you post, it can actually post your live location right then and there. So being mindful of new apps that you may be downloading, like Be Real, is not about the app in particular. It's about the settings that you're putting in. And a lot of the security and safety settings are not on by default. And so you have to do your due diligence about, is my full name online? My location online? Is where I'm going to school or going to work or traveling online? So just being mindful of that before you post is very important.
What is interesting about India, what they have done is they have just said these, this is enshrined in law. The Constitution guarantees XYZ rights, but there's no analysis of how that Constitution is even being implemented, or how the judiciary has been affected under the Modi regime. Did you find, I would like your comments on that.
Yeah, I haven't found anything where the judiciary has been shown as being complicit with the Modi regime. In fact, in almost all cases, there's again that sort of excuse being made for the judicial process, saying that they're trying to do it and they're implementing some tribunal somewhere, and they need to get more judges on. So there's almost, like I said, that soft apologetics viewpoint.
How much of it was the war on terror and post 9/11? And then I'd like to ask both of you, how would this case have played out, perhaps if it had played out today instead of 20 years ago? So, Clive.
Well, thank you very much, and I appreciate the invitation.
So you saw two more clips from two other shows. One of the shows was a roundtable that we did with staff from Justice for All, reacting to the State Department's country human rights reports that have come out. Because obviously these human rights reports are rather large, and so our staff does analysis on them as they come out. And to have directly impacted staff, that's one great thing about Justice for All that you might know, that most of our teams are led by people who are directly impacted from the communities. So our Save India team is led by an Indian American. Our Save Uyghur team is led by an Uyghur, and so on and so forth. So alhamdulillah, we do these. Sometimes the show goes into analysis at that point. Our last clip that you saw was the show that I did with the new lawyer for Afia Siddiqui. Sister Afia's case has been something that has moved so many of us. And mashallah, she has a great new lawyer, someone who has really, really taken the case really seriously and knows what he's doing. He's working not only in the US, but working in Pakistan. And so that was an extra amazing bonus to be able to talk strategy with him and to understand where he's going with Justice for All case, alhamdulillah. So this is, when we're debating what to cover, I love for our fans, our watchers, to send in ideas for the Justice for All Now show, what you would like us to talk about next. I'm going to show you one more clip that we did a show on Modi. And so let's take a look at that, and let's take a look at a package on India.
Festivals are a call for joy, partying, and celebrations. Unfortunately, not always. In Modi's India, festivals are being weaponized against Muslims. In April 2022, a Hindu religious festival was used to attack Muslims in the heart of the Indian capital, Delhi. RSS Hindutva groups marched to a mosque, brandishing swords, daggers, and shouting anti-Muslim slogans. They attacked a mosque in Delhi. Since the police did not stop them, Muslims stood up to protect their place of worship. This is when the BJP RSS government came into action. They blamed Muslims and immediately demolished their houses. That is to teach Muslims a lesson. This is now a pattern. Throughout the year, Hindus carry out festivals, and during many of them, Muslims are attacked. Indian police do not defend Muslims. When they attempt to protect their mosques, homes, and shops, the police arrest Muslims and often bulldoze their homes and businesses. All while the RSS BJP militias then wait for the next festival for the cycle to begin again. This has been their modus operandi since the Modi's government RSS BJP regime came into power. Here is an attack on a mosque. Here is another one. And this goes on and on.
की हमारे साथ मारपीट की, जिसमें मेरा गाल पे चोट लगी हुई है। मेरी पत्नी के जो है कपड़े फाड़े, मेरी लड़की के साथ बलात्कार की बात करी।
When Muslim victims try to file a police report, it is often not recorded, and if they are lucky in getting it recorded, then the administration harasses Muslims to withdraw their petitions.
तो दुकान भी हमारी एक हमारी ताऊ जी के ऊपर मकान था।
हमारे खाने जगह नहीं रही, बैठने को सब छुपाने को जगह नहीं रही।
That is justice in India today.
Watching that really shakes you because we worry about the future of Muslims in India. So I'm really grateful. I have some lovely, amazing guests coming up in this next segment. Amazing supporters of Muslim Network TV, as well as people who are doing, who are experts in their field and doing such powerful work for the American Muslim community. So my first guest is Brother Jamil Alim Johnson. Assalamu Alaikum, Brother Jamil.
Wa alaikum assalam wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuhu. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. The voice is a little low, so if you could turn up the volume on that, but otherwise we can hear you. Brother Jamil, as we're looking towards November, and I know you work with the Prince George's Muslim Council in Maryland, and you have been organizing the community and really working on or making sure that our people are educated about the process, as well as ready to be out there on election day. So tell me, what are some of the things that your organization is taking a look at carefully, and what are you really worried about?
Well, first of all, just to give a little bit of background, the Prince George's County Muslim Council has been around since 2008, when we first founded. Our mission is to get the Muslim community involved in the political and civic affairs of the county, the purpose of which is to facilitate our way of life, but also to work with our neighbors to hopefully improve quality of life for everyone in Prince George's County. So we do this through two organizations that we have. PGCMC and PGCMCF, the F standing for Foundation. So where Prince George's County Muslim Council focuses on the civic issues, focuses on voting, which is one of the primary things, voting, candidate endorsement, lobbying for issues of concern to the Muslim community. PGCMCF focuses on economic issues, but also particularly in getting younger people involved in public advocacy through our internship program, which places students with public policy organizations, the government, elected officials, law offices, and one of the key areas is media. One of the places that we're able to work very closely with Muslim Network Television on, so they understand, because this is how you get your word out, through the media. So we have major focus this year, even though we are predominantly, we focus on state and local politics with some international. Obviously, this year has really put the international issues in the forefront. You have Gaza, obviously in particular. You have what we just showed in India. We have issues in Sudan. And one of the things that we have said often this particular year, because we do this as Muslims, as people who believe in Allah and His Messenger. So we constantly quote the issue of, when you see something wrong, stop it with your hands. And if you cannot do that, then speak out against it. And if you cannot do that, then at least hate it with your heart, but that is the least form of faith. So at PGCMC, what we are focusing on is getting people. We don't have the ability to stop these things with our hands, but we certainly have the ability to speak out on them, and particularly to speak to people of influence, our elected officials, to let them know how we feel. And one of the best ways to be influential with that is to show that you have a voting block that can affect who is elected and who is not elected. So you ask, what are the things that we focus on this year? One of the things that we focus on, besides trying to get policy change, to get that ceasefire in place, to put pressure on the administration, to push back against Israel, since the United States is aiding and abetting what they do with the financial and military support that we provide them. But to get Muslims registered and being prepared to vote. So we're going to be doing, major voter registration drives. We have our election coming up here for the Democratic primary, May 2nd through May 9th is early voting. The election day in itself for the primary is May 14th. And so we are backing a candidate that we feel is best for us as a community and best for us as Maryland. So we want to make sure we get as many votes out for that person as possible. You asked me.
I wanted to
jump in
before you move on, and I did want to ask you this. Like, this is very, very what you just said is very important. That you have used this the foundation to do the work that is community based, but as a council, you're able to endorse candidates. So that's very, very important. So that's something that I wanted to highlight to our audience, that they learn that there are mechanisms in which our organizations can work as C4s, enable and endorse candidates. So I just wanted to point that out.
No problem there. Because MFAC, and that's how we started. The first organization was Prince George's County Muslim Council, which is a 501c4. And that allows us to lobby. That allows us, now even, 501c3s can do some lobbying, but it's limited in scope, limited in time, limited in scope. But as a C4, we can lobby, we can endorse candidates. Both organizations can do voter registration. But the point is that we need to be able to organize the Muslim community to be able to push candidates and to able to support the candidates of our choice and to push those elected officials in a particular direction. So one of the things that you asked was, what do I worry about for this year? I try not to worry too much and put it in the hands of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. But what are my concerns? Well, I mean, one of our concerns certainly is you have a presidential election coming up where we're concerned about the choices. We're concerned about the way the current president is handling this issue in Palestine. But at the same time, we also have to look at what is the alternative. And the alternative is not very good either. The alternative is a real issue for us. And so we both want to send a message to what we're concerned about now, but at the same time, we don't want to bite off our nose to spite our face. Yeah. And what we
I wanted to ask you to give this message to people who might be wanting to sit out this election. Why is it important to show that Muslims vote despite being in such a terrible condition right now, where we're facing, we see the genocide happening in Gaza, but why is it important for Muslims to vote in this election?
Well, alhamdulillah, sis, you actually asked the question I was just about to answer. What we don't want, what we worry about the most, is Muslims deciding both choices are just bad, so we're going to do nothing. What people have to understand about the history of this country is that it's called a democracy, but the reality is it was never intended initially in the Constitution that was left by the founding fathers. It was never meant for everybody to participate. It was meant for white male landowners to have control and make decisions. And even after slavery ended and black males, and this is understood at the time, black males were the only ones given the right to vote. Every effort was made in state laws to keep that from happening until the Voting Rights Act of 1965. So if people think they're doing something by not voting, actually what you're doing is you're falling right into the hands of people that do not want you to have a choice, do not want you to have an effect on the election, because what will happen is the candidates that win will say, well, these people don't vote, so I don't have to worry about their issues, because they will not make a difference in whether or not I win or lose.
Well, thank you so much for that insight and for doing the work that you do. We'll be following your work closely. And thank you for being here and being a supporter of Muslim Network TV.
Well, thank you, Sister Hannah, and thank you very much for what you do. And thank Muslim Network TV for giving us a voice, where in other cases we didn't have a voice. Assalamu Alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
Wa alaikum assalam. So that was Jamil Alim Johnson. He has worked on Capitol Hill. He's trained so many of us. We learn so much from him every day. And he's on, on the local front working, making sure that our community is informed and knows who to vote for when they go out on primary days. Next, we have with us Tasneem Manjra. Tasneem is a marketing expert, and I wanted to bring her in to talk strategy around the election and also really laser focus in on how the human rights world, the human rights and Muslim communities can learn. What can they learn from marketing? Where are we falling behind? What can we, where do we need to really, really focus on? So Tasneem, thank you so much for joining us.
Assalamu Alaikum, Sister Hannah. How are you?
Alhamdulillah, I am doing well, and thank you. This is our Ramadan Telethon. It's the first time we're having such a long telethon, so I'm really grateful to all our guests. And Tasneem, you're joining us from California. Tell us more. Tasneem, I really want to, I look at how far Muslim organizations have come in the past with their marketing, but I also look and see that we're still not there, when compared to others. And why is marketing so important for any cause?
Yeah, no, it's a great question. So marketing, I think, has been a little bit of a lower priority for a lot of Muslim organizations, just because a lot of the foundational work, if you think about our community, a lot of us are first generation, or perhaps have, like my parents, came from a different country. And a lot of the work that they were trying to do is just basically establish the thing, whatever that thing would be, whether it be a masajid or, raise funds for folks back home, et cetera. And so I think what ends up happening is marketing seems like such a far thing to grasp, and something that's not necessarily as critical as doing the initial legwork, right? So marketing is almost seen as optional. We see that in companies too. It's not surprising, but especially so in nonprofits. I think over the last few years, just given the multiple channels and ways in which people donate, marketing has definitely taken the forefront. And so you start to see Muslim organizations ramp up on marketing. In some cases, sometimes too much, but you definitely see that it's taken a part of their budget, it's taken a part of their focus. They have heads of marketing, et cetera, or at least have some marketing consultants on hand.
This is really interesting, because can I just tell you, I remember being in a meeting with the ambassador at that time of religious freedom, Sam Brownback, and he said to us, we were talking about the Rohingya genocide, and he's like, you need to get marketing. You need to have people tweeting about this, just like they did about Darfur, and everybody was talking about Darfur and making slogans about Darfur, and you need to do that for the Rohingya. And at that time, I was just looking at him like, hello, people are dying, they're starving, and you're telling us to spend time marketing and bringing in Hollywood actors. Until then, people are not going to take this genocide seriously. But I've learned. And so how would you have reacted to something like that?
Yeah, no, it's a really valid point. I think your perspective is absolutely valid. I think I would have said the same thing and been like, what are you talking about? Why do we have to do this? Because from a human level, you're like, you should already get it. It should already matter. But, humans are also consuming so many different things. So a lot of the marketing isn't necessarily telling them what to think and what is right and what is wrong. They already know it. But because they have a million different messages coming to them, how do you get top of mind? Right. So a lot of it is about being top of mind rather than the message itself. Yes, of course, the message is very important. I wouldn't say that you necessarily need Hollywood actors and whatnot to get that message across effectively. We're seeing that with a lot of marketing for Gaza and for Palestine, is you don't need the highest quality stuff out there to get in the mind space of the American population. But yeah, absolutely. I think, for example, you think about the Rohingya, people don't know about them. Right. And so they're getting information from sources that are incorrect. A lot of times they're sort of confirming their own biases. Oh, these people must have been immigrants. They just got kicked out of Burma because they're not really from Burma. right? Not really from Myanmar. And so how do you inform? And so this is a great opportunity. I mean, honestly, like in that situation, if I was doing a campaign for the Rohingya, let's do some crowdsourced funding from the community. Everybody, you know, we need $20,000 to $30,000. Let's get some billboards up. Let's think about maybe getting some websites up. Let's think about social media. You know, times have changed a lot since I think the beginning of that crisis. Now we've got a different situation for that particular group, you know, as they are in Bangladesh. But, you know, certainly you can use all the channels that are available to us online, offline, et cetera, to really raise awareness, and not only raise awareness, but actually get dollars in. So aid, right? And so you are helping the cause at the same time. You know, the information also comes at the same time as the funds. You know, they really work hand in hand. So it's absolutely a beneficial thing to do for that particular cause.
And the oppressor understands this. So what trends have you noticed, especially with Hasbara, where they are able to overcome media with their talking points? And what can we learn from that and use that for the human rights work that needs to be done?
Yeah, so, you know, the Zionists have a long-standing playbook on marketing. They have some of the best marketers in the entire world dedicated to their campaigns. So if you think about all these Madison Avenue firms, chances are there's a Zionist at the head of it. And so they understand PR. So they very much understand, how do we write a story that's going to get placed? They then have people in their network who are journalists, right? They then have folks in their network who are in the media. So then they're going to get that out as well, like onto the, you know, to the broadcast TV. They own a lot of the billboards. So they have set up the infrastructure so well that you can't get away, right? And they will amplify their message until everybody hears it. On our end, we have such a hard time, right? On social media, we're shadow banned all the time. If you think about, so many accounts are not maybe banned, or their traffic is limited, impressions are limited, features are limited on Instagram and Facebook. Again, not part of the Zionist, you know, package that they have of assets. You know, you cannot, for example, you know, get a billboard just like that approved, because the billboard companies, again, are either owned wholly or in part by Zionists, or have Zionists on their board. Same goes for, you know, headlines and whatnot on CNN, et cetera. That's why, you know, Muslim Network TV is so critical, right? You're able to get your message out to folks unhindered by this very structural foundation that has been set by the Zionists in our country to control the message and to control the propaganda that goes out to the Americans.
That's so important. And it's so important for our Muslims to understand this. And really, we're hoping with this new generation gets it and are willing to put their money behind that as well. One last question. I know you see a lot of bad marketing as well. So can we talk a little bit about return on investment, and what tips would you give for people who have a limited marketing budget? Where should they be spending it?
Unlimited marketing budget? A lot of budget, you said? Okay.
Limited.
Okay. I was like, wow, that'd be great. Yeah, for limited budget, you know, I think organizations, this is what I'm seeing now, right? Is that now that marketing is a point of focus, people are getting a little bit ahead of themselves. So, you know, for example, you have an organization and you want to have a function and you want to raise funds. Do you really need to hire the speaker that's going to charge you $20,000 to $30,000? Right? Like, we need to really think about, how do we position our organization and what we do in such a positive light that people are going to come with or without the famous speaker, right? And if that famous speaker does come, are we making sure that we've accounted for, you know, the benefit of that speaker? So if we're going to spend $20,000 or $30,000 on that speaker, how much are we planning to raise that night? Right? We have, you know, obviously you've got a percent that you're sort of telling your donors that you spend on admin across the board. Does it really make sense to, you know, if you're spending 20, 30% to raise funds, it's not good ROI. I also sometimes in the mail will receive really elaborate packages from Muslim nonprofits. And frankly, I look at them and I say, if this is where my donor dollars are going, I'm not giving to this organization. If they spend $5 or $6 per mailer, this is probably not the right organization for me. So, there is a certain beauty and simplicity, especially given the fact that, as Muslims, we as a community also have limited funds, right? We only have so much to give, and we want to make sure that it's very efficient. So organizations also have to put their, their donor hats on as they are doing fundraising and think what's going to be most attractive to our donors and what's going to show them that we are financially prudent while also being sort of on top of the trends. It's very, very important.
So Tasneem, you are the founder of a creative agency called Substrate. Let's talk a little bit from that perspective about political campaigns, because that's another area, especially when Muslim candidates are running, that I personally have seen a lot of community dollars being wasted. Let's talk a little bit about strategy behind political campaigns.
Yeah, so the number one thing that we've started to see, we're trying to actually build that part of our business out, and a lot of it came from the errors that we're seeing behind Muslim candidates by agencies. So we're seeing that Muslim candidates aren't really thinking about their content first; they're thinking about distribution first. So they're thinking, how do I get on Facebook and this and that and everything else? And meanwhile, they're putting out ads that are not really putting them in the best light. So their messaging is not great. They don't really have a clear platform. And so if you put out, like, for example, if I'm running for Congress in my area and I just put out something, Tasneem likes safety, and I'm spending $20,000 on, a banner campaign for that. How is that appealing? Do I have an endorsement in my ad? Does it say Tasneem is endorsed by the police chief of, Danville, for example? Does it show some endorsement stamps from like the local, police department, et cetera? Like, you have to really make sure the message makes sense and standalone. It's going to attract, the community members, and they're going to know that you know what you're talking about. They're not voting for you because you're Muslim, right? Like, that shouldn't be, I don't vote for people because they're Muslim. I vote for people because they're going to be good politicians. And yes, they're also going to benefit the Muslim community, right? You have to have, the platform has to be very clear. So once you click on the ad, when you go to the website, how clear is your website? How clear, again, is it? Is it very easy for folks to understand what the candidate stands for? Is it very easy to understand what the benefits are of that candidate? Like, all those things kind of have to hit people on the head. You have less than 30 seconds in most cases to convince people in any channel. And so if you've got like long text and it goes on and on and on, no bueno. Other thing is, we got to think about, for example, like consultants, right? We've got Muslim candidates going to consultants. They're spending loads and loads and loads of money. And the candidate themselves is kind of like very unclear on marketing itself. And so they're depending upon these individuals to really guide them. But, you have to have a little bit of wherewithal yourself, because ultimately you're the CEO of your campaign and you have to make sure those funds are being spent wisely. And so I think sometimes that's why we see losses in some areas. It's just a misallocation of funds.
So important. And this is something that so much to learn from. And I think what our community often dismisses is experts within our community who know this stuff and should be given perhaps more weight when these considerations are being made. Thank you so much, Tasneem, for joining us and for being a Muslim Network TV supporter. Inshallah, we'll have you back for a longer show and where we can talk more about this, inshallah. As we're focusing on this Ramadan Telethon, I just, at this, I can just tell you from behind the scenes, as I watch Muslim Network TV grow, I can't sometimes believe the amount of work that has been done already with the small amount of funds that we have. I look at, I've worked in media. I know how much money normally goes in to building out state-of-the-art studios, to paying talent, paying producers, buying the best equipment. And alhamdulillah, all I can say, I look at this and I absolutely believe this is the barakah of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, that our small effort on such a shoestring budget has been able to provide the level of professionalism that you all are seeing. At our last premiere in the Bay Area, we got a note back from one of the attendees, and they were just blown away by the level of editing professionalism, the anchors. The note that I read was like they couldn't believe that the anchors were all so many of them. So for some of them, it was their first time, and others just so professional. And I just look back at that and think, Alhamdulillah, Alhamdulillah, that Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala is using us to do this work and putting the barakah in the funds that we have. But if we want to grow, if we want to have reporters in different cities and studios in different cities, I sometimes feel embarrassed because people will say, oh, yesterday I went to visit a masjid and they have opened up a medical clinic. Beautiful structure. They're doing such great work. They're providing free medical services to Muslims and non-Muslims. And he was like, Sister Hannah, could you send down a reporter or someone to do a package on our masjid? We'd like to let the community and Muslims around the country know what we're doing. And I had to step back and say, I wish I had those sort of resources where I could send a team to cover all the wonderful work that American Muslims are doing. Who's telling their story, right? Who's telling the story of your masjid? Who's telling the story of your organization? Who's telling the story of all these amazing people who are building America? And for that, you need funds. For that, you need money. You need to spend. And I really believe that, unfortunately, people on the wrong side of history, on the wrong side of truth, they understand that. And they spend on media. They spend on marketing. They spend on, because they believe in the power that media touches, these touch points. So I would like to make this plea, pledge, support, become a monthly supporter, give Ramadan donation. I know we donate right now. Yesterday I just talked to another Palestinian leader, and he said to me, Sister Hannah, Palestine is not going to get free by feeding people. And our community consistently, mashallah, gives billions of dollars, billions, in relief. We need to invest in media. We need to invest in policy. We need to invest in advocacy. So I ask you once again, please open up your wallets, your credit cards, Zealous. Make this easy for us. Make this easy for us. Wallah, we try our best with the limited resources we have, but we really, really need your support to keep this work going. Alhamdulillah, it's been so amazing not having to worry about where will this coverage be placed? Hey, we have a TV channel where this coverage can be placed, where people who will not find will be censored. Here they can come and freely talk about issues. As you saw, several of my guests, where would these guests of mine have gone on corporate media to talk about the issues that they were discussing? So once again, may Allah grant all of you barakah in your rizq and accept it from you. I volunteer for Muslim Network TV. This is my, I hope Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala accepts it as sadaqah on my end. I really, really hope and pray, inshallah, that you benefit from our work. And this is weighed heavy for us on the day of Qiyamah. And I believe we're doing Allah's work. And we hope you support it. So once again, there you can see on the ticker ways to give. Please give to Muslim Network TV. You can Zealous. You can give us on muslimnetwork.tv. That's our website. You can always give there. Inshallah, may Allah accept it from you and accept it from all of us. And may Allah give us the blessings of the rest of this Ramadan. And inshallah, we see you again next year on a Ramadan Telethon. Assalamu Alaikum. Let's go to Brother Taha in our Toronto studios for Muslim News.
Thank you. Assalamu Alaikum. And thank you, Hina, for such beautiful words and really a passionate plea. And, you said something very interesting about volunteering your time. And I remember if you made a call 4 years ago when Muslim Network TV was about to be launched, the entire Sound Vision team was volunteered and decided to volunteer for this incredible, powerful show and our program. And one of the things that I think we should think about, when you're talking about volunteering, is that there's this idea of sadaqah on talent and zakat on talent that some scholars talk about. And I truly believe people like you who have been giving their time on a daily and weekly basis, you are giving sadaqah on your time and your talent. And now we're asking Muslims across America, Muslims across Canada, to, of course, give sadaqah on your wealth so that we can continue to do this work. So everybody's doing their bit, and we are asking you to do your bit. So thank you, Hina, for sharing that. That was beautiful.
JazakAllahu khair. Thank you for your leadership. And may Allah bless Muslim Network TV with the best talent, with funds, and with advertisements.
Absolutely. Well, thank you so much once again. Wanted to start off our next segment, which is where we're going to be featuring some of our wonderful Islamic contributions and Islamic programming or Muslim programming that Muslim Network TV has been bringing. So if you are just joining our Ramadan Telethon 2024, welcome to this program once again. And, we are a channel, the only Muslim channel and TV broadcast where we are constantly featuring voices and bringing Muslim communities together and are constantly bringing our narrative and, in fact, building our narrative, which has been missing, that you may have heard from Hina and other hosts earlier. I wanted to actually share with you, I come from Toronto, Canada. I serve as a senior vice president of Sound Vision, an incredible pioneering Muslim organization based out of Chicago for the past 30 plus years, alhamdulillah. This organization has been at the forefront of centering Muslim voices on different platforms. When COVID started, I remember our team and our leadership, under the leadership of Imam Abdul Malik Mujahid, decided to launch Muslim Network TV. At that time, we didn't have the name even confirmed, and we said we have to have Muslim TV channel. And one of the things that I thought that was amazing, the timing of it was so amazing, despite the fact that, as you've heard, we have hardly had any budget to start with. And I was in a state of shock when we, as a team, decided that we're going to go for it, only because I just wasn't sure how we're going to get there. We did not have studios. None of that was there. So as Hina mentioned earlier, many of us, if not most of us, started from our living rooms, our dining tables, or our home-based offices. But what was amazing and powerful about that was, as I started, for instance, Canada Today show, focusing on Canadian Muslim issues, was that we were able to bring communities together at a time when there was nothing out there, at a time when there was so much isolation. The world was shutting down. The world was completely isolated. They had nothing to, look forward to. There was no entertainment. There was no physical human interaction. And here you have Muslim Network TV launching something so visionary and bringing guests from all around Canada, all around the US, and all around the world to talk about our shared human experience that everybody was going through at the time, and especially the Muslim lens and the Canadian and American Muslim lens, and our challenges, for instance, at the time, not being able to visit a mosque, not being able to pray Taraweeh in Ramadan that year, not being able to even do collective Eid, for instance. This is really the foundation of Muslim Network TV. And since then, we have brought together literally thousands and thousands of presenters and speakers and experts from the Muslim world and the Western world to actually highlight what our causes or what our concerns are and what we think about the world issues and, of course, our own issues. Now, that being said, today I wanted to spend a couple minutes. In fact, before I get into that, just to give an idea, we have a wonderful team of about 6 team members in Toronto. And as I mentioned, initially we had nothing to work with, and now we have a full-fledged studio in the heart of a bustling city called Mississauga in the suburb of Toronto, which is where our wonderful team of producers and hosts and people behind the scenes work to bring you Muslim News Canada on a daily basis. Just like you have our Muslim News, we have a Muslim News Canada version as well. Now, that being said, let's get into our first sort of feature for this segment, which is where I wanted to share with you or give you a glimpse of some of our faith-based programming that Muslim Network TV has been offering, especially in the month of Ramadan. And the one that I really like is this daily Hadith feature, like small bite-sized segments for us to actually learn from the teachings of our beloved Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam. So please have a look and stick around and watch a few glimpses of our daily Hadith show.
Assalamu Alaikum. Welcome to Muslim Network TV. I'm Sheikh Aqil Ingram, and this is your daily Hadith. عن عبادة بن صامت رضي الله عنه قال, on the authority of Ubadah ibn Samit, may Allah be pleased with him, as he states, خرج النبي صلى الله عليه وسلم ليخبرنا بليلة القدر فتلاحى رجلان من المسلمين. The Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam, he came out to inform us of which night Laylatul Qadr would be. But there were 2 people from the Muslims who were quarreling. فقال, so he then stated, خرجت لأخبركم بليلة القدر. I came out to inform you about which night Laylatul Qadr is. فتلاحى فلان وفلان فرفعت. But there were 2 individuals who were quarreling with one another in argument. So then it was uplifted from me. وعسى أن يكون خيرا لكم. And perhaps this is better for you all. فالتمسوها في التاسعة والسابعة والخامسة. So search for it. Seek it out during the 9th night, during the 7th night, and during the 5th night. Meaning on the 29th of Ramadan, on the 27th of Ramadan, and on the 25th of Ramadan. On these nights. Laylatul Qadr, the night of measure, or as many say, the night of power. It is the night that is khayrun min alfi shahr. It holds more virtue than 1,000 months. And if we were to measure that out, this comes out to 83.3 ad infinitum. 83 years. This is a lifetime. Rather more than that, because it is better than this. So throughout this particular night of worship, in our recitation of the Quran, in our charity, in our standing in prayer, in our making supplication, in our being good to ourselves and to our families, we are rewarded as though we are doing those things for more than 1,000 months, for more than 83 years. And this night that holds so much virtue, what exactly is it and what is going on? This night, it is the night of measure, because during this night, every year, the angels, as their realm is the heavens, they descend to the earth. And during this night, their occupations, their duties for the upcoming year, they are divvied out to all of them by our Lord subhanahu wa ta'ala, the glorious and the exalted. All of this is measured out during this night. So because of all the angels that have descended, because of their orders that they're being given for the upcoming year and what all of their duties are going to be in managing crops and managing weather and protecting individuals and all that the angels do, along with all of the worship and the remembrance of Allah that is taking place during this night holds much virtue. So then we are encouraged to seek it out. Yet, when exactly is this to occur? In this prophetic tradition, on this particular year, the Messenger of Allah sallallahu alaihi wasallam was going to inform the Muslims of when it was going to be. But there were two individuals that were quarreling. And when we are in a state of dispute, debate, argumentation, one Muslim with the other, then this is something that may harm our unity and may remove blessing from us. And in this instance, the effect of that was that the Messenger of Allah sallallahu alaihi wasallam was no longer allowed to inform us of when the night of Al-Qadr was going to be on that particular year, because it shifts every year. So then he encourages us to seek it out on the 29th night of Ramadan or the 27th or the 25th. And the understanding is that in reality, it is possible for it to be on any day from the month of Ramadan, as Ibn Hajar al-Asqalani, may Allah bestow mercy upon his soul, mentions in his explanation to Sahih al-Bukhari, as we are discussing. Yet, throughout all of the days and nights of Ramadan, it is more likely to be during the last 10 nights of Ramadan, and of the last 10 nights of Ramadan, it is more likely to be on an odd night than on an even night, but it can be any of those nights. So then, understanding this, let us seek out the blessing of Laylatul Qadr. Let us put forth effort throughout the entire of the month of Ramadan so that we can achieve the blessing and the reward that our Lord has in store for us of it being more than 1,000 months. Thank you for watching Muslim Network TV's Your Daily Hadith. Assalamu Alaikum and Ramadan Mubarak.
Welcome back. You just heard Sheikh Aqil Ingram, mashallah, beautifully articulated hadith of the Prophet ﷺ and explained as well. This is the kind of content that you're seeing. These are the kind of presenters also that you're seeing and you will be seeing more of on Muslim Network TV, inshallah. And these are often the types of speakers and presenters that you don't often see online or other platforms, which is why we believe it is so unique to have such voices of scholars, young presenters, and articulate speakers to be on Muslim Network TV. And you just saw what he had to say, what he had to do, what he had to share. Now, if you liked what he did, what he said, what he shared, if you were inspired by his message, whether today or over the last few days, it is time for us to really invest in where you see the impact. If it is impacting you in some way, inshallah, it will impact a lot more people if you invest so that we can, inshallah, enhance the quality of our production and, more importantly, the reach of our production. Next up is a segment on 10. It's called 10 for 10. It's on attributes of a believer. I love this segment because, when Ramadan began, many of us set amazing goals and sometimes some perhaps very ambitious goals, which is wonderful. I hope they're realistic. And I hope by now you are able to pinpoint and say to yourself, you know what, I was able to achieve some of those goals. But you know what, most likely all of them or most of them were spiritual goals. How much Quran I'm going to read, how much Taraweeh I'm going to do, how often I'm going to go to the masjid, how many du'as, how often, all of that. Alhamdulillah, I hope we were able to do some of that. May Allah accept all of your incredible goals, spiritual goals, whether it was sadaqah or anything to do with spirituality. What I hope we also did, and most likely we probably didn't, has to do with the goals that deal with morality, the moral development goals, which is also something that we are encouraged to do in the month of Ramadan, which is basically one area that you need to improve upon, one area that you need to work on. When it comes to your character, your khuluq, your adab, your manners, are there some bad habits? Are there some spiritual diseases that you need to cleanse yourself of? And Ramadan was and is, of course, a perfect opportunity for us to use this boot camp for us to actually get rid of some of those spiritual diseases or do better as a believer in terms of moral character. So you have spiritual goals, which I hope many of us achieve, but then you also have moral goals that we need to also work on. The reason why I love this next segment is it was very carefully deliberated segment where you had 10 segments that talk about, each one of those talks about an attribute of a believer that we should be working on. So let's have a listen and watch one of these segments and get an idea of what it was that we were offering in the last 10 nights called 10 for 10.
Assalamu Alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. I am Walid Saleh, Imam Dar Taqwa, and welcome to Muslim Network TV's 10 for 10 Ramadan special. Today, we will discuss the importance of the night of Al-Qadr during the month of Ramadan. During the month of Ramadan, while we know that Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, He honored all Muslimin by giving them the blessed month, which is the month of Ramadan, which Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, He revealed the Quran during this month. And Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, He honored all Muslims by giving them this month and by giving them the night of Al-Qadr. We know the previous nations before the Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alayhi wasallam, they used to live for a long time. But the age of the nation of Muhammad sallallahu alayhi wasallam, they have short life. As he said, sallallahu alayhi wasallam, the age of my ummah between 60 and 70. For that, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, He honored us by giving us the night of Al-Qadr or destiny. Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, He revealed a special surah, and He named this surah by Surah Al-Qadr. He said Surah Al-Qadr started with Inna anzalnahu fi laylat al-Qadr. So Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, when He started this surah about revealing the Quran during the night of Al-Qadr, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, He made this night, blessed night, decreed night. Because of what? Because of Ramadan, because of the Quran, because of Nabi sallallahu alayhi wasallam. Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, when He honored all Muslims, I honored us. Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, when He honored all Muslims by giving them this night, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, He wanted all the people to have a big chance, big opportunity. Number one, to get forgiveness from Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. Number two, to make dua, whatever they want, Allah will give to them. Number three, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, He wanted to double reward, multiply reward for all people who will spend this night making ibadah and making dua and reading Quran and doing any kind of ibadah. As the Nabi sallallahu alayhi wa sallam, he said in the Hadith, من قام ليلة القدر إيمانا واحتسابا غفر له ما تقدم من ذنبه. Whoever will spend the night of Al-Qadr believing in Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, anticipating the reward, the ajr from Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, Allah Jalla Jalaluhu, He will forgive all the previous sins that he did. Not only that, but every single deed, I mean good deed. Like if we read one ayah before Ramadan, as we know, every single year with hasana, and multiply it up to 10 hasanat, maybe 700 times. But during the night of Laylatul Qadr, the reward, a special reward, a special offer from Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala for all people. Any good deeds during this night is better than 1,000 months, equal to like 83 and 4 months. Imagine if we prayed 2 rak'at, if we read 1 juz, if we did a sadaqah, if we made a dhikr, every single deed that I mentioned right now, the reward different, the reward special. We don't know. We don't know how much reward Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala will give to us when we do that. And the best dua that the Nabi sallallahu alayhi wa sallam, he taught us during this night, when our beloved mother, Ummuna, as-Sayyidatu Aisha radiyallahu anha, when she came to Nabi sallallahu alayhi wa sallam, and she asked him, Ya Rasulullah, do you see if I know which night is the night of Al-Qadr? What should I say? What the dua? What's the best dua that I can do during this night? What did he say sallallahu alayhi wa sallam? He said, Ya Aisha, قولي, O Aisha, say, Allahumma innaka afoon tuhibbul afwa fa'afu anna. Allahumma innaka afoon tuhibbul afwa fa'afu anna. Don't miss this night. Wait for this night. May Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala accept all our dua and our ibadah. After we heard about the night of Laylatul Qadr, I hope that you learned something about this night, and I hope that you, inshallah, you plan to do something during this night. Thank you for watching 10 for 10 Ramadan special, brought to you by Muslim Network TV.
Wonderful. Thank you so much. You just heard a wonderful message from 10 to 10. Now we are going to get into another interesting segment that deals with our neighbors. Muslim Network TV is not an exclusive Muslim show. It's not a show that is only meant for Muslims. Yes, our programs and our network is there to amplify our voices for the Muslim community, especially those voices that are never heard out there. But it's also a mechanism for us to have a conversation, a tool of communication with our neighbors, Muslim as well as non-Muslim neighbors. Non-Muslim neighbors who are our co-workers, who are friends, who are people in our neighborhoods, people who are in our communities. They are also watching us, especially on satellite, as well as on YouTube, as well as other platforms out there. We have a special segment that we have been airing for some time, and specifically called From Muslim, Your Muslim Neighbor. And it is run by or led by Sheikh Hashim Ahmed. So please have a look and listen to one of the segments called Your Muslim Neighbor.
However, this particular surah, we've chosen this surah because it, particularly given these instances and the situation and the times we live in now, and we see the world in such a tumultuous and chaotic situation, and we find the people have divorced themselves. The larger majority of humanity has divorced themselves from the belief, not only in the Creator, but the belief in the divine religions, in a divine system of life, and ultimately, of course, the divine accountability, that we're going to be held responsible for our actions in this world. And as a result of that, human beings, if not rightly guided with that proper system of belief in the divine, and then acknowledging that the divine has left us without guidance, but rather has given us a book of guidance and sent prophets to demonstrate that book of guidance. Ultimately, after this short worldly sojourn, which we call the worldly life, after death, we're going to be presenting ourselves in front of the Creator of this universe, who had sent us revelation, who has sent us prophets and examples, and expected us, but not forced us, of course, to follow those examples and to follow that revelation. And a total accountability will be taking place for each and every individual and every village and every nation and every community that has walked on the face of the earth.
Well, you just heard and you just watched Sheikh Hashim talk about some very important concepts that we should be aware of, whether you're Muslim or you are a neighbor watching or listening. Now I want to get into a series of messages of support from wonderful leaders in the community. And before I do that, in fact, I wanted to just remind myself and all of us that if you see value in this work, if you see the type of programming we are bringing, please do your best, do your part to donate your sadaqah, your zakat tonight and the next few nights that we have. This is the time for us to really donate, and you can do so by visiting our website, muslimnetwork.tv/donate, or you can just call this number right now, 1-800-432-4262. And you can, of course, do Zelle app as well by sending it to info@soundvision.com. This is your station. This is your network. This is your voice. This is your platform. And if you do not support, who else is going to invest in it? If you do not make amplifying Muslim voices a priority, if you do not amplify, if you do not make sure that our media is strengthened and our voices are strengthened, who else is going to do that? Let's think about that for a moment. My friends, my brothers and sisters, if you and I have learned anything from the current crisis and the genocide that is taking place in Palestine and Gaza and many others that we have seen sadly and continue to see, one thing we have learned is that there are two things that our community needs to master. And it's been a wake-up call for many. People at Sound Vision and Justice for All have been talking about it, have recognized it over 20, 30 years ago, which is why we have been doing these visionary things like Muslim Network TV, but also other programs or other campaigns or organizations like Justice for All, where we are fighting genocide for the past 30 plus years, based, out of both Canada and the US. We've been doing it for 20 to 30 years because we know this is the only way to fight. You need to have your own. This is the only way to defend. This is the only way to protect. This is the only way to ensure that you are protecting the rights of minorities around the world, and of course our allies and friends here in North America and around the world. And that is the two things. One is advocacy, knowing how to lobby, and number two is media, because media is what changes or shapes or changes public perception. This is why Muslim Network TV is such a critical zakat eligible tool that you and I have, alhamdulillah, that you and I need to invest in. So once you decide where you go, once you decide how much zakat, if you haven't already done so, you're going to give out tonight or the next few nights, make sure a portion of it goes to Muslim Network TV, inshallah. That being said, we have Dr. Kathy Bullock, who is a wonderful academic scholar based out of University of Toronto in Canada. She is an author of multiple books, and she is here to actually share with us a couple of messages, a couple of words about Muslim Network TV. She is also, by the way, one of the early hosts of Muslim Network TV. She is a pioneering anchor of Muslim News Canada.
Assalamu Alaikum. Welcome to Muslim Network TV's Ramadan Telethon. I'm Catherine Bullock, one of the hosts of Muslim News Canada. If you're like me, you're very disappointed with mainstream news and its coverage of Islam and Muslims. It's very biased. It's either showing Muslims as terrorists, Muslim women are usually absent, or, if present, shown as oppressed. Muslims need to control the narrative. We need to put our own stories, our own perspectives, our own viewpoints on the news and on our faith and what it means to be Muslim in the world today. That's why we need Muslim Network Television. You can imagine that running a television channel is not cheap. We need your support. We need your help. Muslim Network TV is run by Sound Vision Foundation, which is a not-for-profit organization. You can support us by scanning the QR code on the screen or calling one of the numbers below. Thank you very much for your support, for subscribing to our YouTube channel, for the helpful and supportive comments you're leaving in the chat. We'd like to continue doing this to help amplify the voices of Muslims in Canada and around the world. So please call us, support us, and thank you for what you do for us. Assalamu Alaikum.
Thank you so much, Dr. Kathy, for those words of support and inspiration, and I hope we all take action as you requested. Next up, we have Imam Dr. Hamid Salimi, an Imam that I have known for a long time, and he's a pillar, really, truly a pillar of the Canadian Muslim community. He is a founder of Faith of Life Network and a wonderful center, a beautiful center in Canada, or specifically Mississauga, called Sayyida Khadija Center. He has a few words of support and encouragement for us as well. So please listen to Imam Hamid Salimi.
Assalamu Alaikum wa rahmatullah, dear viewers of the Muslim Network TV. Alhamdulillah, it's a pleasure to address you today in support of this wonderful work by Sound Vision. I've known Sound Vision for more than 25, 30 years. They've been around for a long time, providing our youth with alternatives, alhamdulillah, clean media, multimedia production. They're doing their best. And the idea of television is essential because media is extremely important. It's the carrier of ideas and news every day. And having alternative is the way to go. People will be watching no matter what on their devices or television, but what are they watching is the key question here. And if we don't provide an alternative, we can't blame people for watching. It has become a nature for people to watch news and look for news or entertainment. So alhamdulillah, I'm seeing this Muslim Network TV improving every day, involving professionals in the field, and they're doing their best to bring us the real news, not the fake news, and also to bring our children alternatives, halal entertainment. I envision, inshallah, that if they are financially and morally supported by the Muslim community of North America, inshallah, they'll be able to hire more professionals and produce. And as an example, we've seen in some Muslim countries like Indonesia, Malaysia, and Turkey, they're producing a high standard media because either the people or the government, they invested a lot in this field. Turkey, for instance, has produced many historical movies, bringing back many things, including about Palestine, about the history of the Muslims, and soon they're producing Sira. All of this professionally done, matching Hollywood standards with professional actors and directors and producers. And alhamdulillah, they got there. Why not the Muslims in North America? We have many, many talented people. All we need is a strategy, a plan, so we can produce. And also our voice can be heard by others, so they know better about us. And also we can speak for ourselves. We can also create and be creative in ways we bring stories into action, into dramatization, and inshallah, I'm very optimistic, but this depends on you, each and every one of you coming forward and inshallah supporting with what you can. I strongly believe supporting financially this effort is as good as building masajid or any other projects that we see as Muslims as essential. This is essential for the sake of our deen, our children, our future. Inshallah, I wish Sound Vision and Muslim Network TV the best, and I wish them, if we don't see them before Eid, Eid Mubarak, inshallah. JazakAllahu.
Well, Eid Mubarak to you, Imam Hamid Slimi, as well in advance, and I hope to see you before that. And you truly nailed it. Thank you so much, Imam Slimi. You have been a pioneering supporter of media, Muslim media, and Sound Vision and Muslim Network TV for years. So thank you so much for the incredible work you do and for really instilling that hope. And I really love the question you posed. Why not us? Why not Muslims in North America, in Canada, take our own media and our platform to the next level? So that was really, really point on. So once again, JazakAllahu khayran. Next up, we have a message from a wonderful leader, Firaz Aziz. He's a global executive director of a relief organization called Humanity, and once again has been a great supporter of our work. So let's have a listen to Brother Firaz Aziz.
Assalamu Alaikum, your brother Firaz Aziz. I'm the Global Executive Director for Humanity. It's my pleasure to be here with Muslim Network TV for their telethon. You know, it's a great platform. I've had the opportunity to be on it a few times to talk about the great work that Humanity does. But in this day and age, when we look at what's going on in the media platform, it's incredibly important for us to have an organization like Muslim Network TV to be able to tell the narratives, the authentic narratives, to get the Muslim perspective, to tell our stories in our voices. And it's really a great platform for us to support. You know, as a global entity, we work in over 20 countries, and it's so incredibly important in Canada that we have an opportunity to be able to reach that global audience. And this organization does that, and this platform does that. And I would encourage you to really support media, because we all know that it's something that's necessary in this day and age with the challenges that our community is facing, with the rise of Islamophobia, with the rise of inequities across the globe, with the movement of hundreds of millions of people being moved from their homes because of conflict and other natural and man-made disasters. It's incredibly important for us to have a platform like this. And so I want to encourage you to please, follow the organization, click on the links, support as best as you can. This is really an investment in our future, in the future of our communities, because it's authentic. It's from our perspective. It's our voices. It's our stories. And really, it sets us up for a better future. So humble request to please support it and do the best that you can to encourage your family and your friends and your network to join the network and to support it, inshallah.
So wonderful to see you again, Brother Firaz. I remember interviewing you on Canada Today show over 2.5 years ago, and it was one of the best interviews I remember. In fact, one of the most inspirational ones. And it really means a lot to us at Muslim Network TV to have support from people like you. And, yours are the types of voices we need to be hearing. You are people like you who are behind the scenes doing incredible work. We need to see your work and see you more often. And this is why Muslim Network TV is so important. So yes, let's keep investing in this, my friends. Let's do our bit. Let's do our part. When it comes to zakat, your sadaqah, let's do our part so that we are investing in institutions that are going to truly serve not only us in our lifetime, but more importantly, our next generation of Muslims, as well as our allies and our friends across North America. So you can do that once again by going to Zelle app, info@soundvision.com. You can do so also by, of course, going to muslimnetwork.tv/donate. And there are other ways by, for instance, specifically calling this number, 1-800-432-4262. We have a team standing by for your phone call with your credit card. Give them a call, give them a shout right now. And make sure you tune in on Muslim Network TV on a regular basis. Muslim Network TV is literally an app away. It is on Android and other places. You are more than welcome to go and download the app. Type wherever you find your apps, type in Muslim Network TV. Not only that, we want to make sure that you are subscribing to our channel so you get notifications on a regular basis by going to, once again, youtube.com/Muslim Network TV, or just search for it. You're going to find it there. And then, of course, we are on various other platforms where Amazon Fire and Roku TV, and of course satellite Galaxy 19 as well. So with that being said, I believe I have one of my colleagues here, Khalid Al-Sadi. He is not only a colleague, of course, for years. He is of Palestinian heritage, a good friend, and he's joining us from our Chicago office, Chicago downtown. So let's hear with Khalid. He is our senior, he's our vice president, newly elected or selected, mashallah. So thank you so much with Khalid for doing what you have been doing for over a decade now at Sound Vision, and you are one of the hidden gems of Muslim Network TV and Sound Vision. So let's hear from Brother Khalid.
Thank you, Brother Taha. May Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala bless you. I have the honor to work with you and to be a colleague to you and to other people, amazing team, work for Sound Vision and for Justice for All and for Muslim Network TV. All this work, we're doing it for the sake of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. We are trying to speak up for those people who cannot speak up for themselves. We're trying to advocate for those people who are oppressed. They don't have an opportunity. Just imagine yourself right now in Gaza, and you are watching the biased media when they are not showing your stories and we are calling you names and they're not telling the truth about you. They're not showing anything. And you are very desperate to send a message to the world that this is not true, this is untruth. And you will have a Muslim Network TV telling the truth story and show it to the whole world that this is what happened on the ground. This is what we are doing. This is actually the whole idea behind Muslim Network TV. It started to speak up for those people who cannot speak up for themselves. That was our slogan for many years. And alhamdulillah, today, after 4 years, Muslim Network TV doing great, like what you are saying. But we cannot do it alone. We have to do it together, hand by hand. Alhamdulillah, Muslim Ummah very generous. If you see that whenever you look at the people come and appeal at the masajid, at our organization, anywhere, for a human right, for relief organization, Muslim, they give without any hesitation. They just raise their hands and they give with love. They want to help. But if we are not putting our money in the right place and in a smart way, then unfortunately, my dear brothers and sisters, I want to tell you, this is going to keep happening. This is going to keep happening. And then what will happen? We're going to drain down all our resources. We have to be smart and we have to do it. And to be smart, to have a media platform. Alhamdulillah, with the expertise of Sound Vision and lots of talented people putting together their skills, we came up with Muslim Network TV, and it's on air like what you're seeing right now. You can watch it. You can get your phone and you can download the app. You can watch Muslim Network TV on your phone. You can go to YouTube, subscribe to the channel and watch Muslim Network TV. You can go to muslimnetwork.tv and watch it on our website. You can go to Galaxy 19. You have a lot of different options. So there's no excuse not to watch and support Muslim Network TV today. I am here and I am telling you that I've been working for Sound Vision for 12 years. 12 years, and this is my first job in this country. And when I started with this job, I never thought I will stay for 12 years and I will become the vice president of Sound Vision. But because I saw honest people and I saw a message, I saw a purpose, and that purpose is to serve and to be effective in this life. I mean, it's not only the job that we are doing. Everyone is doing any job. Alhamdulillah, that's barakah. But sometimes Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala place you in somewhere that you can make a difference, and that can make difference to you also. And your contribution, maybe you are a doctor, maybe you are an engineer, maybe you have a shop or business or something, or you're watching Muslim Network TV. I am telling you something. We are doing it on behalf of you. With your money and our skills, inshallah, we will make a big change. and we will make a difference. So today, together, inshallah, with your contribution, there's not much time left. And like the surah, the beloved surah to all Muslims, وَالْعَصْرِ إِنَّ الْإِنسَانَ لَفِي خُسْرٍ إِلَّا الَّذِينَ آمَنُوا وَعَمِلُوا الصَّالِحَاتِ وَتَوَاصَوْا بِالْحَقِّ وَتَوَاصَوْا بِالصَّبْرِ. Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala says, by time, a mankind in loss, except those who advise each other with tawasaw bil haqq, with the truth, and with patience. And if you want the time not to be lost and to save what happened, what is this time, you have to participate in this, and to participate today for you to contribute. We cannot do it without you. And I know since the morning, and I'm watching the incoming donation, and we're receiving calls here in our headquarters in Chicago. Alhamdulillah Rabbil Alameen. We have a lot of good people. They're calling, they're donating, they're going online. They send Zelle payment through their Zelle app, and we receive donations. Alhamdulillah Rabbil Alameen. But what I want from you, since we are in this blessed month of Ramadan, and in the last 10th of Ramadan, not like the 10th of Ramadan, the last 10th, 3 days left only. Don't leave without, participate and, submit your share. If you submit your share, this channel will stay, inshallah. And this is Sadaqah Jariyah. Every single program, every life will be saved. It will be, counted for you. And you don't know which deed Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala will count for you, and it will be a reason for you to go to Jannah. And maybe this, whatever amount that you are donating today will be a reason for you, for Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala to admit you to Jannah and to be in the company of the Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alayhi wa sallam. So please call the number 800-432-4262, or just with your phone, scan the code there. Let's do it together, actually. If you open your camera, point it to the scan, the code, to the code on the screen that you are seeing right now, click, you will go direct to the page where it says Muslim Network TV. Hit donate, the red button on top, and then submit your donation. It's simple like that. But please, don't let this program, telethon, finish and end today without participating with any amount. But Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala know everybody's capacity, and within your capacity, inshallah, your generous donation will be very, very highly appreciated. May Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala keep you protected and make you productive, and may Allah accept your sadaqah, your dua, your present here today, and may Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala make this project a very successful one, and it will be helpful for our ummah, inshallah, to flourish and to save many, many lives, and to be the sound of the truth. Ameen, ameen. JazakAllahu khair, Brother Taha. I'll get back to you, inshallah.
Awesome. Thank you, Brother Khalid. That was beautiful and definitely inspirational. As Brother Khalid alluded to, the work we're doing is fard kifaya, meaning that if somebody's got to do this. Some person or group or in the community has to do this. It's fard and its obligation. If we don't, we are going to be held accountable on the Day of Judgment. This is your time and your opportunity to support the frontline workers in this fard kifaya. This is why your contribution today really, really matters. And the amazing thing, as Brother Khalid said, is sadaqah jariyah, meaning that anything you are actually putting into this work, it is going to last for a long time, because the beauty of media is that it stays. There's a long shelf life. Content is going to be there online. Millions of people are going to benefit from it. So make sure we do that, inshallah, tonight before the end of this marathon. Not marathon, sorry. Well, it is kind of like marathon, but it's a telethon. So thank you once again for joining us this afternoon. It means a lot to us, the fact that you're here, you're watching, and you're contributing. Please keep those phone calls coming, that phone ringing. Please make sure you keep donating whatever you can before the end of this marathon. May Allah accept all your sadaqat, all your contributions, all your zakat, all your qiyam and your siyam and your ruku' and your sujood in these beautiful remaining nights of Ramadan. May Allah allow you and all of us many more Ramadans to come, and for us to actually do more sadaqah in the days and nights to come. Ameen. I'll conclude this segment, which is where we featured mostly our religious programming, by simply thanking you for being with us on Muslim Network TV. And I'm going to hand it over now to our next wonderful anchor and broadcaster and presenter on Muslim Network TV, Sister Zahra Sayed, joining us from our Toronto studio of Muslim Network TV.
From our Toronto studios, this is the Muslim News on Muslim Network TV. Assalamu Alaikum, I'm Zahra Sayed. Our top story tonight. McDonald's Corporation has acquired Alaniel Limited, a franchise of its restaurants in Israel, after facing global boycotts amid the Gaza war. The decision follows outrage and a worldwide boycott after Alaniel McDonald's Israel provided thousands of free meals and discounts to Israeli soldiers. CEO Omri Padan confirmed the sale of Alaniel. McDonald's reported a staggering $7 billion loss due to the boycott campaign. This sale reflects a broader trend of Western franchises facing pressure over their involvement with Israeli entities. The deal will be closed in the coming months. McDonald's Corporation, along with several others, said its international sales were hurt in the fourth quarter of 2023 after Israel launched its war on Gaza. The United Nations Human Rights Council has passed a resolution calling for Israel to be held accountable for its potential war crimes in Gaza. The resolution received 28 votes in favor, while 6 countries, including the US and Germany, voted against it. Despite international condemnation, Israel continues to bomb Gaza. Israeli strikes have killed 54 Palestinians and injured 82 others in the past 24 hours. One of the latest attacks targeted a residential house in the Nusayrat refugee camp, with Israeli fighter jets destroying the entire building. Israeli military's artillery units have pounded the eastern areas in Rafah, near the Egyptian border. At least 33,091 Palestinians have been killed and 75,750 wounded in Israeli attacks on Gaza since October 7th. The death toll in Israel from Hamas's October 7th attack stands at 1,139, with dozens of Israelis still held prisoners. The head of the humanitarian organization Doctors Without Borders has urged the United Nations Security Council to enforce its ceasefire resolution for Gaza. Christopher Lockyer is asking its members to ensure its resolution does not remain an act of meaningless political theater. Stressing the urgency of an immediate and sustained ceasefire, he called for an end to indiscriminate attacks on civilians and medical facilities. Lockyer is emphasizing the necessity for increased access across Gaza, especially in the north. He has also expressed concern over potential ground invasions in Rafah. Lockyer condemned attacks on humanitarian convoys, revealing his medical group's shelters were targeted, resulting in casualties among staff members and families. His comments follow an Israeli airstrike that killed 7 members of the United States-based World Central Kitchen charity in Gaza earlier this week. President Joe Biden condemned the killing of aid workers of a United States-based charity in Gaza during a tense 30-minute call with Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu. He also urged an immediate ceasefire to halt the ongoing violence. Following the call, Israel announced it will allow temporary delivery of humanitarian aid through the port of Ashdod and the Beit Hanun land crossing, also known as the Erez checkpoint. The White House has stressed that the strikes on humanitarian workers were unacceptable, indicating a potential shift in U.S. policy towards Israel. Biden urged Israel to implement concrete reforms to address civilian harm and humanitarian suffering. Amid stalled ceasefire talks, Hamas has accused Israel of intransigence. Israel's military offensive has resulted in extensive casualties and infrastructure damage, worsening the humanitarian crisis in Gaza with shortages of food, water, and medicine. Despite this, the United States approved the transfer of additional bombs to Israel, citing a pre-approved sale. The conflict has forced 85% of Gaza's population into internal displacement, while 60% of its infrastructure has been damaged or destroyed, according to the United Nations. The Indian government's alleged assassinations in Pakistan aiming to eliminate dissidents abroad have been exposed by Indian and Pakistani intelligence sources. The British newspaper The Guardian reports that India's Research and Analysis Wing initiated these operations post-2019 under Prime Minister Narendra Modi's administration. The operations reportedly targeting individuals deemed hostile to India have led to nearly 20 killings in Pakistan since 2020. Those targeted include 6 separatists linked to the Khalistan movement, both in Pakistan and abroad. The Khalistan movement seeks an independent Sikh state in the region of Punjab. Pakistani investigators told the newspaper that these deaths were orchestrated by Indian intelligence sleeper cells, mostly operating out of the United Arab Emirates. The rise in killings in 2023 was credited to the increased activity of these cells, which are accused of paying millions of rupees to local criminals or poor Pakistanis to carry out assassinations. Indian agents also allegedly recruited militants to carry out the shootings, making them believe they were killing infidels. Open Internet advocates are supporting the Federal Communications Commission plan to vote on reinstating broadband oversight and net neutrality rules on April 25th. FCC Commissioner Jessica Rosen-Worcel emphasizes the necessity of restoring net neutrality to safeguard broadband networks, consumer data, and ensure an open internet. The proposed plan aims to reverse the previous administration's rollback by reclassifying broadband under Title II. Advocates assert that Title II classification will empower the FCC to protect internet users, promote competition, and address issues like digital redlining. They highlight the importance of net neutrality in preserving democracy, particularly in facilitating access to information during elections. The solar eclipse to alter the timing for Eid al-Fitr celebrations. Details come after the break. Stay tuned and we'll be right back.
Get ready for an extraordinary telethon at Muslim Network TV. Join us on April 6th for an 8-hour extravaganza. Since 2020, Muslim Network TV, a project by Sound Vision, has been your 24-hour source for diverse and enlightening content. We bring you the truth that other media outlets shy away from, uncovering stories that matter. We need your support to keep Muslims on air. Join us during this blessed month of Ramadan for a day dedicated to producing quality programming that raises awareness and builds a stronger, forward-thinking community. Muslim Network TV is more than just a channel. We are your voice today and the strength of tomorrow. Don't miss this opportunity to make a difference. Mark your calendars for April 6th and be a part of something truly impactful. Together, let's make a difference. Muslim Network TV, where truth and community unite.
Welcome back. With Ramadan winding down, attention has shifted to celebrating Eid al-Fitr, the holiday that marks the end of the month of fasting. But this year's festivities face a celestial twist. The total solar eclipse on April 8th affects the sighting of the crescent moon of the next month, which is crucial for marking the end of Ramadan. Originally anticipated for April 9th, Eid may now commence on April 10th due to the eclipse's impact on the moon visibility. Astronomers predict the crescent will be sighted after sunset on April 9th, aligning with the eclipse's influence. While official confirmation awaits, many reports suggest April 10th as the start of Eid. A recent court ruling is mandating that Customs and Border Protection take responsibility for migrant children in makeshift camps along the U.S.-Mexico border. District Judge Dolly G's decision requires CBP to maintain records on minors held in custody and to ensure compliance with standards. A May 10th deadline is set for filing a report on compliance efforts. Neha Desai, Senior Director of Immigration at the National Center for Youth Law, called the ruling a victory for children. The decision emphasizes adherence to a 1997 agreement outlining treatment standards, including limits on how long detention can last and providing for basic amenities. The ruling demands prompt processing and placement of children in safe facilities by the Department of Homeland Security. Immigrant advocates are asserting CBP's role in directing migrants to camps. The ruling reflects shifting migration demographics towards families and placing added strain on agencies accustomed to operations focused on serving adults. Salwan Momika, an Iraqi Christian notorious for burning copies of the Quran in Sweden, has been arrested in Norway. Momika, facing deportation from Sweden, sought asylum in Norway. But upon arrival in the country on March 28th, he was detained by the Norwegian police. Authorities plan to deport him to Sweden under the Dublin Agreement. Momika indirectly threatened further Quran burnings. Despite a temporary residence permit in Sweden, Momika's deportation was confirmed due to his actions being deemed a serious crime. His burning of copies of the Quran has caused diplomatic tensions, prompting Denmark to pass legislation that sets legal consequences for the act. Sweden is also considering similar measures. The burning of copies of the Quran in Sweden and Denmark under the pretext of free speech has sparked outrage in Muslim countries, including attacks on diplomatic missions. Clashes erupted in Iran's southeastern Sistan and Balochistan province, killing 10 security personnel and 18 militants. The Interior Ministry and the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps confirmed the death toll. Attacks in Chabahar and Rusk cities claim that by the Jaish al-Adl militant group targeted police and military facilities. 2 foreigners orchestrating the attacks were arrested. The Corps cited terrorists affiliated with foreign intelligence services as responsible. This incident echoes tensions following previous attacks and missile strikes between Iran and Pakistan. Sistan and Balochistan province remains volatile. The latest incident comes less than 3 months after Iran launched a barrage of missiles at Pakistan's Balochistan province in January, claiming to target the headquarters of the Jaish al-Adl militant group. Pakistan strongly condemned the strikes and retaliated with a missile strike on a village in the Iranian border province. It claimed that the target was an anti-Pakistan militant group. Approximately 18,000 people have been evacuated, and access to 63 villages has been cut off in Kazakhstan due to a spring flood prompted by melting snow. President Kassym-Jomart Tokayev visited the western Kazakhstan region, most affected by the flood. Tokayev first observed the flood area from the air and then received information about the situation from local officials, later meeting with people affected there. After conducting inspections in many villages in the region, Tokayev visited the evacuation center set up at a school building in the Karato district. A delegation of Arab politicians, including members from Palestine, Syria, Egypt, and other countries, visited Xinjiang and praised China's policies in the region. Led by Bassem Zakir from Palestine, the delegation highlighted Xinjiang's development and stability, refuting claims of Uyghur persecution. However, experts and Uyghur rights advocates criticized the visit for overlooking the alleged abuses against Uyghur Muslims. Chinese media reported the delegates' positive remarks about the northwestern Chinese region's governance and economic progress, dismissing Western accusations as propaganda. Critics argue China controlled the delegation's access to conceal the reality of Uyghur repression. Despite concerns, China aims to use such visits to garner support from Muslim nations and expand its influence in the Middle East. Critics emphasize the importance of independent investigations to uncover the truths about the situation of Uyghurs. That's all from our Toronto studios tonight. Thank you for tuning in. This Ramadan, your support is needed more now than ever to continue our mission of providing informative, educational, and inspiring content to Muslims in North America and around the world. Donate now by calling 1-800-432-4262. You can also use the Zelle app for easy payments by sending to info@soundvision.com or visit muslimnetwork.tv/donate. For more content, keep watching Muslim Network TV or visit muslimnetwork.tv. Assalamu Alaikum and good night.
Bismillah, alhamdulillah, wassalatu wassalamu ala rasulullah. Assalamu alaikum, everyone. Welcome. Thank you so much for joining Muslim Network TV's Ramadan Telethon. We hope you have been with us for the past few hours and that you'll stay with us for these final hours before iftar. I don't need to tell you all about Muslim Network TV. If you're here, you know about the great work they've been doing. But for those who don't know, it's important to note that Muslim Network TV is laying the foundation for something very important, the first successful, widespread, wide-ranging Muslim network television channel in the United States. My name is Edward Ahmed Mitchell. I have the pleasure of serving as one of the hosts on Muslim Network TV. I've been doing this as a volunteer for several years now. By day, I'm a civil rights attorney. Many of you know I work with CARE on a day-to-day basis. Why do I volunteer to do this work for Muslim Network TV in my spare time? Because it's so important. I don't need to tell you about the issues we face with bias in the mainstream media, how difficult it is to cut through the bias, cut through the noise to make sure that American Muslims are getting an accurate, that the American Muslim voice is getting out to the public in an accurate, fair, nuanced way. The crisis in Gaza, the genocide in Gaza is the best example of this. We have fought for months to convince mainstream media outlets to treat the Palestinian people as human beings, to tell their stories, to show their suffering. It has been an uphill battle. Thankfully, things are changing. Things are getting better. We are seeing progress in terms of mainstream media covering the horrific crimes that have been committed in Gaza. But the fact is that that's why it's so important to have an outlet like Muslim Network TV to show those stories for us, to tell the stories for us, so we don't have to fight other entities to get the stories out there. We can tell those stories ourselves. And that's why Muslim Network TV is so important. Now, look, this entity is still in its relative infancy, right? It's still starting off. This is the foundation for something that can one day become even bigger than it is now. You know, if you look at your cable channels, whether you have DirecTV or anything else, if you go and you search down the channels, you'll find that our Jewish neighbors and our Christian neighbors, they have channels dedicated to highlighting those communities and topics of interest to those communities. No reason that the Muslim community can't have the very same thing. If we build up this entity, Muslim Network TV, to that point, it too can be showing up on Comcast, on DirecTV in the future, God willing. But we've got to strengthen it now. We've got to make it more popular now. We've got to make it more effective now. And that's where this Ramadan Telethon comes through. It's an opportunity for you to see the positive work that Muslim Network TV is trying to do, to support that work, and to make sure that the American Muslim voice is strong with its own durable media outlet. And so tonight, God willing, we'll hope you'll enjoy the program. We hope you will learn, but also we hope you will support. Now, my segment tonight is focused on news, the news reporting that Muslim Network TV does. And that's mostly what I focus on, is our news coverage, not necessarily our opinion coverage, but news coverage. So you're going to hear and see some clips, some examples of the news coverage that has been done of very important events in recent months and years. Some of the analysis that our hosts have been doing to not only share the news, but also discuss what it means for not only the Muslim community, not only the American people, but for the world at large. You're going to hear about some of that information, see about some of that, see that information. We hope you will find it beneficial and that it will lead you to support. So let's start by watching just a few snippets to show you some examples from our insight and analysis segments right now.
Policies of the war on terror that have been deeply entrenched in Islamophobia, right? We're not just talking about theoretically ending the global wars, you know, whether it's Iraq and Afghanistan, which really haven't ended, but it's about surveillance, right? It's about federal terrorism prosecutions. It's about detention and torture. And, you know, even when the wars end, even when the United States claims, right, to be sort of pulling back on a war or restricting a certain policy, right, or withdrawing, for example, NCERs, right, that doesn't mean that Islamophobia has gone away. And because they specifically don't address Islamophobia, it won't go away. And they're not naming it as a problem. They're not naming it as central. And if you don't do that, then you're under really no pressure to eliminate what is the source of all of this. And the United States knows that. I mean, I've been working on Guantanamo Bay prison for many years, and to even get progressives and liberals to acknowledge that the entire prison post 9/11 was filled with Muslim men was a big feat, because people perceive largely the war on terror and the targeting of Muslims as either accidental or coincidental. And that specifically stems from the ways in which the United States government has portrayed the war and has tried to evade responsibility for the abuse and targeting of Muslims.
And we are calculating in that 60 years where we started, where Malik al-Shabazz, then as Malcolm X, started the Muhammad Speaks newspaper on behalf of the Nation of Islam, on behalf of Elijah Muhammad. Now, few people talk about Malcolm in the context of being a journalist or a newspaper man, but his fervor, his original cry, his clarion call to our African American community was through the journalists. Malcolm, there was an incident in New York where African American Muslim was assaulted by the police, and Malcolm went to the black newspapers to appeal to them to protest this police brutality. And then he went on to say that the mainstream media basically would pin such horrible descriptions of the African Americans until we would actually lose faith in our own leaders. And he called the mainstream media, the white newspapers, he called them the big guns. And Malcolm would say, this was in the late 50s, Malcolm would say, when the big guns come after you, who's going to be your defender? And he said, it should be your black newspapers. He said, you should support the black newspapers in our communities, support them financially. And at that time, he hadn't started the Muhammad Speech. So he said, I don't care which one you buy, but buy a black newspaper every week. He called them, those are your guns. That's your defense.
What previous Sikh community thought might be random killings. And there had always been concern in the Sikh community that the Indian government might be behind at its agencies. And so it remains to be seen if they are or not. But at this time, all these different incidents seem to have the look of extrajudicial murders. Saying that Canada is a safe haven for terrorists. So India's response in this case is very different. They are denying it. And although they have seen the evidence, the Canadian Prime Minister had made clear recently that some of the evidence was shared with the Indian authorities and the diplomats, and they never denied it. Yet India publicly says we have not seen the evidence. While Canada wants the rule of international law to be respected, I think India is playing geopolitical games on this matter.
And parents, see this more and more as their children age. When they're in elementary school, the curriculum is not so intensive and children can often miss a day here and there, and it doesn't really affect their academia. But as our community is growing and as the children are growing, you can see the demands that they have in their regular curriculum and how much it really impacts them to just take that day off of school. Although many school districts do allow for a day off without penalty, the students have significant academic decline. And so they're really not taking these days off to spend that precious time with their family to really celebrate, whether it be the end of Ramadan and Eid al-Fitr or Eid al-Adha. And unfortunately, they're having to sacrifice and having to choose between their academia and their faith. And this is something that we don't think any Muslim American student should have to do.
Absolutely. It manifests itself in several ways. One is just the actual sea level is higher, and that impacts both the potential for damage if you have weather events like a hurricane or a typhoon, but it also impacts the freshwater supplies that are just inland of that rising sea level, because as the saltwater pressure goes up, you have saltwater infusion into those drinking water supplies. And for most riparian, most coastal areas around the world, this is a reality. We're already seeing it. It goes at rate. And the east coast of the United States, for example, and particularly the northeast coast, is experiencing a higher level of rise than would say a place in the Indian Ocean.
Huge outpouring of support from Moroccans to their brothers and sisters who were affected, and this was from day one. People didn't hesitate. They jumped in their cars, they loaded their cars up with food and water, and drove up the mountains and gave them to whoever they found. It's really, really quite an amazing outpouring of support. So it's been individuals, NGOs, Moroccan government, and even foreign governments have sent support. Alhamdulillah, we feel heard and seen by the world.
So what is important to note is that in our new civil rights report, we have decided to make new categories. One of those categories being bullying, and the second one being education discrimination. The previous civil rights report was always compiled to include those two new categories that we have now. When we look at the numbers, we do see a 63% increase. In bullying, we see 188 cases in terms of bullying. And for education discrimination, that could be things such as Islamophobic content being shown in the classrooms, we see 171. Now, in total, we see that there's 289 cases. And when we look at the data from 2021 to 2022, that constitutes the 63% increase.
The purpose was to supposedly help stop the spread of the COVID pandemic. But as we know, President Trump was not very good in other public policies. So a lot of people say that this had the intended goal of reducing the number of immigrants coming into the country. And that's what it was put into place. So now it's been lifted. Similar to when we had, for example, no planes allowed from China for a while, or from Europe. And then these things became lifted as the pandemic became controlled. We have vaccines and other things. But with Title 42, when people were coming at the U.S.-Mexico border particularly, they will be sent back, particularly people from Central America and Mexico, that they have been doing for a long time. People that couldn't be deported, for example, to Cuba, Venezuela, they were allowed in as well, people from Afghanistan and Ukraine. But what Title 42, the impact it had, particularly was for people asking for asylum. People escaping political persecution in their countries, fearing for their lives, etc. There's part of international law, U.S. law, that somebody can come and ask for asylum, including at the ports of entry. But with the excuse of Title 42, even asylum seekers were being sent back to Mexico or to their countries. That was the main effect of Title 42.
So as you can see, a wide range of topics, a wide range of guests, a wide range of issues being discussed in the Insight Analysis segments on Muslim Network TV. And that's just a small sampling of some of the many interviews that have been done over the past year about very critical and important issues to the American people and people around the world. Next, we'd like to hear a special message from one of our guests who regularly contributes their perspective to our Insights and Analysis segments. That is Dr. Uzma Sayed. Let's bring her on.
Assalamu Alaikum. My name is Dr. Uzma Sayed. I'm an infectious diseases physician. Ramadan Mubarak to everyone. I'm delighted to be here today to really support Muslim Network TV and all of the amazing work that they've been doing for years. I'm so thrilled to be back here again to ask all the viewers here to really support this amazing organization for their trailblazing efforts. I have been privileged enough to work with them in the past during the pandemic as they kept all of Americans and the global community really much in the loop with what was happening with the pandemic and in many other aspects as well. So they are really on the front lines bringing the stories that are really relevant to American Muslims, to Muslims in the global community, whether it has to do with health and science or communities, as we advocate for Eid holidays and so many other things that are happening on the political arena in the community space for Muslims all over the world. So this is a remarkable organization. And I think it's really important for us to really have our own Muslim network and media platform at this time. You know, it's very, very important that we see what's happening in today's world and how much bias really exists out there. And it's so important to have that Muslim narrative and have that space. So our stories need to be told by our people. And it's very, very important. And Muslim Network TV does exactly that. So I think it's really crucial that all of us really support this organization. And there's a lot of avenues and ways that you can do that. Please follow Muslim Network TV on all their social media platforms. And there's a QR code there that you can scan as well to follow and donate. And please remember this amazing organization and how it really centers Muslim voices to make sure that we have a bright future for all of our future generations to come. JazakAllahu.
Thank you, Doctor. We greatly appreciate it. Next, let's hear from one of the hosts of Muslim Network TV, Sister Samana Siddiqui.
Assalamu Alaikum and Ramadan Mubarak. My name is Samana Siddiqui, one of the hosts of Muslim News. Welcome to the Ramadan Telethon 2024, brought to you by the Sound Vision Foundation. Tonight, we're here to talk about an incredible project that's dear to our hearts, Muslim Network TV. Muslim Network TV isn't just a television network, it's a platform for unity, education, and empowerment. Since its inception, it has been our mission to provide a voice for the Muslim community, to showcase our rich culture and heritage, and to address the issues that affect us all. We need your support to keep this vital resource going. By donating to Muslim Network TV, you're not just contributing to a television network, you're investing in the future of our community. Your donation will help us continue to produce high-quality programming, reach even more viewers, and amplify the voices that need to be heard. So this Ramadan, let's come together and support Muslim Network TV. Together, we can build a stronger, more vibrant community for generations to come. Donate now by calling 1-800-432-4262. You can also use the Zelle app for easy payments by sending to info@soundvision.com or visit muslimnetwork.tv/donate. Thank you for your generosity, and may this Ramadan be a blessed and transformative time for us all. Assalamu Alaikum.
Thank you, Sister Samana. We greatly appreciate those words. Next, let's hear about the internal workings and needs of Muslim Network TV from its Director of Development.
Assalamu Alaikum. This is Khalil Mee, Director of Development for the Muslim Network TV. We want to welcome you to the Muslim Network TV Telethon 2024. Muslim Network TV is poised to become the leading source of communication and outreach to the Muslim community. In fact, we're broadcasting to Muslims 24/7. We have excellent programs that are trusted and dependable. We have the news sources, entertainment, education throughout the year. The aim is not only to create a Muslim presence with visual impact for our community, but to show all Americans the beauty of Islam. The fact that a community without its own media doesn't have a voice, especially in today's environment. Muslims must speak for themselves and tell their own story. And that's why I'm encouraging you today to donate generously to the Muslim Network TV and help us bring Islam and the truth and beauty and understanding to America. Scan the QR code on the screen and follow the instructions below.
Next, we would like to invite not a guest per se, but someone you all know who's part and parcel of Muslim Network TV, our founder and friend and colleague, Imam Abdul Malik Mujahid. Let's bring him on and get the conversation started. Assalamu Alaikum, Imam.
Wa alaikum assalam wa rahmatullah. How are you doing, Brother Edward? Ramadan Mubarak.
So Ramadan Mubarak to you as well. Yes, good to see you. Yes, thank you so much for having me. Happy to be contributing to the program, of course.
All right. So in current environment, do you think media is doing a better job than it was doing 5 years ago?
I thought you were going to say 5 months ago. If the question was 5 months ago, yes, we have seen some progress in particular in terms of Gaza. Finally, sadly, it took 30,000 people being murdered, including 7 aid workers from World Central Kitchen, to spark a change. In terms of 5 years ago, Imam, I think when it comes to the sensitive issues that we think about, that the media historically has had difficulty covering, that in internationalists in particular, I don't think things are necessarily better than they were 5 years ago, the mainstream media. If you're talking about coverage of the Muslim American community in general, yes, I think things are better. I think in the mainstream media, I think you do see more recognition of American Muslims. You see a greater American Muslim presence, but it's still woefully insufficient. So often in mainstream media, you'll see conversations about issues impacting the Muslim community, and there are no Muslims on the panel. There are no Muslims being interviewed about the issues that are being discussed. That's still far too often the case. And even on networks that have become relatively open to having Muslim anchors and guests, we've seen recently that some of those anchors have been let go for reasons that remain unclear, but we have our suspicions about why in certain circumstances an anchor was let go. And so mainstream media has gotten better, but Imam, I think you would agree, it's still nowhere near where it needs to be.
I mean, it was shocked to see, starting off with the fake news of 40 babies being beheaded by Palestinians, while these are the Palestinian children who are being killed. And then letting some of the prominent voices like Mehdi Hassan go. What is going on in the boards of these decision makers?
Well, Imam, I am always, as a lawyer, vaguer with my words than you. But you kind of addressed the issue at all, which is Mehdi Hassan, right? Was an anchor on MSNBC for several years. He was getting excellent ratings, and yet he was suddenly let go. And many people suspect that he was let go because he was being so incisive in his critiques of the Israeli government and its lies and its ongoing horrific genocidal war crimes against the Palestinian people. Now, do we know for sure what happened behind the scenes of that network? No, we don't know, but we have our suspicions and our common sense. Now, I think you hit another point, which is the really tragic disparity between how mainstream media outlets react to the suffering of people of color, of Muslims, of Palestinians, compared to the sufferings of others. If you just look at the way mainstream media has covered the Russian invasion of Ukraine and the suffering of the Ukrainian people, and you compare that to how the Palestinian people have been treated during the Gaza genocide, and it's night and day. There's no comparison, right? We have seen numerous video of Ukrainians crying and desperate and hurt and attacked. We see that on our TV screens. We don't see that from Palestine. We have to go on social media to see that. And then, of course, the irony I think you noted is that when those incorrect reports, those false reports came out that 40 babies had been beheaded in Israel, and later the Israeli government admitted it wasn't true. There's no evidence for that. When that news first came out, people are, of course, rightfully horrified. The mainstream media covered it heavily. But we have seen for ourselves proof that thousands of Palestinian children have indeed been murdered, have indeed been slaughtered, have indeed had their bodies blown apart. That video exists because it really has happened, and yet you see nowhere near the same level of outrage about those proven incidents of children being killed. So we do see that disparity. And most recently, we saw it with the World Central Kitchen aid workers who were slaughtered by the Israeli government. That is worthy of condemnation, should be condemned. They were systematically targeted in 3 different cars. Yet, of course, the disparity is that things like that have been happening to Palestinian aid workers and journalists and others for months. It's really nothing out of the ordinary for what the Israeli government has been doing. And yet it took foreign aid workers, white people from European and countries in America being killed for the media to wake up and go, oh, this is wrong, right? It was always wrong. It's wrong whether the aid worker is Palestinian or British or American. It's all wrong. And so some of our media outlets still suffer from this kind of almost subconscious, you could say, white supremacism, where they just don't realize that they're putting greater value on the lives of some people than others. And so, again, that's why there's value in having a media outlet like Muslim Network TV that's going to treat all people, whether you're Christian, Muslim, Jewish, white, black, Arab, etc., as equal human beings worthy of news coverage.
And that's the reason we need your support. You can donate by going to Muslim Network TV, muslimnetwork.tv, and click donate button, or call right now at 800-432-4262. That is 800-432-4262. It is on the screen. There's a QR code on the screen, or you can deal with Zillow or things like that by info@soundvision.com. Brother Edward, you have a full-time job. You are a deputy director of Care National, which is extraordinary responsibility. You are a lawyer, an attorney, civil rights attorney, and you still decided to volunteer for Muslim Network TV. I'm appreciative of that, but I want to know why you give it so much importance.
Well, number one, Imam, you're a convincing man. So that's the first honest answer. But more than that, as we've noted here, Muslim Americans have to be making progress in all different sectors of society. So whether that's economically, yes, we want successful Muslim businesses and business leaders. Whether that's in sports, we want even more successful Muslim athletes. Whether that's in Hollywood, we'd love to see Muslims, engaging in a halal way, in a productive way, in that type of media advancement. But also we have to focus on news media, right? That's an important way that the American people learn about what is happening and how they make their decisions about who to vote for and who to support is through the news media. The Malcolm X said that the news media is the most powerful entity on the face of the earth. And he was arguably right, even more so than politicians, because the news media controls the information. And information is what decides how people act. So for American Muslims to really have a positive impact in this country, we have to be holistic. We have to have all the bases covered. That includes having our own media outlet. And Muslim Network TV is the only game in town trying to set up a fully functioning and thriving Muslim news channel that people across our country can tune into. And so, this is something that I think it's important to support. Those of us who can give a little bit of time, like I give a very small amount of my time to do it. And I hope that counts for something. And anyone who's donating, that counts as well. Everyone can support this effort, should try to support it. And again, it's in its relatively early stages and yet has been, quite successful in these early stages. So imagine how much more success it can have if we all put our backs into it and make this television channel more successful. Again, we want to see a point where you can turn on Comcast or DirecTV and search it out, and you'll see it right next to our Christian news channels, our Jewish news channels. You can see an American Muslim news channel that is providing information relevant to our country in a fair and nuanced way, giving that unique perspective that people just don't get if they're watching mainstream media.
Well, thank you so much, Brother Edward, for that explanation of why you are volunteering your time for Muslim Network TV. Muslim Network TV is built on volunteerism and donations of the community. Of course, there are a lot of professionals involved. It takes 55 hours of work to produce evening news, which is just 15 to 30 minutes maximum. It happens because of people volunteering. One of our volunteers, actually, she's a good anchor. She has volunteered altogether 25,000 hours over a period of time to develop our products, and now as an anchor and things of this nature. So your donation combined with the extraordinary talent like Brother Edward make a difference. So please donate now, muslimnetwork.tv, and click the donate button. There's a QR code right there and up there, or you can see on the screen 1-800-432-4262. That is 1-800-432-4262, and you can donate. Brother Edward, Muslims, you mentioned, sometimes media discusses Muslims without any Muslim being present.
Right.
Does media has difficulty finding Muslims?
There are plenty of us around. There is a deficiency happening in mainstream media still. Not all outlets. Some are getting better about this, but still there is a habit of not thinking to include Muslim voices when you're talking about Muslim issues. And also some of it could be deliberate, that certain media outlets do not want a Muslim voice present to kind of pierce the bubble of groupthink. Can you imagine if you had prominent American Muslim journalists or Muslim activists showing up for every one of these panels that has been held about Gaza? It'd be a completely different conversation, right? A completely different perspective. And some media outlets just don't want to hear that. They want to have a very narrow focus in which the Israeli government is the good guy, is the hero of the story, is the victim, and Palestinians are a sideshow. Their suffering is not discussed. And history began on October 7th. And we just completely ignore everything that the Palestinian people have been going through since then and before then. And that's unfortunate, right? We want media outlets to cover everything. Yes, the horrors of what happened October 7th and the horrors of what happened for the decades before and all the horror that has happened since then. And if you had Muslim voices showing up on these panel discussions, I think you would get that more a holistic perspective about history and what's happening. And so some of it's just not thinking to invite Muslims, some of it's not being connected, but some of it I think is deliberate, just not wanting to include that perspective.
But Edward, do Muslims have some blame? Are we doing enough to get hold of our own narrative? Are we doing enough in the media?
Look, I think the American Muslim community has done amazing work in a relatively short amount of time to try to pierce the bubble, to try to make sure our perspective is getting out there. You do have more Muslim journalists now. You do have organizations like here and others doing amazing work to show up in the media. So I think we have made an effort, But again, there's more that needs to be done. We have devoted so much of our resources to international humanitarian aid, and then to political activism and to civil rights work. And that's good. It is very important to support international humanitarian aid. It's very important to get engaged in politics, very important to support civil rights work. Of course, I would say that I'm part of CARE. But there's another thing that we have to support, which is media, which is making sure we're changing the narrative in media. And Muslim Network TV, again, provides that unique opportunity to put some money, to put some resources towards getting our voice out there in a unique way. Yes, we're showing up on these mainstream outlets to deliver our message there. Yes, we are having Muslim reporters going to work for these outlets. But what about our own outlet, right, where we control the narrative, where we're making sure that that accurate voice is getting out there and not having to fight to get it out? It's just happening naturally every single day. So I do think that there is more work we can be doing to focus on that area of progress. We've done a great job with politics, civil rights, with international humanitarian aid. Let's get some resources devoted to changing the media narrative as well.
Thank you so much. And you could do that right now. If you're watching, we're coming live to you. Brother Edward is in Atlanta. I'm in Chicago. You can contribute by calling 1-800-432-4262. Or you can scan the code if you could somehow do that up there. Use it at info@soundvision.com. Please stay tuned. We will have a brief message and we'll continue conversation with Brother Edward and myself. This is Imam Malik Mujahid. After this message from a dear friend of ours, who is probably the most known Muslim comedian, whose comedy is clean, bright, and futuristic, I would say, my friend, Brother Preacher Moss.
Assalamu Alaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh, everybody. I don't know if you know me. My name is Preacher Moss, Muslim comedian extraordinaire. Listen, I'm taking this time out to actually give a plug and a little bit of applause for Muslim Network TV. If you've been following a lot of the news going on throughout the country, throughout the world, you know, there's a lot of things going on. And what's really, really important is that we have a perspective from our own people. For the last some years, coming out of COVID, I have been a part of and been affiliated with Muslim Network TV. Not only do they deliver quality programs in terms of what our Muslim community needs, but also speaking in a larger scope to what the community needs are, talking truth to power to some of the things that we're seeing right now unfold right in front of us. There's two things I want you to do with Muslim Network TV. Number one, subscribe. And when I say subscribe, I mean be a supporter, be an ardent supporter. Subscribe to their channel. Check out the news that they're putting on. You might even check me on there sometimes. And I have to work coming out of Ramadan that we have a stronger relationship, so that I'm working with Muslim Network TV a lot more these days because, you know, there's strength in numbers. Number two, we need you to donate. Now, let me classify donate. A lot of people say, I'm donating to a thing. Well, there's sometimes you make donations, sometimes you make investments. This donation that I'm talking about is an investment. It's an investment in the voice of the Muslim community, our needs, political aspirations, and really calling people on the carpet about what are things that are important to us. This is a political year. It's even more important that we galvanize our own news media, our own Muslim news media, to address some of the things that we are seeing. Now, you're going to see me out on the trail, but when you see me out on the trail, understand that I have a long history with Muslim Network TV from its beginning. I have an even longer history with this president, Imam Abdul Mujahid. Now, that is something we could talk about at another time, but this has been a tireless warrior. This is his baby. And he's taking his baby and saying, listen, baby, I need you to walk. I need you to run. I need you to sprint in the cause of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala and also in the cause of the Muslim Ummah. So, wherever you guys get a chance, donate. Donate. That's 3 times, but also invest, and make sure. Turn off Fox. Turn on MSNBC. Turn on Muslim Network TV. This is your brother, Preacher Moss. Hope to see you on the other side of the screen because you donated and you invested. Assalamu Alaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Have a blessed Ramadan.
Wa alaikum assalam, Brother Preacher Moss. Thank you so much for your pitch. Remember, sometimes we have to create news. This Brother Preacher Moss created news by launching a tour of Allah Made Me Funny. You remember that, Brother Edward?
Yes. It's part of Muslim history now.
Yeah. So that extraordinary contribution, I like him to revive Allah Made Me Funny. Perhaps the Muslim Network TV will be the host of a weekly show, Allah Made Me Funny. I think that will be a great idea, don't you think?
I think we underestimate the power of comedy to repel and undermine bigotry with a wink and a smile, and also to humanize people. Laughter is a universal medicine, right? It's something that people can all do together, and it really does help to break down barriers. So even in this very difficult time for all of us, where it seems like nothing is funny at all, given what's happening, we do have to remember there are tactics that can be used to point out the utter ridiculousness of our enemies and their arguments, and also help people to build connections with our community. And so I think comedy, that kind of halal, clean comedy, as you said, has its place and definitely has its value, and has played a role in improving the American Muslim position in our nation.
We don't have Preacher Maas or Allah Made Me Funny tour on Muslim Network TV, but there are twin doctors, physicians. Both are actual physicians, both are twins, and both do a show together, which is about health, except that it has their funny actions and comments and little bit quarrel while giving out the medical information. There are a variety of shows. We're asking for donations, but Brother Edward, don't you think we need to have more Muslim talent coming forward as well?
Yeah, I think that, one of the things to notice that we have no lack of diverse talent in the American Muslim community. People doing all sorts of amazing work in the business field, the medical field, entertainment, sports, all sorts of things. Especially our young people are just doing amazing work online. And so, I think it is important in all of our organizations that we are empowering the next generation to contribute their voice to our entities, including Muslim Network TV. And I think, Imam, you've done a great job of trying to do that. And certainly would encourage people to consider, if they've got an idea for a program, if they've got an idea for a segment, they've got an idea for a running topic that they think is interesting to not only the Muslim community in America, but viewers across America, this is a place to experiment and to see if that topic can take off. I mean, we've really gotten to the point where the big three, ABC, CBS, NBC, don't have that monopoly on news the way they used to. Now you've got people just starting their own online news channels and making a profit from it financially and getting way more viewers than even mainstream media outlets do. We've seen, figures being fired by mainstream media outlets because of, whatever reason, rightfully or wrongfully, and then they're starting their own online channels and having amazing success. And depending on the person, that can be terrifying. But the point is that it's possible to have widespread success with a privately run news channel. You don't have to wait to get on one of the big three to make that sort of impact on the public's understanding of the news. So if you've got an idea for a program or a show, Imam Malik here, you got to reach out to him and see what you all can make happen, inshallah.
Yeah, just send an email at Malik, MALIK @soundvision.com if you like to directly communicate with me. Otherwise, you can say producer @soundvision.com and people will get back to you. That's how we started. I mean, Soundvision, I think, in a way, is a pioneer in a genre called nasheed. It's a Islamic religious song, not necessarily a religious song, but about life and things like that. That genre in English language didn't exist. It was in all languages of the world, but not in English. Although we pioneered, I mean, black slaves, which were brought forcefully to America, they were singing and they had their music. So I was sitting in a living room and my daughter was in her room, and I thought it is sound of adhan. And I came out, this is no time for adhan. Where adhan is coming from? It turned out she was playing a CD. I said, what is that? I said, well, this is the recording of the earliest song as they were heard by black slaves. And it just sounded like adhan, except they were songs. And some Muslims trace African American led music to the songs they brought here, but that genre has died out. Sound Vision has started that again. We ourselves have more than 260 different songs and different albums. And at one time, Yusuf Islam, Cat Stevens has stopped singing. We are the one who convinced him. And when he started singing, he just called me from the airport. I'm here, come get me. And he had a whole big heavy box with him. It was full of the CDs, and he gave us the golden master that, well, you encouraged me to start. Here it is. Do whatever you like to do with that. So Muslim community has been a pioneer, but it is not just within Muslim community. It has an impact outside. We used to do for 20 years daily radio program in Chicago on WCV 1450 AM called Radio Islam. It was about public affairs program, not preaching program. And we used to have amazing experiences doing that. And that's the program which rolled into Muslim Network TV. But sometime WBEC, which is the local affiliate, Brother Edward in Chicago of NPR, they used to invite me. And once the show, I remember the similar topics, similar guests. So I said, do you watch Radio Islam? You see, yeah, not only we watch it, but sometimes we invite the guest which you have invited and address the topic which you have addressed. So Muslim Network TV, just like Radio Islam, can have impact on the mainstream market. Do you think, Brother Edward, more of this is possible?
Absolutely. With enough resources, financial and human, inshallah, it is definitely possible. And again, you can see the progress. I mean, Imam Majad, when you started this entity, I'm sure it seemed like this, is this going to work? Are we going to get enough people to do this? It's going to last more than a year. And yet, alhamdulillah, here you are with the progress that has been made. And so every adventure, every program, every new idea, it has to start somewhere. And I think if you look at the progress you have made and other Muslim organizations and companies have made, inshallah, anything's possible. I mean, CARE started, my organization, with 2 employees in an office the size of, I think, a big closet in Washington, D.C. Now we have, 25, 30 offices around the country, a big headquarters on Capitol Hill. So, by the grace of Allah, this little effort that people put in can lead to amazing things. So absolutely, I think we've got to not only focus on TV, but still radio, make sure we're still having an impact there. That's very important still to many people. Podcasts, very important. And so we've got to look, at all the angles of ways to impact discourse in our country in a positive way. The American Muslim community cannot be absent anywhere. If we're going to be in this country, we have got to make sure that at least some of us are delivering the message, the political message, the social message, the religious message, and everyone can't be doing that themselves. So you can then donate to support those who are doing the work, just like any other part of our community's efforts, civil rights, political, legal, either do the work or support the people doing the work, inshallah.
Highlighting the achievements of the Muslim community, along with the challenges which we face in our neighborhood, in our country, around the world, but bringing that unique perspective. For example, everyone knew COVID, although hardly anybody talks about COVID-19. And I see about 3-4 people with masks, including me sometime when I'm going to train. But people have forgotten about it, that America lost 1 million people. The world lost, I don't know how many millions of people. Just India lost close to 4-5 million people, although they don't quite admit, but that's the statistics. To deal with the COVID, who are in the forefront? Muslim Network TV interviewed, and a person, Professor Dr. Muqdad, he was from the Washington University. He was leading the team, a Muslim immigrant from Iraq, actually. He was leading the team which was projecting for America, if we do this and this, we can reduce COVID by this number. If we don't do whatever, so all the projections, televisions were going all over the country, including the federal government, including the World Health Organization, World Health Organization of the United Nations. All were depending on the projections and the numbers and the statistics of Washington University group team led by a Muslim professor. He'll be very professional and will come. We interviewed him several times. But mainstream media will mention a person was Muslim when that person is some type of criminal or accused of doing something wrong. But when Muslims are achieving and trying to save lives around the country, only Muslim Network will mention that they are Muslim. I remember him being animated that he was very upset that people are not taking the vaccine. And he said, he was normally very calm, collected, professorial, I must say. But he became animated when he said, I have a cousin in Iraq and Yemen who died because they don't have access to vaccine. And here we have access, we are begging people and nobody is taking vaccines. So Muslim contribution to the society, also one of the things which gets highlighted on Muslim Network TV. And that's possible because there are people looking for them. There are people who are producing the program. There are people like Brother Edward and Samana who are volunteering, like Hina, volunteering their time to put Muslims on air. And that ultimately credit goes to you, who is willing to donate. So donate now, 1-800-432-4262, or go on muslimnetwork.tv and click donate there. Information is right there. And if you like to see that you're on multiple screen, you have that QR code out there. So Brother Edward, this is people, Muslim community is amazing in America. I heard the report, you might have seen that also, that Muslims in America are more generous, donate more than any other faith community in this country. Did you see that report?
I have seen those some years back, a report or a poll or a survey indicating that, yes.
So that generosity at this moment is building institutions here. Alhamdulillah, relief organizations, because of all the disasters we see, are thriving. They are moving forward. But the rest of the work need to move forward. We used to have before 9/11, 900 masjid. After now, we have 3,000 masjid. We're doing a great job. Sometimes there are more masjid in a concentrated area of neighborhood in Chicago than the rest of the city. But Muslim Network Television, bringing good news, countering bad media with good media, that needs your support. Donate now. What do you think, Brother Edward? Countering good media, bad media with good media, does it sound good?
We have to do both. So you definitely want to counterbalance the existence of hostile and dishonest media networks with the presence of media networks that are going to be fair and accurate and nuanced and balanced. At the same time, we also have to try to fight to improve those mainstream outlets that are still deeply flawed, because at the end of the day, they have a very large audience in America. They have a huge impact on American policy. So both, we can do both at the same time. That is encouraging people from our community and people of good faith of all faiths to pursue careers in journalism, to make sure their voices are getting out there into the mainstream media. At the same time, we're trying to set up separate institutions that will provide a more balanced and accurate media platform for the American people. So I think it is very important to do that, absolutely, Imam, but also do both at the same time.
Well, do you see in Muslim community young people opting for learning art and technology of communication? Or is this the area worth encouragement by people giving sermons in masjids?
I think that the young generation American Muslims have naturally, organically, had a huge interest and developed a huge interest in media, technology, and we see that on social media. How many of these very successful social media pages are run by young Muslims, and their parents didn't tell them to do that. It wasn't something that the community leadership planned. It's something these young people kind of organically did themselves. They saw an opening, they saw a gap, and they filled it. And so I think that is happening. Now, whether or not we're seeing a real push for Muslim young people to be professional journalists, I haven't seen a huge push for that. The same way we see a push to be doctors or engineers or even lawyers or politicians, I don't see the same push for people to be journalists. So I definitely think there's more that we can be doing there. But at the same time, we're seeing a lot of organically created online journalists, and that's just a result of the fact that media is now opened up. You don't have to go and get a grad degree from Columbia Journalism School or Northwestern to be a journalist. It's a very organic process that occurs. And so I think Muslim American young people have taken advantage of that process, and they're making their mark online. But we definitely want to see even more professional Muslim journalists than we have now, out there doing that work.
Well, Brother Edward, thank you so much for your time. A lawyer who is a civil rights attorney, leading a national organization for the Muslim community, which essentially most Muslims consider to be representing their voices, and at the same time volunteering so heavily to be analyst at Muslim Network TV. Thank you so much. And if I don't talk to you before, Adli Eid Mubarak, my brother.
Eid Mubarak. Thank you so much, Imam. Good to see you. Assalamu Alaikum wa
Assalamu Alaikum wa rahmatullah. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
And let's watch a little bit more about what Muslim Network Television does and keep donating. This is Imam Malik.
Assalamu Alaikum and good evening. My name is Samia Sayed.
Wa alaikum salam, Sister Samia. Greetings of peace, everyone. My name is Dawood Warnsby. Welcome to Muslim Network, brought to you by Sound Vision.
We'd like to thank each and every one of you for being here with us tonight. JazakAllahu khayran. I am coming to you from our Toronto studios, where I anchor the daily Muslim news.
And I'm here in the Chicago studios of Muslim Network. It has been an honor for me to have worked with Sound Vision on and off for over 25 years.
Thank you, Brother Dawood, for your service and dedication towards Sound Vision. I, for one, am among a generation of Muslims who grew up singing your songs. JazakAllahu khayran. But first things first, let's begin where we always begin. We say, Ihdina, Ihdina. And here is the guidance from our Creator, the Rabbil Alameen.
أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم ما كان محمد أبا أحد من رجالكم ولكن رسول الله وخاتم النبيين وكان الله بكل شيء عليما يا أيها الذين آمنوا اذكروا الله ذكرا كثيرا وسبحوه بكرة وأصيلا هو الذي يصلي عليكم وملائكته ليخرجكم من الظلمات إلى النور وكان بالمؤمنين رحيما تحيتهم يوم يلقونه سلام وأعد لهم أجرا كريما يا أيها النبي إنا أرسلناك شاهدا ومبشرا ونذيرا وداعيا إلى الله بإذنه وسراجا منيرا
يا أيها النبي إنا أرسلناك شاهدا ومبشرا ونذيرا
وداعيا إلى الله بإذنه وسراجا منيرا صدق الله العظيم.
JazakAllahu khayran, a beautiful message to us from God, the most gracious. These verses contain the job description of our beloved Prophet, peace be upon him. God appointed him to be a witness to humanity, inviting us toward God, inviting us to good news, and cautioning us to change our ways, always seeking a return to a life of fairness, dignity, and God consciousness. God uses the word shahid. While living in Pakistan, it was common for me to hear the name shahid.
You're right, Brother Dawood. Interestingly enough, Shahida is also a common name for sisters right here in Toronto.
The word shahid is connected with the first pillar of Islam, shahada, to witness or to testify. To give our word represents who we are, who we aspire to be, and how we want to be known. Standing strong by our word, perhaps we may then invite, inspire, or empower others on the spiritual path.
Alhamdulillah. And how do we invite the 500 million people living here in North America? Well, that's where mass communication comes in. This is the reason Muslim Network TV is on satellite covering the entire USA, Canada, and Mexico. We're also on Apple TV, Amazon Fire TV, Roku, and Samsung Tizen. And now that thousands of non-Muslims are watching Muslim Network television, we have increased our Dawah programming to 6 hours every day.
Muslim Network has studios in 4 cities. We have staff and reporters in 5 countries on 3 continents. So far, we've produced and aired 26,000 hours of programming. This year, we intend to have reporters in 10 cities around the world, God willing.
Alhamdulillah, we are slowly but steadily growing. But British Muslims have been ahead of us. Our next guest will share how Muslim television has empowered Muslims in the UK. Quite the achiever, this is the same brother who was the first to put a navigation system into the GPS while the Chief Technology Officer at Navtech. Now, this award-winning author and inventor is disrupting the dialysis market as the Chief Technology Officer of Bionics. Please join me in welcoming Brother Salahuddin Khan.
15 years ago, there used to be just one Muslim member of Parliament. Now there are around 40 in the combined Houses of Parliament. It's the House of Commons and the House of Lords. What made such a rapid growth in representation was very much down to TV. Over that time frame, UK Muslims began launching their first TV channels, and today we can count over 25. And meanwhile, more than 7,000 non-Muslims embrace Islam every year. And the number keeps rising, with little doubt that Muslim TV channels make a big contribution. According to British government statistics, just one Muslim channel reaches almost 60% of all UK Muslims. Because of this, what's happened in the UK has been a steady trend toward mainstreaming Islam, as Muslims have been taking increasingly professional roles in society. They've matured to go on into government roles from left to right across the political spectrum. I mentioned this idea of mainstreaming or normalizing Islam in the UK because it allowed Muslims to be viewed less like monolithic other and more like a diverse cross-section of the British population at large. Now, whenever this kind of mainstreaming happens, Islamophobia can be tackled and beaten. And the UK has the least levels of Islamophobia among major European countries by most observations, including France, for example, and Germany, both of which have very large Muslim populations. This is the power of the media, and yet it is simply missing in the USA and in Canada until now. Now, if we're to have anything close to the kind of success that I've described in the UK, we have to understand how expensive it is to produce media.
Thank you, Brother Salahuddin Khan. Salahuddin is named after Sultan Salahuddin. May God's mercy be upon the Sultan who stood up and defeated the Crusaders. How the current Israeli apartheid treats Palestinian Muslims and Christians is quite opposite to how Sultan Salahuddin treated Jews and Christians when he entered Jerusalem. Muslim Network reports on Israeli apartheid as no other American media dare do. When Masjid al-Aqsa was attacked, Muslim Network interviewed the Imam of the Masjid himself, who was an eyewitness. When Gaza was being bombed, our cameras shook and lines were interrupted 3 times due to the violent strikes. Here's a short film of what Muslim Network produced about the Palestinian struggle for freedom, justice, and Islam.
The third holiest place for Muslims is called Al-Aqsa Mosque. That literally means the furthest mosque, and it is unfortunately becoming a reality for Muslims living just around it. They can't get to Al-Aqsa easily. They need permits by Israelis to enter the mosque. Yes, they need a permit. A permit to enter their own mosque in their own land. This is a part of an apartheid system to control Palestinians. Permits are often denied. Once you have a permit, then you must go through extreme scrutiny. Checkpoints to checkpoints. That is how the whole occupied Palestine is like. Checkpoints to checkpoints. It was a beautiful dawn at Al-Aqsa on April 15th. Muslims had just finished offering their Fajr prayers. A peaceful demonstration by a few hundred Palestinians is a ritual in the occupied land to keep their demand for freedom alive. Instead of letting their demonstration be over, fully armed Israeli soldiers in massive numbers invaded the mosque. They wanted to clear the mosque for illegal Jewish settlers, ruthlessly striking and beating whoever came in their way. They entered the mosque shooting stun grenades, tear gas, and rubber-coated steel bullets directly at the Muslims as some were still praying. 150 Muslims were injured as the Israelis tried to clear the mosque for Jewish settlers who wanted to make an animal sacrifice there. Muslims resisted with the only weapon that Palestinians have. Even the Al-Aqsa neighborhood is being cleared of Muslims.
You are stealing my house.
And if I don't steal it, someone else is going to steal it.
For now, Muslim Palestinians are busy doing a major cleanup of Al-Aqsa, the third most revered mosque for Muslims. This is Saliha Farouk reporting for Muslim News.
Thank you, Saliha. Muslim Network TV frequently covers issues of justice in America and around the world. One such example is the film about the first Muslim resident of Georgetown, Washington, D.C., Yaro Mahmoud, rahmatullahi alayh.
Before Congress decided to establish a national capital near the Potomac River in 1790, what became Washington, D.C., and long before slavery ended in Washington, D.C. in 1862, there was Yaro Mahmoud. In the West African Fulani language, Yaro means fourth child born, and Mahmud means Muhammad. And so it was that Yaro Mahmud was born in 1736 in West Africa. Yaro was kidnapped by slave traders while he was still a teenager. By the age of 16, he and his sister were transported to Annapolis, Maryland. They would never see their parents or siblings again. But Yaro kept his dream for freedom alive. That dream took 44 years. Yes, 44 years. Enduring decades of hard labor and abuse, Yaro was finally able to purchase back his freedom in 1796. He was 60 years old at the time. Yaro was a smart man, and he kept working hard until he was able to also purchase the freedom of his wife and his son. They all lived here, 3324 Dent Place, Northwest, Washington, D.C. Yaro bought a log house at this location, though the original cabin is long gone. This is the third structure standing at the spot. It was here, in the backyard, that Yaro designed for himself a small prayer space facing the direction of Mecca. It was a little masjid, a long way away from his original home in West Africa, where the sound of the adhan would have always been around him as a young child. Yaro was originally from the famous West African Fulani tribe and spoke the Fulani language, but he also spoke and was able to write Arabic. Yaro Mahmud passed away in 1823. He was buried in the very backyard where he used to pray. A painter of the founding fathers of America, Charles Wilson Pale, also captured Mahmud in an 1819 portrait. This is how he looked. Mahmud's biographer, James H. Johnson, describes Mahmud as a jack of all trades. He earned enough money not only to buy the Dent property, but also to become a financier who loaned money to other merchants. He also owned stock in the Columbia Bank of Georgetown. Yaro Mahmud's story remained out of sight and underground. But in 2015, Washington, D.C.'s archaeologist's office found thousands of artifacts on the spot where Yaro's home used to be. Many of these objects still need to be assessed and analyzed. In 2020, workers renovating a home close to where Yaro once lived found 19th century human remains, which may be Mahmud's. The memory of Yaro Mahmud lives on. In March of 2023, 200 years after the death of Yaro Mahmud, a new mosque has been named in his honor, the Yaro Mahmud Masjid. It can be found at Georgetown University. Georgetown is where he lived. May God bless our brother with the highest place in Jannah, the everlasting life.
We have a long way to go, however. A major study found that the New York Times reports on Islam in a more negative way than they do about alcohol, cancer, or cocaine. Can you believe this? Brother Edward Ahmed Mitchell has been dealing with this topic. He's one of Muslim Network's expert analysts, besides being an attorney and the deputy director of CARE National. Please welcome Brother Edward Mitchell.
Bismillah, alhamdulillah, wassalatu wassalam ala rasulullah. Assalamu Alaikum, brothers and sisters. As an African-American Muslim, I know how powerful the media is. The images that we see in mainstream media, from news agencies to Hollywood, can either uplift or smear minority communities. And we've seen that be done to African-Americans, Muslims, and others. One of the first signs that African-Americans are making progress in society in this country was when the media started to depict a more accurate and positive portrayal of Black people. We saw it from television shows to films to news reporting, and that is also happening with the Muslim community. But it needs to happen more, and we need to take control of our narrative. That's the only way real progress will occur. That's why Muslim Network TV is so important. It gives us a chance to control our own narrative, to discuss the stories that are important to the world through the Muslim American perspective. So it's very important for us now to look at how the media has impacted Muslims in America so that we better understand why it is so important for us to tell stories ourselves in the media. Let's take a look.
Well, the Muslim population of the West is rising very quickly, and that has implications for social cohesion or national security.
New information about this mosque from a man who says he attended prayers there. We are protecting his identity at his request.
Islam somehow lends itself to more extremism than other religions, and whether or not moderate Muslims are doing enough to speak out about it.
Muslims don't need convincing that media coverage about Muslims is negative. The evidence is out there. A project at Middlebury College examined 800,000 articles published about Islam and Muslims. The college found 78% of these articles have a negative tone. Subsequently, Hollywood instills this negativity into the hearts of American consumers with a mix of sex and violence. Here's what America is watching.
What's Islamic extremism? Allahu Akbar. God is great.
Hollywood has a very narrow view of Arabs. I mean, just think of every Arab character you've ever seen on screen. Think of how those characters are usually inherently connected to violence and US national security, and then ask yourself this question.
When have you seen a Hollywood film tell the story of an Iraqi during the Iraq War? Do you know any cases?
Dr. Maytha Al-Hassan, a Syrian-American journalist and scholar, asked me this question when I was researching the story. And even though I had spent the past week finding every possible film related to the portrayal of Arabs on screen, I had literally never come across a movie like the one Al-Hassan asked about.
And then what do you have after 9/11? You have films like Zero Dark 30, Hurt Locker, what else? So that whole terror genre is told from the story of the military, right?
Al-Hassan explains this in her detailed report, Hawk and Hollywood, a look at the industry's decades-long history of stereotyping, whitewashing, and overall misrepresenting Arab and Muslim communities.
When politicians act upon it, they create Guantanamo Bay and Muslim bans.
Donald J. Trump is calling for a total and complete shutdown of Muslims entering the United States.
This has a real impact on the lives of American Muslims. 56% of Muslim students feel unsafe at schools. 1 in 4 American Muslim doctors face systemic discrimination. And there are 201 anti-Muslim bills introduced in 43 states. American media and Hollywood define for the world what Muslims are. When this hate and anti-Muslim bias spreads around the world, it kills. It created genocide of Rohingya in Burma. It let Assad of Syria and his Russian allies exterminate people asking for democracy and Islam. It resulted in the largest number of concentration camps since Nazi Germany for Uyghur Muslims. Now the anti-Muslim hate in India is taking the path of genocide.
So we're warning that genocide could very well happen in India. U.S. Holocaust Museum is right about that.
Jai Sri Ram! Jai Sri Ram!
Haters are going to hate, however media makes it or breaks it. Overcoming hatred is possible. It takes resources and time. Others have done it. When hateful rhetoric is used against Jews, executives resign. Unfortunately, anti-Muslim hatred is still acceptable in media. We have a responsibility to change this narrative. We need to take charge of our own story, one step at a time, with sabr and dua, inshallah.
Thank you, Brother Edward. These days, everyone is talking about artificial intelligence. Looking at ChatGPT, we found this AI is not that smart. A study just published in the prestigious journal Nature found that OpenAI's ChatGPT-3 associated violence 66% of the time while referring to Muslims. 66% of the time. AI-powered ChatGPT is already amplifying existing Islamophobia. This must change. Washington Post published the AI dataset. We found sound vision ranked at 114,911. It's good, but not good enough. Being ranked 114,911 isn't bad, considering there are 1.13 billion websites. However, we need to produce more. With your help, with sabr, patience, we will do better, inshallah.
Countering negative media with positive media is what Muslim Network TV is all about. Let's see how that process looks like.
The positive Muslim contributions to our world are rarely reported on by media. Whether it's the development of a COVID-19 vaccine or Muslims rushing to help in the tragic earthquake in Turkey and Syria, these good deeds of everyday Muslims often go unnoticed. Within the first 5 days of the February 2023 earthquake, American Muslims raised $100 million in aid, far before US aid reached a similar amount. Muslim governments and civilians from around the world came to help. So many Turkish citizens themselves loaded supplies on their own vehicles to assist that it created a 50-mile traffic jam. But nothing beats the loving gesture of these football fans, supporters of Besiktas and Antalyaspor in Istanbul. A hashtag social media campaign went viral for the February 26th match. Fans arrived at the stadium carrying stuffed toys. At exactly 4:17, the time the earthquake devastated southeastern Turkey and northern Syria, fans showered the stuffed toys on the football pitch in a show of solidarity with children affected by the quake. Dolls of all colors, sparkling unicorns, fuzzy rabbits, monkeys, elephants, stuffed emojis, and fish-shaped pillows all flew down on the field.
Even in the midst of a tragedy, we strive to present the good news. And that, Brother Dawood, is why I joined Muslim Network TV.
It's critical that Muslims are well informed. Take India, for example. This most populous nation in the world is going genocidal toward its 200 million Muslims. Muslims have been in India since the time of the Prophet, peace be upon him. But now their history is being erased. Here's a film Muslim Network produced about the Taj Mahal in India.
Made for love, now used for hate. This is Taj Mahal today. A symbol of love by a Muslim king of India is now being used for hatred against Muslims.
Jai Sri Ram! Jai Sri Ram!
It is a masterpiece made by 20,000 artisans. It is a priceless monument of love for one's wife. It attracts more than 7 million visitors a year. In 2007, it was declared a winner of the new 7 Wonders of the World initiative. UNESCO, while designating it as a World Heritage Site in 1983, called it the jewel of Muslim art in India and one of the most universally admired masterpieces of the world's heritage. But now the far-right Hindu extremists are targeting it. The ruling BJP party's Vinay Katiyar in 2017 claimed that the 17th century monument was built by destroying a Hindu temple called Tejo Mahiyal, and it housed a Shiva Linga. Linga means penis, which is worshipped in India. BJP RSS activists and militias have destroyed the 500-year-old Babri Mosque, claiming it was the birthplace of another Hindu god Rama. Now they are attacking another mosque, calling it a birthplace of Krishna. But that is not enough. Extremists among the Hindutva militancy even call the Kaaba, the holy site of Mecca, to be a Hindu temple. They say Hajar al-Aswad, which Muslims kiss, was linga or penis of Hindu god Shiva, and tawaf is a Hindu practice. May God save us from the extremists. Just Google it to learn more. This is Saliha Farouk reporting from the Toronto studios for Muslim Network TV.
Thank you, Saliha. Our next presenter is a man of many talents. He's an award-winning filmmaker, writer, and a graduate of the historic Morehouse College. Please put your hands together for Brother Baba Murray.
Thank you, Sister Samia. Muslim Network Television is a 24/7 broadcast channel. We have something for everyone. Our daily news offers a unique Muslim perspective on the latest stories. Our talk shows cover a wide range of subjects such as health and medicine, current events, and science. And we have a host of exciting new programs in the pipeline. The Twin Doctors Show offers a bit of joy and humor along with medical expertise.
I'm Meathead Dr. Abdurrahman.
I don't work out at all. That is gross.
Did you know that not all sleep is good sleep, especially when it comes to heart health? Yes, you are getting 6 hours of sleep a night or less. You are sleep deprived.
Love to judge us when you're drinking them like you're some kind of triathlete.
It's not easy to be a young Muslim in today's America. So to help, we offer 6 hours of children's programming daily. This includes original songs, family programming, featuring our most popular characters, Adam and Anissa from Adam's World.
Did I hear my name? Assalamu Alaikum.
Yes, salam, Adam and Anissa.
Famous. We're famous. Famous. We're on TV.
We continue to produce fresh Adam's World every week, and you can watch it for free on the Muslim Network, or you can download the Adam's World app from your app store for the kids to binge watch.
Assalamu Alaikum, everyone. Salam! I'm going to show all my fans how to cook Adam's world-famous frittatas today. Time flies when you're defeating Darth Vader and the dark side. Yeah! My big brother. Adam, wanna play? No!
Talked to my mother about what happened. She went right to the computer to email Mrs. Patel.
$103, $104, $105. B is for blessing. Salam! Don't bite the bed bugs.
Yes, excellent. The Prophet ﷺ said, whoever knows 99 of Allah's names will enter into Jannah. Jannah. Imagine if you were to have a shower or a bath 5 times a day. Would you be dirty, Mariam?
He's our creator. He creates everything, including us, and he gives us everything.
That's your robot? Is it too late to join your group?
I'm still working on his programming.
He can talk! And I should work more on Jack's programming. Ugh. Nothing to be excited about. It's just a falafel, dude.
Falafel, Middle Eastern cuisine. Dude, my name Falafel. Dude, my name is Falafel, dude.
Thank you, Baba. To all those present today, I'd like to share a shortcut to how to view all the programs of Muslim Network TV. It's easy. All you have to do is pull out your phone. Yep, you heard that right. I am asking you to pull out your phone during our evening program. Only for a moment though. Okay, aim your camera and scan this barcode. Click subscribe and hit the bell icon. And that's it, you're set. Now you can access Muslim Network TV from anywhere. So go ahead and try it. I'll give you about a minute to do so.
At Muslim Network, we believe in the power of clean entertainment. Content that inspires us to be our best selves and builds strong, meaningful relationships. Our Art to Heart program, hosted by Bunna Mohammed, showcases the best of Islamic hip-hop from around the world.
We also have close to 200 songs and spiritual hymns of nasheed online.
When you see somebody hungry, you feed them. That's what Islam's all about, yeah, I'm preaching.
And if we want to see the sun rise, we need to change the way we live our lives.
Cause he makes the clouds part.
Young Muslim, pay no man to the propaganda. Best believe you ain't alone, he is watching, wallah.
You not a sheikh, please, why won't you just go away? I'm tired of these milkshakes.
In times of struggle, that's when we need, oh Allah.
Assalamu Alaikum. Exciting things are happening at Muslim News, brought to you by Muslim Network TV. Our dedicated team is working tirelessly to bring you news reports, international coverage, and in-depth analysis that resonates with your world. We're not just reporting, we're offering perspectives that are uniquely ours. We're committed to connecting you to the stories shaping your community and the world. Every report, every story is carefully curated with you in mind, making your world just one click away. Join us and let's explore the depths of the stories that matter. Find Muslim News wherever you get your news. Your world, your stories, your Muslim Network TV. Stay informed, stay connected. Watch now.
Assalamu Alaikum warahmatullah. Welcome back to Muslim Network TV. It is because of your support. It is because of your community. It is because we want to put you on air, provide the right perspective. Our neighbors are looking for right information. They want to hear directly from you. That's not a fiction and an artifact of my imagination. I was sitting at Sound Vision, a toll-free line rang and I picked up. And it was before we started Muslim Network TV. So lady very politely saying, I'm not a Muslim, can I talk to you? I said, sure, ma'am. She was calling from Mississippi. Very polite. So I picked up your information and number from a mosque. What TV channel should I switch to learn about Islam and Muslims? As you can imagine, that was my time to go silent. After a little pause, which looked pretty long, I said, ma'am, we do not have a TV channel. You know what did she say? How do you expect then for Americans to learn about you, Islam and Muslims? Well, we have answer now. Years later, we have Muslim Network TV. It talks about Islam, but it's not preaching for Islam. It's provide information. It provides perspectives. It has daily news. Daily news come to you if you're watching Muslim Network TV on satellite. Galaxy 19 satellite is all over USA, covers all the Canada and good part of Mexico. And a whole lot of people still rely on satellite. They are watching us. There are 54 channels. Ours is number 2 TV in terms of how many people are watching. You have Apple TV, Amazon Fire TV, Roku, Samsung Tazin, or you're on smartphone, or right now on YouTube, or on our website, muslimnetwork.tv. 800,000 people are watching, all on these platforms. It is happening because of you. Our neighbors are looking for positive information. They are fair-minded people. That's why a majority of Americans have more sympathy with Palestinians at this moment, because of what's happening. Mainstream media, Palestine could be free now if mainstream media present the perspective in the balanced way. But at Muslim Network TV, we do. Please join now. By subscribing, it's free. Subscribe over YouTube if you're watching there. Other platforms, it is just free. And donate. Just like PBS and NPR, we depend on your support, community support. So donate now. Go on muslimnetwork.tv and click donate button, muslimnetwork.tv. Or toll-free number 1-800-432-4262. That is 1-800-432-4262. Or use PayPal or other Zelle through info@soundvision.com. This is your television. Your time, a lot of volunteers here who are giving a tremendous amount of time to ensure that Muslim voice remains on air, and your donation. Satellite, you have to pay for it. All other platforms, you have to pay for it. It takes a lot of technology and all that. And because it is fi sabilillah, lot of great scholars in America has given fatwa, you can give zakat to this. But it definitely is tax deductible. At this moment, I would like to invite Khalil Meek. Khalil Meek is the Director of Development at Muslim Network TV. And he's right here. Assalamu Alaikum.
Wa alaikum salam. Good evening.
Good evening. What a Texan like you is doing with Muslim Network TV?
Well, a Muslim like me joined the Muslim Network TV so that we could bring the truth, the beauty, the reality of Islam to the American public. There's too many stereotypes and misunderstandings. So this is a great opportunity for us to display who we are and what we believe and how we think, and for everyone to benefit from it.
You know, a few years ago, you were thinking of starting your own TV. Why did you decide, what happened to that, and why did you decide to work with us?
Well, I did have the ambition to start my own TV network, but learning about the Muslim Network TV, we decided that we would join hands instead of try to rebuild it on our own. So this is an opportunity to just grow this channel that has national coverage and give everyone an opportunity to see for themselves how Muslims think, what they believe, how they live. There's been surveys done in the past that show that the more information people have about Islam and Muslims, the more favorable their impression becomes.
So more information is needed, but do you think that Muslim Network at this moment, whatever you have watched, whatever you have seen, is able to contribute to that information gap which exists in America?
Well, every show contributes to that gap because we are giving the Muslim perspective on either the news or the shows that we produce. So I would say that everything that is happening is an opportunity to show people who we really are.
Muslim Network TV is there 24/7. Any time of the day, any time of the night, you can watch it. And it's free. We don't charge anyone for subscribing us. It's on air on the Galaxy 19 satellite. It is on your own smartphone. It's in your pocket. So take out your phone right now. Take out. Whether it's Android or iPhone, take it out. And you can search Muslim Network TV and download that app. So Muslim Network is right there in your pocket. Anytime you like, you can pick it up and you can watch it. It has amazing programming. We have employees in 4 countries, and we are looking for more reporters with your donations, with your supports, we like to increase our local programming. At this moment, we cover national and international news and sometimes local news. But we can develop a network. There are Muslim ethnic papers all around. I have seen in Toronto, for example, 4 or 5 very thick newspapers in Persian language. I try to guess it, a lot of advertisement. In Chicago, we received 3, 4 Pakistani papers, a couple of Arab papers. All of them are adding English now because the immigrant came, they develop in their language. Now their children cannot understand their language. So they want to have their own English. And we are all in English. We want to develop a network of these ethnic papers. As we are developing a news, having a local reporter providing the news, we like these people to develop also the Pakistani paper and the Turkish paper and the Arabic paper and the Persian paper. And we have few Muslims. So we have Muslim Chronicle coming out of Milwaukee. We have Muslim Journal coming from Chicago, the oldest newspaper. We have Muslim Observer from Detroit. We have something called The Muslim from New York. All of them can benefit. So if Muslim network is strengthened, this network of Muslim paper will also benefit. And that's why I like you to donate today so we can retain reporters. We can have more reporters. Brother Khalil Meek in Dallas, do you have people, talented people in Dallas Muslim community who could be reporters? And how much do you think it will take, how much money it will take to hire them?
Well, I'm certain we have talented people in Dallas to be reporters. One of my friends was a reporter for many years, and he just traveled the country, kind of a travel type reporting. But it costs money. Everybody needs, a living. And when you have a reporter and they're good and they can share people with the accurate information and do it in a way that's very articulate, then you would pay, I would guess, $80,000 to $100,000 for a reporter.
Wow, that's a good part, a good type of money. So CNN, ABC, CBC, CBS, why they're cutting down their reporting? Because money issues. We need to, on the other hand, looking to hire more people. Why? Because Muslim voice matters. America need to hear from us. Our neighbors are looking for positive information. They're fair-minded people. And that's why Khalil Meek was just saying that media, the reports are, if they know directly from Muslims, in person, through television from Muslim, they have positive information. But if they're going to sit watch Fox TV, well, that's what somebody was watching when they went and burned a mosque in Toledo. So judge asked, what went wrong? Why did you do that? Well, I was watching this TV and all that. In Chicago, just a few months ago, in November actually, a landlord who calls his son, a tenant son, his grandson. It was a kind relationship. He went and stabbed to death that boy through his knife, and injured his mom. So his wife spoke, gave interview to the media, and he said, what happened to him? She says how good relationship they have with their Palestinian Muslim tenant, but he was watching too much of TV. So watching TV is connected with bad behavior, murderous behavior. Muslim television, on the other hand, brings good and positive news. And as Khalil saying, it takes about $80,000 to $80,000 or $100,000 to have a good reporter. Who will pay for that? Well, if you care for Muslim community, if you care for children of your future of your children, donate now. 1-800-432-4262. or go on our website, muslimnetwork.tv. Don't type .com, muslimnetwork.tv, and click the donate button. Or you have a QR code right there, up there on the corner. You can do that, or you can use on Zelle or PayPal, info@soundvision.com, and that information is right there on your screen. Brother Khalil Meek, do you think Muslims are doing enough to balance the negative coverage on television about Muslims?
Are we doing enough? I don't think so. I don't think it's possible until we have our voice in the mainstream media. So I think we do an excellent job in our communities, our neighbors that get to know us, the people that are associated with our organizations. They have a very clear or better understanding of Islam and Muslims. But the majority of the people never hear the Muslim side of anything. They're only hearing someone speak on behalf of Muslims or showing a fringe minority doing something outside of Islam. So no, we need to have our own voice. We need to have our own media. We need to have our own TV show. And we need people like those watching tonight to share with others that what they've heard tonight, what they liked about this show, what they want to see from the Muslim Network TV. This is how we can communicate. This is how we can build bridges. This is how we can get our voice heard. And it starts with the Muslim Network TV.
And it's common sense. It's common sense, isn't it? The average masjid, going to masjid is great. Many masjids do open houses, which are very important. But average masjid had 300 to 500 people. Television, Muslim Network TV, although it's very initial years for us, 800,000 people are watching. On Galaxy 19 satellite, which is watched by a lot of people in rural America, rural Canada, that's where the satellite reaches. There are 54 channels. And Muslim Network TV, it's second at the top. And I wonder why. Because of the sense of fairness among our neighbors. They in rural areas don't have many Muslims to meet and talk. And that's the reason they're watching us. Many of them, for the first time, will hear from Muslims. Muslim like me who has a little bit of accent, and Muslim like Khalil who claims to be Texan and have no accent. Now, they see Muslims coming in all shape, all colors, and all languages, and all accents. That's the power of television. So if you donate to your masjid, consider Muslim Network TV your other masjid. We are reaching out. Pay attention, since a lot of people of other faith are watching or no faith. We do quite a bit of programming. We have 6 hours of programming, which introduces them to what Islam and Muslims are. It takes place every 8 hours, 2 hours every 8 hour programming, which introduces people. But it doesn't have to be religious programming. Just you and I talking, Khalil, the way we are talking issues, we are discussing, or Muslim news coming on air, or its children programming, that itself is a way to outreach and connect with people. Don't you think, Brother Khalil?
Of course it is. It's one of the best and most efficient ways invented to say hi to people in a personal and direct way.
Well, that's the reason you need to donate. Just like NPR and public broadcasting, PBS, we depend on your support. If you think what we're doing is good, you like us to continue to doing it, please donate. And just donate right there on muslimnetwork.tv. Click the button donate or call us. People are waiting online, 1-800-432-4262. And give them your credit card or something, and you'll be done. Or use Zelle. Some people use Zelle for, and that is, info@soundvision.com. And you can donate through that or through PayPal. You know, just if you're watching us on YouTube, just below this live broadcast, there are links available where you can go and donate as well. Brother Khalil, how many mosques do you have in Dallas?
Well, that's a beautiful question. When I became Muslim in 1989, we had one mosque in Denton and built a new one in Richardson and Fort Worth, so 3. Today, we have over 40 mosques in the Dallas-Fort Worth Metroplex. So the community is growing. We are able to reach more of our neighbors, and they're getting to know us. But we really need to have our voice heard to 800,000 people at one time, and use the media and use the television network. And people donating today can help us build something that all of us can be proud of.
Well, at this moment, 800,000 are watching, but we intend to have tens of millions of people watching. We represent good, solid, balanced voice. Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him, wanted us to be on straight path, but the middle path. And this is where you can find a middle path, a balanced perspective. We'll mention how many Palestinians died, but we'll also mention how many Israelis died, because that we considered an honesty. On Israeli paper, I go there on Israeli papers, they will not mention how many Palestinians are dying. That is the balance which we provide. Honesty, truthfulness, faithfully, we like to present the fact. Facts will win over people. And hopefully, the world will be able to understand that Muslim Network TV is about balance and discussion. And if you have not donated yet, and you like what we have, truth with professional presentation, donate now. Go on muslimnetwork.tv. I'd like to thank you, Brother Khalil, for being with us. I'd like to thank all of you for watching. Stay tuned for messages from our partners. Peace and salam. Happy Ramadan days left, and early Eid Mubarak to you. Assalamu Alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
Assalamu Alaikum. Exciting things are happening at Muslim News. We're dedicated to uncovering the stories that matter to you, with international coverage and deep analysis from a fresh viewpoint. Find us where you get your news. Your world, your stories, your Muslim Network TV. Stay informed, stay connected. Watch now.
Well, we've scanned the sky and we've sighted the moon, and we welcome the month of Ramadan, when we'll fast together all as one to help and strengthen our iman. Oh, it was so very long ago in the holy month of Ramadan, Allah sent a message to the world, the holy book of Quran. A light to shine for all mankind, a guide to teach us right from wrong. First revealed on the night of power, with peace until the rising of the dawn. So we've scanned the sky and we've sighted the moon, and we welcome the month of Ramadan, when we'll fast together all as one to help and strengthen our iman. As the sun lay sleeping beneath the blankets of the night, we rise early to make suhoor before the white thread of light. We're patient and kind, remembering Allah all throughout our day. And when the sun has gone and we've made iftar, we gather together and pray. Cause we've scanned the sky and we've sighted the moon, and we welcome the month of Ramadan, when we'll fast together all as one to help and strengthen our iman. So many of our brothers and sisters all across the land, they have no food to eat at all, and they need a helping hand. When we fast from morning till the night to fulfill Allah's command, we feel the hunger and thirst they feel, and it helps us to understand. Oh, all too fast the moon goes past, our month of blessings now is gone. But we'll keep its spirit throughout the year. Every day should be like Ramadan. Yes, we scanned the sky and we sighted the moon, and we say farewell to Ramadan. When we fast together, all as one, to help and strengthen our iman. Da 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 da.